boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning of madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the Land of Dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best-of-3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best-of-5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best-of-7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
...2019 menjadi tahun bersejarah saat ONIC Esports menjadi tim Indonesia pertama yang menjuarai MSC. Tangguh, itulah satu kata yang tepat untuk menggambarkan ONIC Esports. Pada MPL Indonesia Season 11 babak playoff, ONIC tak terkalahkan 1 game pun. Secara 2 tahun beruntun, MPL ini menjadi panggungnya ONIC Esports dengan mengalahkan Blacklist International di 2021 dan Geek Fam di 2022. Menemani ONIC Esports, EVOS Legends mendapatkan julukan The King of Comeback pada MPL Indonesia Season 11. Sang Harimau Biru telah menjadi tim Indonesia dan dunia pertama yang menjuarai M-Series. Mereka juga membawa nama Indonesia melambung tinggi di IESF 2022 dengan mengalahkan Filipina. Catatan sejarah telah diraih kedua tim Indonesia. Dan kini, ONIC Esport bersama EVOS Legends siap untuk bertarung untuk mengukir sejarah baru di panggung internasional MSC 2023. Berikan dukungan terbaik kalian untuk tim Indonesia.
Hey man, you here for the Outplay beat?
Yes, I am. How you doing?
All right, nice to meet you. How you meet who?
Man, so I've been actually watching their YouTube channel for a long time now, so
Okay.
that's what we're here for.
Y'all here for the Outplay beat too?
Yeah.
All right, mate.
Thank you.
What's up? Who's the biggest Outplay fan right here? Yes.
Hello, we're at the OP meetups. First of all, thank you so much for coming and supporting us. And this is my team. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys. Yes, keep it up, guys. Welcome in. Come on.
So I've been following, the main reason is Hoon. So I've been following Hoon since his days from the Gosu team. And then I've been following him, and the only reason I like them OP is like, mainly I would say is because of Hoon.
My favorite is probably Hoon because he's more active and it seems like he's on live more than the other players. Yeah, so I just watch him a lot before I go to bed.
Hi. You flew from where? Sacramento. So you're here just for the meetup? Wow. Yeah, well, thanks for coming. And then we got a little gift for you for coming. Here you go, jersey. Thank you. I just found out that there's a first person in line. Daryl? Oh, right there. Here's your hoodie for it. Sir.
I think Outplay is going to win only because I'm biased.
I have a shirt to give out, and then I want to do 1v1 with someone, and then winner takes it. Does anyone want to try me? You want to do it? You want to do it? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Booga booga build. Booga booga build.
My favorite OP moment up till now is how they displayed such a dominant performance through the regular season as well as the playoffs. Everything they did that got them right here.
every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
Hey guys, Rose here from MPL Malaysia.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
Mickey,
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
I'm Diablo for IGSG.
เขาชื่อเอจิมาจากประเทศลาว Sky TV from Eco Philippines I'm Yawi from Eco Philippines I am Raime from Phoenix Esport I am from Myanmar I'm Chma one of the junglers in Cambodia
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جمهور موبايل ليجند الكريم منورين أحلى عيلة وأحلى جمهور في الدنيا.
And I just want to tell you guys all to get hype and to get excited for MSC 2023.
All the underdogs are coming from across the world to go and compete against the pros, against the favorites.
With that being said, hashtag see the world and hashtag roar for MSC.
Roar for MSC.
Dan foto dah buat betul-betul and langgar semua betul-betul, alright?
Hashtag Roar for MSC Hashtag See the World
Roar for MSC and see the world.
Hashtag Roar for MSC, hashtag See the World, GG, RG.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
And Shark, I know you're hungry for first place. Outplay them, outclass them, outstyle them. Let's go get them, boys.
Türkiye şampiyonasını güzel bir şekilde kazandık. Umarım MSC'de güzel şeyler yapacağız. See the World, Roar for MSC. Don't forget to watch us on MSC. I hope you support us on MSC. See the world and roar for MSC.
It's time to roar for MSC and hashtag see the world.
My name is John Marvilla Luna. I am the team captain and the tank support of Blacklist International. My favorite MLBB hero would be Estes. And I think alam naman na ng karamihan yun. And favorite ko siya kasi ever since talaga na naging into gaming ako, sobrang hilig ko na talaga yung mga support heroes, yung mga utility heroes. And parang sobrang fit kasi siya talaga sa playstyle na meron ako. Yeah, of course, kung hindi iba ba ng kalaban. Siguro kung magkakaroon ako ng superpowers, yung katulad na lang din siguro ng favorite hero ko na si Estes para ma-heal ko lahat ng mga broken-hearted. My real-life hero would be my mother. Kasi ever since na bata pa lang ako, grabe na talaga yung mga sakripisyo niya para supportahan ako. Hindi lang ako actually, kundi yung buong pamilya ko. Talagang ginagawa niya lahat para mabigay yung mga pangangailangan namin pang araw-araw. And actually, kaya sobrang inspired din ako gawin yung mga na-achieve ko ngayon dahil talaga sa kanya. Kasi marami siyang value na naituro sa akin na ayun yung ina-apply ko ngayon. Biggest rival in MSC. For me, pili ko lahat naman biggest rival kasi this is Battle of Champions Kumbaga Battle of the Best. Pero kung merong isang team siguro, it would be Echo. Kasi ilang beses na kami nilang dinurog So parang magandang mabawian sila sa Grand Finals. And siguro para magawa namin yun, kailangan talaga namin hindi lang basta doblehan, kundi triplehan yung ginagawa namin pagpa-practice. Yeah, sila lang sumusuporta sa Blacklist International, sa Blacklist Agents, sa viewers pa. Maraming salamat sa walang sawang suporta nyo. And sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan yan kahit anong mangyari. And maraming salamat.
chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
Hi, I'm Danere James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, and I'm the jungler of Blacklist International. Ang favorite Mobile Legends hero ko is si Sanshin, and kasi Korean siya, general. Tapos yung kit niya sa paglalaro, sa yung passive niya, yung skills niya overall. Tingin ko medyo 50-50 yung paggamit ko sa kanya sa MSC 2023 kasi yung meta ngayon hindi masyadong pabor kay YSS, so mahirap siya ipasok sa sa game, lalo pagka ang kalaban mo is mga pro player din and yung mga best of the best tulad ng mga champion and sa mga first runner up. Medyo mahirap siya. Ang qualities ng mga hero is inuuna yung iba kaysa sa sarili nila, and yun yung mga hindi sila selfish pagka hero ka, talagang unahin mo talaga yung mas ikakabuti ng iba kaysa sa sarili mo. Ang real life hero ko is yung parents ko, syempre, kasi sila yung sa akin nagsilang, and simula dun sa pagkabata ko, sila na yung kung ano ako ngayon, sila yung dahilan nun kung ba't ako tumagal sa mundo. Medyo mahirap yung buhay namin, and yung mama ko is nag-OFW para supportahan kami. And nung nag-start na ako as a pro player, mas sinuportahan pa ako ng mama ko na i-pursue yung pangarap ko. And siya talaga yung pinaka sa akin, nagtiwala. Nung wala pa sumusuporta sa akin, siya talaga yung andyan, number 1 supporter ko. So sa kanya ko talaga nakuha yung motivation na i-push tong pangarap ko. Hanggang sa ngayon na successful na ako na pro player. Si mama talaga hindi siya mahilig manood sa on-site kasi inaatake daw siya sa puso Pero nung nanood siya, malaking bagay yun kasi malaking tournament na kasi yung nasalihan ko nun, which is MPL na. And madaming taong sumusuporta na. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita ng magulang ko kung ano yung ni-risk ko yun. And nagtagumpay talaga ako dun sa pinurso ko na pangarap ko, which is paglalaro nga ng Mobile Legends. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita niya yung kung gaano kalaking community na yung ML dito sa Pilipinas. Sa mama ko, thank you sa pagsuporta sa akin. Tulad nga ng sabi ko, ikaw ang pinakadahilan kung ba't nandito ako ngayon kasi ikaw ang unang nagtiwala sa akin. Ang biggest rival ko talaga this coming MSC is Echo talaga kasi sila yung champion this MPL Season 11. And 2 beses na nila kami tinatalo sa Grand Finals. Pero lahat naman tinitingin ko as rival sa MSC kasi yung makakasali sa MSC is champion din ng mga region nila. Pero tignan natin kung this time makakabawi kami ngayon sa Echo. Sa Echo, sana tayo pa rin magtapat sa Grand Finals, and this time tignan namin kung kaya na namin talaga kayong talunin. Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin simula nung umpisa, sa mga agents, sa BY Spam, sa Kawais at sa Ma'am Shoes. Thank you sa sumusuporta sa amin. Sana suportahan nyo pa rin kami sa MSC, and sana makuha natin yung champion.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and maid. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
Greetings everyone! From June 5 to June 17, the MSC Guest event will be available in the esports channel in-game. Just log into the game and cheer for your team. Once you've made a guess correctly, you will gain a lot of MSC coins as a rewards.
You can use the MSC coins to redeem a brand new Atlas Rune Sentinel epic skin, a MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
Don't wait, join the event now.
How are the matches, everyone? From the 5th to 10th of June, the MSC Guest event will be in full swing in-game.
Join the event and you can make your guesses on who will emerge the victorious as champion team.
If your guess is correct, you will be handsomely rewarded with 1,000 MSC coins. You can exchange the coins for the brand new epic Atlas skin, Rune Sentinel.
A 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer, and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
More rewards are waiting for you. Don't hesitate.
Don't hesitate.
It's time to get them.
That's right everyone! From June 17 to June 18, as long as you log into the game, you can claim MSC Banner of Morale and the corresponding MSC coin rewards.
Use the coins you have to redeem brand new epic skin Atlas Rune Sentinel,
a 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth Mightiest. There will be other rich rewards waiting for you to claim.
So what are you waiting for? Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
រៀបចំសិក្ខាសាលានេះពិតជាមានសារៈសំខាន់
ហើយក៏ដូចជាខាងក្រុមការងារបានរៀបចំការងារយ៉ាងល្អ
នៅពីមុនក៏ខ្ញុំអត់សូវច្បាស់ដែរតែដល់ពេលគាត់និយាយថាបើយើងចង់ក្លាយជា personal player យើងត្រូវ set target មិនអីមិនមានអាជីពជាច្រើនដែលយើងអាចធ្វើការទាក់ទងជាមួយ e-sport ហ្នឹង
ខ្ញុំចាក់អារម្មណ៍លើ content creator បងចូលចិត្តខាង create video ខាងកាត់តអីចឹងបងលឺស្រីដែរតែលេង game ចឹងយាប៉ាម៉ាក៏អត់សូវ support មកទេប៉ុន្តែបើយើងមានគោលដៅច្បាស់លាស់ហើយយើងប្រាប់ប៉ាម៉ាយើងពួកគាត់នឹងអាចប្រកម្លាំងចិត្តឲ្យយើងអាចនឹងទៅមុខបានខ្ញុំបាន inspire ខ្លាំងទាក់ទងមួយចំណេះដឹងកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកខ្មែរយើងនឹងអភិវឌ្ឍច្រើនជាងហ្នឹងនឹងមានអ្នកជាច្រើនទៀតដែលគាត់បានស្គាល់ប្រទេសទៀតបង
My name is Leo Gonzalez, also known as Owl, gold laner of Blacklist International. Favorite hero ko si Claude kasi kaya niyang maging independent sa lane tsaka kaya niyang ubusin yung kalaban kahit siya lang mag-isa. Tapos secret pa akong gagawin yung team ko sa MSC. Tapos pinagkaiba niya sa ibang hero, kaya niyang mag-survive sa mga gank ng kalaban. Kaya niyang pumunta ng mid ng ilang seconds lang, tapos babalik ulit ng bot. Sobrang bilis niya rin mag-clear ng wave. Gusto kong maging superpowers is mag-produce ng pera para may pang top up ako. para sa akin, natatawag ang isang tao bilang hero pag nakaka-inspire siya ng mga tao. Yung real life hero ko is yung mama at tatay ko. Lagi nila ako sinasupport sa mga gusto kong gawin yun. Hindi ko naman po matatawag na rival, pero gusto kong ulit makalaban si Beniguete para gusto ko silang bawian na sa team. Kasi nung MPL Season 11 Finals, sobrang binagbog nila kami. Kaya gusto ko silang bawian. Siguro po yung plans namin, magbabatak pa kami lalo sa scrims tsaka sa RD para mga champion niyo. Salamat sa sumusuporta sa Blacklist International. Tsaka sana supportahan niyo pa rin kami kahit anong maging result sa MSC.
Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your heart, it's up to soar. Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your heart, it's up to soar. We're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal lengths. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us play. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. fight, blessed with tears and pride, ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky, keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination, feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion and emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's up to soar. Now or never, climb and rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning of madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise, as we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Start a fight, blessed with tears and pride, ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky, keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination, feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion and emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's up to soar. Now or never, climb and rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the betrayed. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Fatal lengths.
Welcome to MSC 2023! Welcome everyone to MSC 2023. My name is Harada Miki and I will be your host MSC 2023 today. And I'm here again with Gideon Q from Malaysia. Welcome to Phnom Penh, Cambodia.
Thank you, Mickey. It's my pleasure to be on the stage once again doing the opening with you.
Wow, how are you?
I'm doing fine, and obviously there's so many things that I would like to see here in Cambodia. We've got a lot of things happening today, though.
Wow, how about yesterday?
Yesterday was great.
Do you enjoy the game?
Of course. Yesterday's games were already amazing, and I'm expecting today to be even better.
Wow, okay. អញ្ចឹងដល់អ្នកនរគ្នាបានដឹងចឹងថ្ងៃនេះគឺជាថ្ងៃទី3ជាមួយនឹងវគ្គ group stage. So today is day 3 of the MSC group stage. Yes. អញ្ចឹងថ្ងៃហ្នឹងថ្ងៃទី3ហើយអ្នកនរគ្នាប្រកាសជាតន្ទឹងរង់ចាំយូរខ្លាំងមែនតើសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃទី3ដែលមានជាមួយនឹងគូពិសេសដូចគ្នា So do you want learn to speak Cambodian like
I would love to learn a little bit more Khmer. I know how to say a couple of words, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Could you teach me how to say today's day 3 of MSC 2023 group stage?
Of course, sure. But let me ask you one question. Did you just say more?
More.
Did you learn Cambodia?
Well, I mean, I can't help it. I'm already in the country.
Wow, it looks like you speak Cambodia very well, right? Yeah, just
I try my best.
Because yesterday you just say, oh, gone home with Mao, something like that. So okay, so now I teach you the new word.
Yes, please.
Ngày ní.
Rainy.
Ngày ní.
Ngày ní.
Chia ngày.
Chia ngày.
Tí bấy.
Tí bấy.
Nấy.
Nấy.
Where.
Where.
Group stage.
Group stage.
នៃការប្រកួត
នៃការប្រកួត
MSC
MSC
2023
Team Pop Pai Pai.
2023
Team Pop Pai Pai.
Yes. Wait, can you say that again like home with Mao?
I don't think I can say. Okay, here's what I can do. Home with Mao.
Oh, wait, ចាំចាំពេលគាត់និយាយ home មួយមកសុំអ្នកនរគ្នា home មួយ okay? Okay, okay.
Home with Mao.
Wow, so Gideon can speak Cambodia very well next time. I think I have to learn Malaysia also, right?
You know what? I'll tell you what. Let's do it right now. I'm gonna teach you some Bahasa Indonesia.
Okay.
All thanks to Miracle. He taught me a couple of phrases, and maybe I can help you out with that.
Okay. How to say how are you?
You can say apa kabar.
Apa kabar?
Yes. Whenever you say apa kabar, the person replying will always say kabar baik.
Kabar baik.
Yes.
Apa kabar is mean how are you?
Yes.
And kabar baik is mean I'm fine.
I'm doing fine. Yes.
I'm doing fine. Wow.
She nailed it.
No. Okay. So how to say I love you?
Saya cinta kamu.
Saya cinta kamu.
Yes.
Wow. Saya cinta kamu Indonesia.
She's a natural.
No, I'm not. Okay. អញ្ចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាបានដឹងហើយថាការប្រកួតបាល់ឆាកក៏ជាគូពិសេសដូចគ្នា So actually today I'm a fan of one team.
One team?
Yes.
I don't know about you because Mickey, you know what? Today, we have 2 Indonesian teams, and the tagline of MSC is See the World. So I'm thinking personally for me, which one of these Indonesian teams are your favorite?
Oh, I won't tell you. It's a secret. Hey, okay. So, all right, it's time for us to get into the game. We have 3 series to play today. You also can't wait, right?
I cannot wait. I'm super excited for today.
Also me. So the players are ready to compete. So let's pass the floor to the caster. Hashtag See the World.
Thank you, Gideon. Thank you, Harada Miki, for that wonderful opening. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSC 2023, where we are now entering the 3rd day of the series. Remember, guys, the group stage is only 4 days, so 1 more day left before we finally see the results of who gets to continue on to the knockouts and who has to end their tournament lives now. But of course, on the caster desk to, say hi to you in the morning once again, it's me, Eterna, alongside with
Mirko.
I was gonna say LaFell.
That's
LaFell.
I'm LaFell.
Yes.
I got swapped.
I know, we look alike.
Yeah.
We look alike, so it's fine, Everybody mistakes us for one another.
Yes, Mirko,
You know what?
as well as LaFell.
Honestly, looking at the schedule, right? I mean, we're going to look at it a little bit later. The entire day, I feel like it really shows how I'm feeling, right? All of the matches today, it represents me. It is pretty sick.
It is. Well, get well soon, LaFell. You're feeling unwell.
Get well soon.
No,
Hopefully
I'm
he
feeling
can
great.
get through the day. But
Feeling great.
before we start the day, we want to thank our sponsors. MSC 2023 is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors, because MSC wouldn't be possible without your support. We'd also like to thank all the fans that are tuning in to watch the tournament from all around the world. Do tell us who you are supporting in the comment section. Let's hype this MSC 2023 up. And to those who are in the arena now, let's go.
Let's hype this up.
Let's go now.
Most definitely, right? And if you're not in the arena too, it's all right. If you're in the arena, you probably have the MLBB game, and MSC 2023 is coming at you full swing from the 5th of June all the way to the 18th of June. You guys can purchase the MSC Pass to get all new skins like the Atlas Rune Sentinel. Complete the Daily Pass token, and you can obtain a lot of MSC coins and exchange those coins later for returning MSC skins that you've seen before that you probably didn't get, but you have the chance now. It's a Jawhead skin, Space Explorer, Leomore Triumph Eagle, and Claude's Earth's Mightiest. Other rich awards await you too.
Actually, I checked, and the only skin I didn't have was Claude, so I picked it up. And aside from those, you guys can also participate in events like the MSC Support Chess and Champion Guest. What are you waiting for? Join the MSC 2023 event and hashtag See the World, hashtag MSC 2023, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Bang.
Ooh.
My joke just now was pretty good, right?
Are we going to
solid.
be on the
Solid.
same desk again? We should coordinate that, right?
All
When he goes
3 days.
hashtag MSC, we go 2023 together.
And when it says Mobile Legends, we say
Bang, bang.
We'll coordinate that in the future.
We'll coordinate that.
It could be cringy, so, we'll try our
No,
best.
it's solidarity. It's unity of being a part of the MLBB community. We're serumpun right now, but of course, we have 3 matches ahead of us. We're going to kickstart this match back with RSG Slate and EVOS Legends from Indonesia. And the thing is about this group, sure, neither of them is actually going home, but we want to see who's going to be number 1 and number 2, because it will affect the seedings later. We are going to take a look at the group stage format in just a bit.
If MSC Day 1 was action-packed, Day 2 certainly doubled down with flashy plays. Toda went for an innovative Arlet Gold lane against Team Occupy. But it was all rival as the young jungler of Toda carried the team with impeccable assassin plays.
That's Wardle! Finds a 3-man hook under the turret to bring it back again. Ivan Rival picks him up instantly. He goes for a triple kill with Smile.
RSG Slate Singapore fielded a fearsome double sniper lineup with Oki and Roy. the Singaporean shooting star. The Singaporean representatives marched on and eliminated Phoenix Esports. Even though the M4 champions fumbled and dropped one game to an innovative draft by FIMP, the Orcas fought back and became the first team to advance to the knockout stage. What other impressive plays will we see? It is time to see the world.
Day 1 was already exceptional. Day 2 put that on a new, different level, right? We saw so many things happening, but for you in particular, Miracle, what stood out to you?
I think what stood out to me was RSG SG's crazy improvement. They have improved so much in just a short period of time since we last saw them at M4. They were always, after RSG SG kind of utilized their old roster in these international tournaments, they've never been true contenders. But now, with the new roster, with their new coaches, it does feel like this is a completely different, redefined, and refined RSG SG.
Yeah, we're going to look at Group B because we're going to see EVOS Legends going up against RSG Slate SG. And I got to say, man, looking at this game, I'm feeling like it is going to give that vibe of Mr. Bombastic, Bomba Fantastic. It's going to be a lot of clips, man. This is going to be an amazing game.
I've seen a lot of those clips before, right?
We got to look at the goalie matchup, man. Oki, Brands.
2 Indonesian gold laners, actually. One Mr. Bombastic, one's Mr. Oki.
He's pretty okay. Oki, he's pretty okay.
Yeah, everyone likes to say everything is okay with Oki.
Do they say that?
Yeah,
Do they really say that? We
Okay.
got to ask her. It's like, yo, what's
Yeah, everyone says that.
Maybe that's the new shot call for them. But also from the other groups, and this is the one I'm really hyped for. Group C, ONIC versus OP. We're going to get to see how Outplay performs in the international stage, and it's also kind of a revenge match here for them because they, 3 of them got knocked out by ONIC at M4.
And on top of that, right, we're also going to finally see Blacklist International, right? One of the other Filipino representatives here at MSC. Their performance, we want to know how they're feeling, what exactly kind of performance that they have in store for us today, and how exactly that's going to fare for OP. And this is it, the breakdown of today's schedule. Once again, 3 matches ahead of us, all best of 3s.
RSG Slate SG going up against EVOS Legends, and then ONIC from Indonesia going up against Outplay from North America, and Blacklist International will be going up against Occupy. For now, I gotta say, man, looking at all the groups, it does seem like no one is gonna get out of these groupings without feeling a little bit of sweat. Even Echo dropped the game.
Which is crazy.
That's true.
That was insane. I mean, if you guys watched the match yesterday, Fireflux Impunity came up, and I felt like without Rosa, it is going to definitely impact the team, but they were still able to adapt really well. We spoke about it in the room, LaFell, fighter mid was working so well for them.
And that was interesting, right? Because we haven't seen that in quite a long time. We've seen it a couple of times in MPL ID, but even then, that was really situational. Esme mid, don't remember what season we saw that last, but coming back, refocusing onto this upcoming match, it is going to be RSG and EVOS once again. And I gotta say, right, I don't know which way this is going to swing. EVOS have a tendency to be just, like they're not...
They start slow.
They start slow, but they're
Very
not consistent. That's the word I'm looking for. They're inconsistent. And for the other side, RSG, even from the get-go, they're strong.
Yeah, this is the survival of the fittest, definitely. Because again, honestly, even though they're from different regions, but I gotta say, as an organization, RSG Slate SG against EVOS is something that we've seen ever since M1. They're always on each other. And here's the thing, right? RSG Slate SG, I kind of feel like a lot of people wrote them off. They were like, nah, it's fine. SG, they're not going to do well. But after yesterday's performances, they actually have a good chance of actually defeating EVOS Legends.
Most definitely. I mean, again, EVOS Legends struggled up against Phoenix. So the fact that RSG Slate Singapore were able to 2-0 Phoenix, it shows you a lot. But here it is, the MSC 2023 Dreams Power Rankings and the Gold Lane internal ranking. So, okay, this is one for Dreams. So he actually rates himself at number 4. Very humble dude.
Wait, what do we think about this, right?
Actually, it's crazy because it's more or less the same except for number 5, where Dreams personally put Shark at number 5, But everyone else, like I would say, in terms of the production team, in terms of the talents, we put Humes at number 5. And yes, I know it says goal leader, but you know it's Romer. You know what? At MSC, we have a different kind of meta. We want to make sure that you guys are on your toes. We want to make sure that you guys are always aware of what's going on.
Pay attention.
Pay
so
attention.
this is similar to your rankings. You would put it exactly the same.
Yeah, I think it was exactly the same for the Romer as well.
Are you saying they just took your rankings and
Yeah,
ignored
I mean,
the rest of us?
For sure, for sure.
Oh, got it. It's pretty good rankings, though.
It is a really good ranking. I think this is the most accurate
You agree?
ranking so far. I'll agree to disagree with myself.
This is also one of the most humble rankings, right? Because
For
usually
Dreams.
when you ask a player, they either put themselves at 2, max 3.
It shows
Maybe
you
1, but for Dreams himself, putting himself at 4, is that good? Is that a humble mindset or just being underconfident?
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. After their SEA Games performance, it could have been just a massive, massive blow to their mental.
All right, we'll see how he feels right now in terms of just everything in general. How is Dreams feeling? How is Oki feeling on the other side? And we'll take to his interview.
Sebelumnya pandangan saya, mereka kan selalu paling top 8 kan, top 8 kan. Mungkin setelah kedatangan saya sama Lucian sedikit memberi sedikit gameplay dan playstyle yang berbeda, mungkin bisa top 5 and top 3 lah. Mungkin dari Eko, ONIC ID, Blacklist, Toda, sama RSG. Yang standing pertama sudah jelas lah Benny QT, karena dia sebelumnya M4 champion kan. Ya mungkin top 1 Benny QT, top 2-nya baru saya. Mungkin top 3-nya Ciku. Top 3-nya Ciku, top 4-nya mungkin dari Kambodia, Donat Express. Mungkin top 5-nya Power, Goldland Blacklist.
All right, so we
Wow.
finished discussing Romer rankings. We're now discussing gold laner rankings here at MSC. Now, you guys were very expressive in that. I'm going to ask LaFell first, right? What was that? What was that emotion?
No, honestly, the moment he said Chico top 3, I'm like, okay, you know what? I don't care about the rest. You know, it's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate. I'm not gonna lie, his MSC ranking, I kind of feel the same as well. But no Indonesians, huh?
No Indonesians in the gold lane power
Gold
rankings
lane.
because he did say ONIC is the number 2 team, right? So the fact that he's rating the gold laners from Indonesia not as high as the others, I'm really excited to see how he matches up, especially up against Brands, someone who has the title of King of Marksman in Indonesia.
He has a new title, Mirko.
Mr. Bombastic.
Mr. Bombastic. And you know what? I'm kind of curious. How are the players feeling? How are the players doing right now? So we'll just invite both of these teams onto the stage.
Well, Eterna, before we introduce the players, we're going to introduce our 4 marshals to officiate the first series of MSC 2023 Group Stage Day number 3. Rith, Shadow, Jot, and Alex will be here to ensure fair play and esports integrity. But it is time to welcome the Singaporean overlords as they are looking spicy and formidable at the same time. RSG Slate Singapore!
We just can't wait to see the RSG SG's players from Indonesia finally facing off against one of another as the Indonesian team.
The White Tigers are ready to roar and pounce their way to the top of Group B. Let's go, EVOS Legends!
EVOS Legends, they pull up a 2-1 defeat onto Phoenix. Will RSG sweep them 2-0, or EVOS Legends will show up and put RSG Slate SG down?
Whew. I mean, man, EVOS, they're looking really confident up on stage, but also Coach Kuja, Kun from RSG Slate SG, Age, and Taxstump. Mentally, I think they're ready. They have, read out the stage, read out the pressure, and with this, it all just comes down to how they execute their game plan.
Yeah, that's the most important, right? Because when it comes to the drafts, I didn't see anything that really stood out for me. I saw a huge level of creativity coming in from RSG Slate in particular, and talking about them, let's see their official team lineup. It's gonna be Oki, Bray, Diablo, Roy, and Lucian QT. And You know, I think I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. But the highlight player for me, because of that hero pool, because of how just impactful he was on the game, it's got to be Diablo.
Oh, you're talking about hero pool.
I knew it.
Dude, I've been surfing the net, and I gotta say, a lot of restreamers are like, Diablo only has 3 heroes.
Badang,
Benedetta,
Khalid.
Khalid. And in case they're banned, the Yuzong.
There you go.
So it's like 3 or 4. So
We like the uniqueness of it.
Well, I guess.
Sure.
Okay.
The creativity, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
like Lucian Cutie, man.
Same. I thought you were going to say Lucian Cutie with his performance yesterday, but he is going to be facing off against a team who's notorious for their trio mid lineup as well, especially with Taz popping off in the game against Phoenix. This is their main 5 that they're going to be bringing onto the stage. It's Brands, Taz, Psychot, Hijume, and Dreams.
Yeah, Captain Psychots himself, right? Are we going to see another just a considerable power pick coming in from him like the Yuzong that we're so accustomed to? Because when he gets his hands on these kinds of heroes, he can truly turn things around for his team.
You know what? Looking at the way EVOS Legends has been playing, I'm really looking at Taz because even if he's using the tanks a lot, he kind of opts for a first item damage item, making it so that he gives a lot of pressure for his team. And then, you know what? You guys have a lot of space. I've done my job early to mid. You guys handle the rest. But not gonna lie, at times it looks like, you know what? Even in late game, give it to me. I'm gonna handle it.
And he even was forced to build a Blade of Despair at one point up against Phoenix. I think it was game number 1 where they actually lost because nobody was really able to touch Benny in the back line. So the fact that EVOS Legends had to rely that heavily on their utility jungler shows you just, hey, I did not vote EVOS Legends.
You know what? At
All
this
right.
point, the voting is RNG.
All right.
Even we don't know.
All right, let's see, right? The talents prediction here, Mirko EVOS, Eterna EVOS, LaFell, RSG, SG this time. Whereas, you know, the Cambodian talents all go for EVOS. And I've been hearing that Mengli has a bit of a caster curse as well going on for him. And even the manager of EVOS said that...
Oh, okay, thank you. Hey, that's why we have a global producer. There you go.
In the middle of the graphic, it changed.
I love that. I love that. I love my global producer, man.
Shout out to the global producer, man.
Shout out. But yes, it turned out perfect timing. Yeah, now RSG Slate SG. Thing is, I don't even know if it's Mere Curse or Mere Bless at this point. I have no idea. And the fact that he showed me going for EVOS and then RSG, I think it's 50-50 now, right?
Is it really fair for it to be 50-50 though? Because looking at everyone's prediction, a lot of people are looking at EVOS, but again, usually the minority wins. How does it feel, Mirko, to be the minority?
Huh.
We're the minority.
We are, but I think it feels good.
Yeah, it feels pretty good.
When we're on the desk together, usually we get it wrong, which is a curse, that means.
So weird. Why are even our faces are the same?
Yeah, we look similar, body type similar. I play like Brands too in ranked.
Really? What about you, Eterna? What you feeling? What you feeling about this game?
I'm feeling nervous, honestly, right? I mean, looking at EVOS Legends yesterday, the way that they played, it's getting scary, right? Because if they continue on with the way that they go about these series, where they kind of drop off in that first phase, since momentum isn't necessarily on their side, it might be troublesome going against a team like RSG Slate, who feeds off that kind of momentum.
The momentum is going to be very important, honestly. For RSG SG as well, you can see that after winning game number 1, it just felt like a different RSG. They were able to go for these crazy picks like the Badang as well, because sure, even though it is a comfort pick for Diablo, you don't want to pick that up randomly. It was saved for the last pick, and the fact that they were comfortable enough to bring that up shows you that they need that momentum. They need to go for solid picks in game number 1, opposite to EVO. So it's literally, they have a different playstyle altogether.
My personal analysis looking at RSG Slate SG, because they have Lucian Cutie on the team, it really does allow Diablo to use whatever he wants, because if we're looking at all the other teams, it's usually the EXP laner has the initial setup, and then the roamer will counter setup or protect his backline, you know, the mage as well as the marksman. But here, because Lucian Cutie, he can go into the fight first, it gives space for Diablo to wait out all of the skills, and then he comes as a finisher. So I kind of feel like because Lucian Cutie is in the team, it really activates Diablo. You know what, Diablo, whatever you want to do, I can provide the backup for you because I'm going to take your job as initiator.
But on a different like the different way to see it is that Diablo is very dependent on Lucian QT, and that's actually something of a, I would say, a weakness that EVOS Legends can exploit. So if you shut down Lucian QT, you shut down the initiation potential coming in from RSG Slate. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the drafting phase of game number 1.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, for the drafts, RSG SG. I actually spoke to Diablo yesterday after their match. I asked them, who do you want to target down from EVOS Legends? And he said, Brands. So it's already very interesting to see. Brands has been getting a lot of hate recently for the way he plays in the game, for the little mistakes that he's making in the game. The fact that RSG want to target him, it shows you that either he or RSG look at him as the weak point, or he's the strong point.
Or they just want him to tilt. Because at a point,
True.
you want to win, but at the same time, sometimes winning isn't enough, you know? You want to get into their heads, and it is going to be a best of 3. I kind of feel like in a best of 1, G strats are great and go for your favorite picks. But I kind of feel like in best of 3s, momentum is very important. And now we're looking at both teams. Interesting point. They're doing the bans very slowly. They're really thinking about all of the picks and bans here.
There's a lot of respect, in my opinion, here coming from RSG Singapore, right? Taz has been a monster when he's given heroes like the Lancelot, right? So they don't want EVOS to get their hands on it just yet. EVOS respond the same way. Bray on the Fredrin yesterday was also a sight to behold. It was very difficult to get those objectives away from him. So the Fredrin gonna be the choice of ban here from EVOS.
Something very interesting to me is the fact that RSG, they have never played up against a glue because they always ban it first. And for EVOS Legends, they're always on red side. They really enjoy being the second pick to enable that counter matchup to get picked up as the last pick.
I kind of feel like banning out the glue is great just because Diablo wants to make sure that he can have a very good laning phase. That's number 1. And number 2, the thing about the glue is it's very annoying to deal with when he wants to go for your mage, when he wants to go for your marksman. And as we talked about, Lucian QT wants to go in front. Same thing as Diablo. So Oki as well as Roy, they kind of have to take care of themselves. So I kind of feel like something like a Lapu, something like a Yuzong is going to be very, very annoying. But if you're picking your poison, they would rather go against the Lapu, rather go against the Yuzong, than going up against the glue. And like I said, they got to make sure that their backline is safe. They even ban out the Fanny.
They might have to ban out the Joy too. Looking at EVOS Legends, up against Phoenix, their bans have always just been Wanwan, Joy, and Glue. Now, I don't think that was the Joy, it was actually the Navaria. That was, yeah, I mean, we saw what Roy was able to do
Diablo's
on the
smiling.
Navaria. Diablo's smiling, so maybe he has a... what is he thinking about, Eterna?
You know what? I don't really think that the Joy ban needs to be banned. I don't know. Is it
Really?
in the arsenal of Diablo? Can he utilize that hero? I mean, you mentioned before the game started when we were talking about the team lineup that he has a limited hero pool, right? So maybe EVOS, they're trying to capitalize over that fact. The Novaria definitely the wiser ban, in my opinion, here. And RSG, though, they're going to go straight for the Kaja. So a comfort, a power pick for Lucian QT as well. Still sitting at, I believe, 100% win rate so far. And like we mentioned, right, Diablo needs that setup, and the rest of his team needs that setup, and that's where they're going to work with. They're going to work on with the Kaja.
Looking at this, it's an interesting point talking about the Joy because I've seen RG Slate SG play, and if the Joy is picked up, it's going to Bray. Bray is going to be one using the Joy, making sure that he gets those kills, and then the objectives will deal with it later. Now that the Kaja has been picked up, this does kind of limit, honestly, Brands quite a little bit because if he's playing, if the entire team is playing weak side Brands, meaning like they're not going to give a lot of attention to Brands, he might get caught quite a bit. And picking out the Beatrix as well as the Valentina, what do you feel about this, Mirko?
Yeah, I mean, picking up the Beatrix early has been something that a lot of teams have been doing, right? Most notably, Phoenix with Benny, they always go for the Beatrix, and RSG actually did the same thing to deny that pick away from Benny. So for EVOS Legends, I know Brands, he does play this Beatrix a lot in MPL Indonesia as well. What I'm concerned with right now is the fact that they didn't pick up the Joy. And with the Kaja already picked up for the side of RSG, Slate Singapore, the Joy is really going to be able to just free flow around unless EVOS go for Franco next.
I wonder if Bray can play Joy in the jungle.
Yep, he can.
All right, well, there's your answer. But here, they actually go for the Martis instead. So still flex, in my opinion here. Carry is going to be the choice here. Not exactly the best lane for the carry against the Beatrix. And maybe they're anticipating these heroes coming in from EVOS and trying to deny it with the carry pick?
I think when it comes to the Joy, this is the first game of the best of 3, and you kind of don't want to take a lot of risks. And I personally feel the Joy is quite a big risk, especially when you bring it into the jungle.
Yeah.
A lot of damage, sure, but the moment you enter a team fight wrong, especially because you have a Kaja, it's a single target setup. It's not an AoE kind of setup. So I kind of feel like the Joy is going to be pretty dangerous, right? Unless it is a clear 1v1. And now, Bray, he has an opinion on the MSC meta.
Yeah, he says, I hope in this MSC our team will go as far as the top 4. I'm not expecting too much from us because the results in international tournaments weren't that good, but with the upcoming and new lineup, I hope we can achieve better results compared to last time. So far, they're on the way to do that, right? Because even last year at MSC, again, RSG, they didn't have the best of performances, but looking at RSG now, it feels like a different one. And like you mentioned here, the Franco gets picked up.
Yeah, it has to be the Franco. When you go for this kind of, when you are up against someone like a Martis, anti-CC, you need someone to have some CC that can actually lock him down, which is a suppression that you can bring with the Bloody Hunt. If you go for the Kadita here, I think the Martis was a really good deny pick away to actually take away the chance of that Kadita showing up. As we all know, EVOS Legends really enjoy going for the Kadita Yuzong combo that has now been completely taken off the board, and EVOS are actually the ones who ban it out. So yeah.
While we're doing this analysis, I just got to give a quick shout out to the fans here in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, because again, like, here's the thing, it's not a Cambodian team, but every single team that's playing, they give huge support, man. But yeah, going back into the draft, interesting enough, EVOS themselves, they banned out the Kadita, so I kind of feel like they're putting a lot of eggs on the brand's basket, which is very interesting because for now, we still don't know what is going to be Taz's hero in the jungle. I love the Yuzong ban. Full respect on the Psychots.
Yeah, Taz is quite versatile, right? He has played the assassins in the jungle, he's played the fighters in the jungle, he's played the tanks in the jungle. So for him, being last pick surely is a surprise factor that EVOS does have.
I think I spoke about this with Leo and Gideon. Yeah. EVOS Legends, for Age, he always has that one player who he's able to implement his mad scientist role into. For Bigatron back in the day, it was Renball with the Gord, with the Johnson. Now for EVOS Legends, I really do feel like that mantle has been given on to Taz because he's the one who's always being given these weird kind of picks. Tankito, Arla jungle, even in MPO Indonesia, and that's something that EVOS want to play with. Again, the reason they go for the second pick here for the red side is to ensure that good matchup for either XP or gold lane. Now that they pick up the gold lane, the jungle will certainly come first, in my opinion.
Right now, because EVOS, they banned out the Farsa, I'm actually looking at RSG Slate SG. This is kind of a good pick for them to pick up the Eve into this kind of matchup. I mean, like, sure, you're going to give over the real manipulation onto the Valentina, but I kind of feel like it's fine. And if people are questioning the Kaja as well as the Eve, they don't exactly work the best together because it's not an instant burst. But the fact that the Kaja as well as the carry is there, I kind of feel like if RSG Slate SG, they have a mid laner that can take care of itself, clear the wave very fast, I kind of feel like they can really build up the tempo and start punishing the lanes of EVOS Legends.
Yeah, it kind of makes it seem like they're forcing RSG to pick it up at this point, right?
Yeah, true.
Farsa, Navarre, Kadita, those are the 3 heroes that Roy really likes to utilize in that mid lane, and all of them have either been taken away or banned out. So yeah, all is left is Yves at this point. He can go in for the Lilia, but even that, it isn't as powerful in the way that you mentioned. But here, EVOS go in with a Minsittar pick, 20% win rate so far.
Minsittar hasn't really been too good on the MSC stage. I think the last time we saw it was Phoenix, I believe, on the Minsittar against EVOS Legends. So he also brought it.
I think Maru used it as well.
Oh, Maru used it as well. But the last time we saw it in XP was Royal Milk on Phoenix, yeah. And the way they played it with the Minsittar was really weird because you always get split push and the mobility for the Minsittar is just not there. RSG have a chance to just pick up a good matchup and bully the Minsittar to do the same thing EVOS did to Phoenix.
Right now we gotta look at Diablo's face because talking to the Singaporean casters, they're like, if you see Diablo laughing, yeah, it's gonna get a crazy pick. The Eve, as expected, is picked up and 100% on this Khalid. Diablo putting in work.
All right. That's 2 out of 2 though, right?
I mean,
well,
100% is 100%.
Depending on how this match goes, but I think it's a little bit different this time around because last time Lucian QT was on a hero that had more AoE CC. This is a little bit more single target. Sure, there's going to be some vulnerability on the Beatrix, but it's not going to be a wombo combo like we saw before. I want to see how that works and how they actually are able to utilize that hand in hand.
Looking at the lineup, I kind of feel like we got to look at the emblems Diablo uses, because if it's a more survivor-centric kind of thing, he can't go into the backline. He can't start the initiation. Listen to the crowd. They're reacting very heavily towards this Ling.
Expect the Ling to be a little bit different though.
Okay.
Because, I think the standard Ling will still just go full damage. You want to go for the Killing Spree emblem and you want to just build assassin items. But,
oh wow!
What?
Dude!
Singapore?
Yo, what's up with Singapore and Myanmar? Like yesterday, Singapore, they were rooting for Phoenix. 49% of them were rooting for Phoenix, and this time it's happening again. What's going on in Singapore?
I guess there are a lot of EVOS Legend fans in Singapore.
Well, EVOS Legends technically is a bit like Singaporean.
Yeah. EVOS is a very big name in Singapore. I just like the fact that it's not one-sided, man. Even the audience, they're like, yeah, it could go either way. It could go either way, and that is what we want to see. I really want to see RSG, Slate, SG. Can they pick up the tempo? And I want to see how Taz is on this link.
I have a guess. I think it might just be Demon Slayer Ling going full tank. It's something we haven't seen before.
Wow.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 1. The seeding of the teams will be right here. We will see who goes and becomes the first seed of the group, but it is going to be the Killing Spree, so nothing too fancy for Taz.
And on that note, right, Diablo once again with the Master of Assassins, so that's just permanently Diablo's favorite emblem. He's going to utilize that either way, but even on your screen now, Dreams on the Franco. We haven't talked about this, right? He is such a nuisance. He knows how to pressure that jungle, and he is going to try to prevent Brave from popping off.
The thing about the Franco, man, even if you're doing everything perfect, the Franco will force you to do a mistake. It's either you're not engaging at all because the fear of his the fear of the suppress, or he will just dislocate.
Displace.
Thank you very much. Displace you.
He's not a shoulder.
With your iron hook. So honestly, the Franco, even if he doesn't do anything, it's a fear. The fact that EVOS, they have 2 ways to engage is crazy.
Well, don't know about this dive right here. That's going to be the damage coming through. First blood for Oki. Beautiful dive, but he does lose Bray in the process, and that is an expensive trade. Brand's actually cleared the wave earlier too, so he doesn't miss out on much.
Yeah, they're trying to put a lot of emphasis onto Brand, right? I mean, even in the interview, they're saying that they want to put a lot of pressure onto him. So far, he's feeling that pressure. It does inhibit him just a little bit, but knowing Bronze, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But Roy here, all right, nearly gets taken down.
Honestly, for me, looking at how Taz has been playing this MSC, I kind of feel like mid-game or during this best of 3 series, RSG, they gotta switch their focus, man. I think they gotta go for Taz. You can't let this lane scale up, man. It's very, very dangerous.
It's almost like Brand's the weak side now for EVOS Legends. They've completely adapted and shifted their playstyle. Diablo now going to just give that XP onto Roy, as Hijime has hit level 4, but they're not actually going to go for this turtle first. They want to give Taz some more room to play with, and 10 seconds is on that purple buff, so they might not even be able to fully contest for this turtle that is already spawned in, that is already half HP. It's a free turtle over to RSG down below as well. Brand's going to be targeted down. That's going to be Dreams flickering forward, not able to find the Bloody Hunt. Perfect spacing from Oki to deny that pick away, and RSG get a free turtle.
Yeah, there's not much of a retaliation response coming in from EVOS. Perhaps they don't want to go in for anything too aggressive, but this is exactly the playstyle that we expect from RSG, and it's surprising, right? Because you put something like a carry in the gold lane, you think they're going to be a little bit more passive, but either or, Oki has just been very active, but Taz goes in.
Good read onto Lucian QT. Oh, he actually canceled out the Divine Judgment with the Tempest of Blaze. Brand is standing in his real world manipulation, but Dreams finds a good hook to trade it 1-for-1. Gold lane for the Roamer. Roy still just standing there, providing Oki with the support. Who's it worth for?
I gotta say, I think it's worth it for RSG because they did what they aimed to do. They gotta take down Brands. They were able to do that. If they were able to take out Taz, that'd be amazing. But the fact that they gave a kill onto Oki as well as Roy, they will be able to hit their first item first. But the thing is, even if you do hit your first item first, what are you gonna do with it? If they stay passive, not doing anything, it feels bad. But if they got their first item and they go very, very aggressive, especially around neutral objectives like the turtle, it's gonna be very good for RSG.
That was insane though. Did you see Taz cancel out the Divine Judgment?
I saw.
Taking a look now at the in-game equipment, right? We're 3 minutes in, and you can see that the Beatrix hasn't really reached that power spike yet. Already Fury Hammer to give a little bit of an edge in terms of damage, but oh my god, losing Kitty goes in again.
No follow-up just yet. Heedrum is forced to flicker out though, so that is a pretty good trade over. They're already going in, right? Is able to steal away the orange buff. What do you call it?
Grand Theft Purple.
No, orange.
Oh,
you
man,
had
I did
one
it again.
I gotta
Orange.
say, Eterna's red hair is amazing though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her hair is
We're a
amazing.
little colorblind on the caster desk right now, but that's too. What?
Good Divine Judgment forcing a flicker. It's just a flicker battle. It's a battle of bait. Thing is though, Taz now
Roy
have a little bit of retribution. Oh, Dreams with a good flicker bloody hunt onto Roy. Iron Hook as well to go for the trade. And it should just be 1-for-1, but Oki's still free farming really well down in the gold lane.
Yeah, speaking of which, right now he's able to take quite a lot there. Dreams probably looking for a hook, not gonna hit. Oki able to dodge Brand's sniper shot as well. Right now looking at the goalie, not much difference here. And I actually like what Mirko said. Everyone's just trading spells for now. Lucian Cutie able to get Dreams.
Oh, beautiful Bennett's Rage. Oki gonna be targeted down. Gun down a bit. Iron Hook onto the back. Lucian Cutie falls. And Taz picks up a double. Picking up all the blades. Now trying to get away. But Diablo shuts him down just as he enters the turtle pit.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade in favor of EVOS Legends though. So the aggression coming in from Taz is going to pay off. Luckily enough for him, there isn't really much of objectives that are on the board for him to contest. So his death, not so bad, I would say, as we take a look at the replay here in just a few seconds.
Yeah, looking at the replay here, we're going to look at what happened down at the bottom side. A very, very good counter engage coming in from EVOS because they kind of feel like, okay, they're overextending. Oki really wants this turret, and we're going to take advantage of that. The fact that Diablo got a kill there was actually very, very lucky. But I got to say, man, Lucian Cutie on this Kaja has not been having the cleanest of engages just yet. We got to see whether that will change or he just not comfortable enough on this hero.
That's actually a good question, right? I'm not really sure. I mean, this is his power hero, so he should be comfortable. So the question is why he isn't able to perform at the level that we expect him to. Is it because of the counter engage potential setup coming in from EVOS? Is Taz being a little bit of a problem, or should that focus be centered on Taz instead?
It's been the mechanics, I feel like, because Lucian Cutie, his Divine Judgments have been clean, but on Taz, it just seems like he can't get a grip on Taz. Good Tempest of Blades, good timing for Taz that has been able to deny Lucian Cutie a lot of these engages, but Cyclops going to be walking up there. Divine Judgment onto him instantly now with the Raging Storm as well, but look at Iron Hook connecting onto Bray with a Bloody Hunt as well. Cyclops still able to survive somehow, some way, but EVOS Legends will probably have to concede this turtle. Taz goes up to the top lane, will try to look for a turret trade instead, and RSG, perfect neutral objective control so far.
Honestly, we can look at the items, but the thing that actually made it so that Cyclops could survive, number one, is the emblem Tenacity, giving that extra armor as well as magic resist, and the fact that he was able to heal up. Now Lucian Cutie taking quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, RWM is well placed down. Lucian Cutie forced to flicker. Not too sure. They were trying to go for the turret, I believe, but he doesn't have the Divine Judgment. Bray walking up, understanding there's no Bloody Hunt, but Lucian Cutie walks up again with low HP. Gets completely punished, and that's another trade over to EVOS Legends. Oki barely gets out of that one with the recalls, and it's EVOS Legends in turn who find 2 turrets for free.
All right, okay, that was weird, right? Because he didn't even have any resources to utilize. Not really sure what he was going for by coming back in. And these little mistakes, they are going to be capitalized by a team like EVOS Legends. So they need to be very careful when it comes down to that.
The thing that I think what he was trying to do is Bray kind of wants to fight there, and what he wants to do is actually hit his first skill onto multiple targets, his Ring of Order, to make sure that he's reducing the damage. But now Taz is going down bot. Oki.
Good sandwich. Taz again, he takes out Divine Judgment with a Tempest of Blades. What is this man made of? You do it once, sure, you do it again right now. And Cyclops just walks up to 2 members. Bray and Diablo don't deal enough damage right now, as that's going to be the Renner shot onto Bray. Poking him down, good dodge, away from 2 skill shots. Down below, Taz just chunking at that turret, but I'm going to have to see the replay again. Did he actually cancel that? He did! He canceled it again, the Divine Judgment.
What? I want to know who hooked it, right? Was it Psychot's hook or was it Dreams' hook that landed on that final member from RSG? But that double combo of hooking coming in from EVOS, it's insane, right? That pressure, that mental play that EVOS has over RSG, it's definitely making them sweat right now. As we're taking a look at the in-game equipment, that is no longer on the screen. But LaFell, did you see anything that stood out to you?
Yeah, very interesting. Lucian Cutie does not complete one item yet. He has 2 steel leg plates and 1 magic robe, which kind of understands why he's not that tanky just yet. In the early game, sure, it's fine, but now, 9 minutes, he should be completing at least 1 core item.
They've already baited out a flicker from Roy. Very expensive right now. EVOS Legends have the gold lead, but Bray still feels confident in going for this 50-50. That's the conceal already. Psychot's moving in forward. Good cancel on that conceal. And oh, it's an iron hook and a bloody hunt! Diablo flickers forward with Raging Storm, only finding Dreams right now, but the RWM is doing some damage in the back. It's going to be Oki who is going to be able to free hit Light right now, but Taz takes him out. It's a double kill for Mr. Bombastic. Taz looking for the red tree. It should just be free. There's no Prey to play with. Brands is gunning Diablo down. And EVOS Legends, they find the lead in the game.
Right now, EVOS, they're controlling everything. And I kind of feel like what Eterna said, this team really looks at Lucian Cutie to be the one to engage. And the fact that Lucian Cutie is not having a good game right now, it really does limit how RSG Slate SG is playing. Now they got to look at either, okay, Lucian Cutie, you got to step up, or Diablo, now it's your time to shine. Because right now we got to look at the instant replay, because so far, Lucian Cutie as well as Oki, they are good at targeting the targets that they should be taking down. But look at the response. Taz quickly goes in, and free damage. Brands this time doing a very good job staying out of sight. Free damage, making it so that it's a very clean trade for EVOS.
Yeah, the double hook potential from EVOS, it's just deterring any potential setup that RSG had initially planned. So now they have to go for a different route, but on the top side...
Gun down, Diablo, not given a chance to survive that one. The bloody hunt just used up Psychots and Dreams. This double hook combination is really giving RSG a run for their money.
And now looking at the situation, Lucian Cutie almost got caught. RSG Slate SG doesn't look like they can actually do anything, because 4 kills total for their own team. Bray 0-2-1, Lucian Cutie 0-5-3. It does seem like they haven't been finding avenues that they can punish the mistakes coming in from EVOS, because every single time that they got a kill, I kind of feel like it's on the bottom side of the map. So it's only playing during the oh, but now Lucian Cutie.
Oh, not sure about this engage right now. Is everything committed already? Diablo's going to be hooked into the King's Calling. Wait! Find the Iron Hook, brings them back into the King's Calling, but Dreams will fall as well. Right now, XP for Rome. EVOS Legends, I think they're going to be able to take that as Brands. Oh, he's bombastic, all right. He's feeling it this game.
I feel it in my bombaba.
Bombaba?
Yeah. You don't know where that is, huh?
No.
Yeah, same. I didn't learn that in biological class.
Eterna, you went biology.
Yeah, you went.
Yeah. I'm just scratching my head right now. But going back into the in-game equipment here, 5,000, 6,000 gold lead for EVOS. Man, this is looking a little bleak for the moment here for RSG. The problem is, like you mentioned, right? Lucian QT not having the best time on the Kaja. Great. Diablo needs to step up. Great. But even then, EVOS are already on it. We saw that EVOS instantly turned their heads, found Diablo, caught him off guard, and took him out of the Land of Dawn before they even went for the team fight. So how are they going to do this? What should RSG do?
Honestly, they got to find a way to make sure that Oki can deal out safe damage, because every single time he wants to deal damage, Taz is on him. Like, it looks like Taz has 4 eyes, where he's looking at one Divine Judgment, one looking at where Oki is, one's looking at the Lord, and the other one is looking at Brave, Roy, and Diablo. Is like, okay, someone's going to come after me. It's going to be good. If they find a way to stop Taz, that's going to be great. But so far, I don't see it happening.
How?
Exactly, I was about to ask.
RSG,
because I said I didn't see it happening.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you are colorblind, so I don't know if I want to see or rely on your vision right now, LaFell. EVOS Legends, though, they're utilizing their gold lead so well. Dreams gets caught by the Divine Judgment, brings him back, but he has the Immortality. He bites it in time. What are EVOS on? Suddenly they just turn around, but Hijime gets caught. That's something that has happened before against Phoenix. A comeback could be possible. These little micro mechanical mistakes are coming out.
All right, that's a good step in the right direction for RSG, right? Taking Hijime down, making the battleground a little uneven for EVOS, and on top of that, Oki now already has that Wind of Nature. Will that help him to prevent that kill pressure from Taz?
I kind of feel like it's not enough. It really is not enough. He himself needs some help. But I've been proven wrong quite a lot, and now the Lord has been started by RSG, Slate SG, Lishikiri taking quite a little bit damage, and Taz is still hiding. No one knows where they are. RSG, they're not opening the map. They don't know where Taz is.
They're banking on a full team fight. They want to go for a 50-50 right now. Taz is walking up, and he finds the Retry! Walks in and gets out. Brands is able to escape, but Roy, with the real world manipulation flicker combo, is going to be able to find them right now. As Braves jumping into the back line, zoning them away, giving space for Oki to free hit EVOS Legends down. The RWM comes down again. Braves able to escape. Psychot gets back up with his own immortality. And RSG, I think they got the better trade.
Even if they got a better trade, right now the Lord is pushing. Hijime looks at Bray, wants a kill. It looks like Bray is able to survive for now. And it looks like RSG, they have a way of thinking. It's like, we're losing, we gotta force things to happen for us to win. Because looking at that situation, I kind of feel like it's not an optimal way for you to approach the Lord fight. But the way they're thinking is like, Taz is not going to show his face. We got to force him to come out and then maybe try to get a kill.
Yeah, the bait game, right? They have to be the masters of baiting right now here from the side of RSG. Now, the thing is, one of the main problems that I see from looking at their gameplay right now is the fact that nobody can really check their bush, right? Lucian Kuti goes in, he gets chunked really low. That actually negates the pressure that RSG is supposed to have with a pickoff onto Brands. And so who's supposed to do that, right? Is it supposed to be Diablo? Is it supposed to be Bray? But if Bray gets picked off, that's also bad for them. They can't take neutral objectives.
Not gonna lie, I kind of think it's Bray. I kind of feel like someone has to bite the bullet, and the thing is, Bray is a little bit more tankier compared to everyone else. Diablo is not as tanky as Bray. Lushikiri at this point, 0, 5, and 6, not that tanky as well. And the thing is, the Martes can use his skills to avoid some crowd control. So the only way that you can stop him is by Dreams using his Bloody Hunt. And if that's out of the way, Diablo can safely go in. So it kind of feels bad as a jungler that you have to sacrifice yourself, but that's kind of one of the options that I'm looking at here. Looking at itemization as well, right now, funny enough, they're not really putting much investment in terms of magic defense. Right now, Bray is not really looking at Hijime as a threat.
And that's interesting, right? Because he built full damage. Clock of Destiny, you have the Lightning, Divine Glaive, and the Glowing Wand to top that all off. That's a lot of damage, and not just damage. The cool thing about Hijime on the Valentina, and that we've seen a lot in MPL ID as well, is his creativity when he uses his ultimate as well. And so far, he's been able to just pave that way, right, for EVOS in those team fights.
And I think from the items there earlier, we saw the reason RGSG hasn't been able to really open up the map that well because Diablo is just not in a position where he can do that. Sure, he does have that sustain coming in from his second skill, but he built Melphic Roar and the Heptaseas here. So he only has one defensive item as an XP laner who also brought Master of Assassin. He's really squishy.
Here's the thing. I've learned from a few coaches, it's very interesting, everyone has their own philosophy. One of the philosophies that I've heard, if you're behind, if you're losing, might as well just build full damage. At least you have a chance to win a team fight. And if you're ahead, build defense because you just don't want to die. So right now we can see the philosophy here coming in from RG Slate SG. They're like, okay guys, we're kind of losing. Now we just gotta hope for a very good team fight, and for that to happen, we need to have enough damage.
Yeah, on top of that, I think that's just Diablo's style. He builds full damage, he goes in Glass Cannon on his EXP laner, but Lucian Kuti goes in.
Oh, it's only on the Dreams though. I'm not sure about that. Raging Storm committed real world manipulation as well. 3 big ultimates traded in for 1 Roamer Flicker, and guess what? Lucian and Diablo both use Flicker as well. EVOS Legends can just, again, reset up, and they'll have the resource advantage.
Oh man, I said RSG need to bait these resources, but EVOS are actually the masters of baiting those resources. It's confusing now, and it gives EVOS the advantage. They should go ahead and get this Lord, honestly, at this point.
Let's see, Roy and Oki are playing really well right now. Dreams is already very low. Roy's gonna be caught in the King's Calling, but Bray's gonna be targeted down. Lucian QT in the midst of it all. Diablo finds a Raging Storm. That's forcing Taz to go for the Temple of the Blaze. Now Retry battle. Who's gonna win it? Bray! for the first time in this game in a full 50-50 retreat battle, but Taz does not want to let it go to waste now. Jumping on Oki, Bray takes it for the team, jumps in with the Mortal Coil. Now he still has the immortality, jumps in with the decimation as well. Cyclops will lose his immortality as the real world inflation zones. EVOS Legends away, but Roy comes back in. He wants to hunt them down one by one. That's a hook from Dreams. Brands, one more shot. Taz, you don't need the shot. I'm here. That's a shut down. Oki goes for the nature. He's trying to escape, but Taz and Taz.
Dude, 9-1-5. Taz is the real problem here. Again, we saw RSG. They understand the situation. They gotta take a risk. That was a pretty big risk because now only Lucian Cutie is here. The minion waves. Diablo is now back. So should be EVOS not being able to push this and end this game right now.
Yeah, luckily enough, they had to take down that Lord in the top side, right? Or otherwise, that wouldn't have been enough time!
Oh, Dreams is a nightmare for RSG right now as Hijume stuns Diablo up with his own ultimate, the Raging Storm.
This is brutal, right? Okay, EVOS have 3 combos. Okay, 2 combos, right? One is the double hook, and it's not just a single hook. For Mincetar, for Cyclops, it's an AoE hook, whoever's in line. Second of all, it's the classic Franco and Beatrix combo, right? You get the hook, 100% that person's gonna die because of that burst damage coming in from Brands. And I don't know, man. At this point, RSG, help me out here, LaFell.
Yeah, we're gonna look at an instant replay here, and Roy being very aggressive because even if you look at the mana, it's actually not that much. And I don't know, wanting to expand your skills, trying to kill Dreams. I don't know behind the scenes what Dreams is doing to this team, but every single time they're looking for this guy. Like, did he take their breakfast or something?
Probably,
right?
I mean, we do have good breakfast, so maybe they just stole it away from him, and that's creating a little bit of drama.
Yeah.
Tension.
So, because I was saying, okay, you targeted Brands, then you got to target Taz, but it looks like they mistook Taz for Dreams. They're just going for Dreams, man. I'm like, I don't know.
And Dreams is going for them, man. The bloody hunt lock spray down. He's very low already. Taz in the back has the immortality. Pops in the time of the blaze just to disengage as Diablo is in the midst. Gets taken very low. Now, oh, Taz! Cleo! And it's another hook from Psychots. What a brilliant display of skills. But RSG are back with full HP. Brands is going to take it down. Oh, it's a flicker by Diablo. And Lucian QT finds that kill back. It's a good trade in. XP for gold. But now, EVOS Legends, they keep on going. Bray's very tanky. Roy can still go for the kite right now. No Oki to play with. They need to be very careful with the waves crashing down on them. And Roy, no flicker.
Dude.
No flicker. He goes for a intrusion. Is it going to be enough? Roy is down. Lucian, Cutie, and Bray all left to defend. The Tigers are pouncing, but Taz, he doesn't want to leave it to chance. He goes for the Evolved Lord.
That is such a disciplined decision from Taz, right? I mean, knowing Taz before, he likes to go in for those crazy skirmishes. He likes to go in for those kills, try to go for a 50-50, but this time he truly is respecting his enemy here. He's going for the objective instead and allowing RSG a little bit more time to, just breathe at this point, right? One inhibitor turret down, and oh my, Taz is a monster, and he goes in for more damage?
11-1-6. Right now, RSG, in terms of protecting their base, I kind of feel like it's going to be quite difficult here because even if you can deal with Taz, but just the range coming in from Hijume as well as Brands, it's going to be quite a lot for them to handle. Right now, we're going to look at both Taz as well as Bray in terms of the itemization, quite different here. Now, sure, Bray has an Athena shield, but dude, even the gold per minute, man, it's way too different.
Look at this build. He went for Corrosion Sight, something you don't really see a lot from Ling. So he knows he's doing enough damage. What he's lacking is that chase potential. So he's trying to slow people down with the basic attacks, man.
8,000 gold lead for EVOS, and that's starting to make sense. A GPM that high on a jungle as Concealed Play is gonna start. Let's see what they can do with it.
Bray's holding on to that Mortal Coil right now. Pops it right now, but in the back, Lucian QT finds Brands. He falls under the real world manipulation, and Diablo collapses under. Taz is still free hitting right now, so Oki's gonna be able to dash forward, actually flickering out of there. Bray with decimation, trying to chase Psychots down. Diablo following it up. That's the immortality from Psychots. Taz is waiting in the wall right now, but he can't do anything to save his friend as he gets taken out. What a play by Lucian Cutie.
Is that a caster curse working? Because I'm like, yeah, there's no way that they can protect this, but so far they've been doing quite well. Now the goal lead only shrunk by, say, 1,500. Now Taz No one's
What
really,
is he doing?
No one.
Oh, he's in the bush.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought he was just standing there, menacingly.
Yeah, but dude, Roy went. I was like, wait, was that Ling?
Did I just see a Ling standing there?
That was like 10 seconds.
That was
It was
very
a jump
delayed.
scare. It was a
very
jump scare.
delayed, yeah.
That was a good 10 seconds he was there. But look at this. RSG claiming what is theirs. They're going in for the start in the mid side. And it looks like they want to commit for more. The Diablo's in the top side though.
This is a good siege from RSG Slate Singapore. They're doing it really well. And I think what's really impressive from RSG Slate is the way they're actually using the limits, right? Once you get a member down, once you have an advantage, they never just stay in the base. They are always trying to look for these proactive plays, even though they were 8,000 gold behind.
Wave management is going to be very key here. It's going to be very, it's a crucial thing for RSG Slate SG to take care of, just because EVOS right now, looking at the base of RSG Slate SG, they have no protection, man. And you have a Ling here.
Yeah.
Like, again, like the game could have been over before you're like, wait, what just happened? Why is the camera panning to our side of the map?
You know, ironically, it's usually EVOS that has a map problem.
Oh, really?
So we'll see what happens. Like,
Wow.
hopefully, from what they've learned,
Okay.
they're going to be like, okay, let's keep an eye on the map. Because we see that Diablo is being very active on those side lanes, right? He's trying to push as much as he can. And there have been a lot of moments where coming into the late game, right? We're already at 24 minutes. And this is where EVOS kind of blindside themselves.
Okay, Bloody Hunt only onto Bray. He has the immortality. I'm not too sure about this. Lucian Cutie finds Brands. They fall under the real world manipulation. And Oki just goes ham in the back. Dreams will fall as well. Lucian's still chasing Ijume with a desperate real world manipulation. But look at Diablo. Look at Oki. They'll be able to take the immortality out. Hijume buys the winner, buying some time. RSG Slate Singapore, again, they do not want the Lord. They've come for one thing, and it's the base that is now wide open. Taz looking for a Hail Mary play. Lucian Cutie, good wave manipulation right now, good awareness. Taz, not spotted in the bush. He's not spotted in the bush right now, but he will still choose to recall. Psychox is going to be engaged on. Oki finds the killing spree. Taz, 11, 1, and 6. It is not enough.
Dude, what?
RSG have done it. They have completely, come back from an 8,000 gold deficit.
Amazing.
Against all odds.
Incredible, incredible performance. GG RSG as they lead the series here. Wow.
Dude, I'm an analyst and I have no words. I have no words.
The crowd has words. They're all cheering RSG.
The only thing that I can say, man, late game is very dangerous. Any kind of mistakes, man, winning out those team fights is actually more insane compared to taking those neutral objectives. And what a game! What a game!
I love it. I love it. It just gives, it like reiterates the fact that even if you're leading from that mid, that early game, nothing is for sure, right? RSG, they kept their composure, they stayed in the game, they kept level-headed, and this is the result that you get for doing so. But, right? Best of 3 series, EVOS usually loses the first game.
True.
Yeah,
There is still a possibility for the comeback kings themselves to go full reverse sweep, but back again. Ladies and gentlemen, what was that game?
I mean, right now, LaFell, it seems like we got the bless going on, man. And yeah, Minority.
Wait, who do we vote for again?
RSGSG.
Oh, we did?
3 EVOS, 2 RSGSG.
Minority wins.
Minority wins.
Minority wins. For now.
For now. That's a pattern right now. And again, though, EVOS Legends, you can never count them out, but what we can count on is Lucian Cutie, because Lucian Cutie was having a horrible game in the start. I think no one can deny that. He was getting picked off, and he was playing very uncharacteristic to the Lucian Cutie we saw against Phoenix yesterday. But when it mattered most, he didn't disappear. He's not the Avatar.
I mean, technically Conceal, you kind of disappeared for a while. But again, I get your point.
Yeah.
I get your point. We got to look at a lot, honestly, Eterna in this game, because even we were talking about who's going to check the bush, who's going to be the front line. Bray was the one front lining, which I did point out.
Beautiful.
He took everything from EVOS, and then the rest are like, yo, we're free, we're going in.
Yeah, finally that paid off, right? Roy was finally able to deal out that damage, right? And finally we can see that, Oki had a little bit more to say in the game. But like, I really want to know like what occurred in those team fights, right? I really want a little bit more of analysis there as we crown our MVP first. It's a Lucian QT on the Kaja.
Good MVP choice.
Not how you start,
it's how you finish.
Exactly. That's what everyone keeps telling me.
That's Lucian QT's motto. He told me yesterday when he took breakfast.
Anyways, 1, 5, and 11, pretty good KDA, but KDA is not everything, man. Like, again, he enables the team. If he didn't engage that way, because again, looking at the situation, it was very good for EVOS. The fact that Bronze was caught, that was the mistake. And the thing is, it's not by choice, right? The Kaja forced him to get out of position. And then, okay, Bronze is not here anymore. I kind of don't care about the rest. Oki could just throw all of those beating
plates.
all of those plates onto the enemy side and then get all those kills.
Like, to be fair, I think 5v5, the composition for RSG, in my opinion, works better, right? So they were able to capitalize over that fact. And we'll see it in the replay as well. Whereas EVOS, they're really good at those pick-off kind of comps. The strategy was better, in my opinion. It worked a lot better. But that wombo combo, like we see there, it just works for RSG a lot more. And that's when they started to win those team fights in those late games.
Looking at the fight again, seeing how Taz plays, this is one of those situations where if you're just playing ranked games and you're doing quite well, you're going to screenshot it, upload on social media, and it's like, guys, this is what happened. He had an amazing game, but then, honestly, the turning point, right? Number one, sure, Bray got a front line, he got to take the brunt of the damage, but then after that, the re-engage coming in from Diablo, coming in from Roy, really helped out. And I kind of feel like the push here, this is the craziest thing. And I don't know, man, having a win like this, what does it do to your mental state, man? Like, you must be feeling good. You must be feeling real good.
Especially Lucian QT, man. Again, after having such a, I would say, disastrous early game, to come back full throttle and to still have the mental capacity to make those crazy plays happen. Because if you look at the team fights, for the most part, he's always invisible. He's not there. And then he comes out just right in time when everybody's distracted enough. But, LaFell, I want to give a massive shout out to Bray. Because that steal, I think, started it, right?
Oh, definitely.
Without that steal, without that retribution battle that Bray won, I think it would have just been GG.
Looking at the kill score, you wouldn't have thought that RSG Slate SG won this one. But yeah, we got to look at the itemization, because for RSG Slate SG, they start up pretty slow, because Lucian QT started off with 2 Steel Lake Blades, which did translate into the Dominance Ice as well as the Blade Armor. But the real thing is, once they start having some magic resist, then they can do well. I'm talking about Oki as well. The moment he has Rose Gold Meteor, then he can actually fight against the composition coming in from EVOS.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised there. Rose Gold and the Immortal, right? So very defensive, very respectful of the output of damage coming in from EVOS.
I'm looking at the goal, man. 23,000 goal for Taz.
Yeah,
23K.
11, 1, and 6. He died once. Dude. He died once in this game. It's literally Taz versus the world. It was a 1v9 almost in this game. He was really carrying in these team fights. But what I do want to talk about is the Beatrix, right? Although I completely understand as we get towards the later stage of the game, selling boots is something you want to do. But in this particular situation where you're always getting caught, I feel like that mobility should have been there for him. At least if it's not boots, I would expect, maybe an immortality, just an immortality. You can swap the Wind of Nature with the immortality. Or at this point, they just need something defensively. Wind Talker as well, just some mobility, some movement.
Looking at this, Taz is the rich guy, 924 gold per minute. Hijime dealt a lot of damage, but again, I want to emphasize, during the early and mid stage of the game, RSG, they did not build any magic resist. It's only towards the end of the game that they're able to actually handle against Hijime.
Like the thing about the Valentina is like you don't feel the damage, right?
Yeah.
You don't really notice it until you see these stats, right? 113,000 damage dealt, even higher than Diablo, who built full offensive as well, Brands as well. So it's an oversight, in my opinion, from RSG, and yet they still won.
This just shows, man, itemization is pretty important, man.
Very, very important, right? Very, very important. And again, I think just those little things, you're juggling your items, and one miscalculation, just like the no mobility, really hits you.
You know what? Looking at this kind of play, I'm really interested to know what Diablo has to say because this is an amazing series. It's going to be an amazing best of 3. So with that being said, we're going to go over to an interview with Diablo.
We are a team that is easy to predict from the past tournament, so I wanted to be unpredictable. So for other teams, because I will feel like I would want to be something like how Todak plays, like unpredictable play style, you know. So it's easy to catch enemy off guard, but it only works once or twice. So I'll put it to the best use.
Very interesting. So even he admits that his off-meta picks can only be used once or twice. And I think we mentioned this, right? We talked about it already before we went into the game. But so far, it still has worked.
It has worked. I mean, still with the Khalid pick as well, it really does feel like RSG, they can stick to their comfort picks. And remember, momentum, right? We're talking a whole lot about game number 1 here. But RSG, they're known to start really strong and they end really strong. Meanwhile, for EVOS Legends, they start a bit slow and they end strong. Now, which one's going to be stronger in game number 2? Because a comfortable RSG is a very scary RSG. We might see something like a Badang come out again as the last pick here.
I don't know. I'm actually impressed you guys could actually watch the interview, man. I was lost in his eyes.
Oh.
Were you lost in his eyes?
You were lost in his
No,
eyes?
I was listening to the interview.
No, because there was like subtitles and stuff. And I was looking and it's like, you cute boy. I should not say that live, should I?
No, maybe not. Maybe not live.
It's all right. I'm kind of sick. I'm not going to use that as an excuse.
Okay, it's fine. But like,
not sick that. Like,
Diablo is your medicine, bro.
Sure, why not?
It's a good medicine. I mean, looking at him, especially how he plays.
On? Like,
I just want it to sit for a bit.
No.
I want that to sit.
No,
I want that clipped.
No,
if possible.
No,
you know who you are, right? But yes.
Dude. Here's the thing. You know,
wants to go.
I'm gonna say
he's gonna prolong it. Let's give it to him.
As a dude, I just appreciate the strengths of other dudes. You know, good eyes, good hair. He smells nice too.
Plays Khalid. I like how you mention everything except for his gameplay. What are you saying?
Oh, wait. What
are you saying here?
Dude, he's using Malaysian hero, Badang. Hey, saved by the Badang.
Okay. All right.
Sure. They don't be creeped out, so that's great.
Okay. Well, I mean, there he is again on screen for you if you were, missing him. But coming into game number 2, right? What kind of things are we expecting? What reparations can be made?
I think it's just really micro mistakes that they were making one
So
by one
EVOS
individually.
or RSG?
EVOS for sure. The team that lost game number 1, right? Because that game was in the bag. Similarly to game number 1 against Phoenix, they had the game in the bag, but they lost it completely. How? Because they're inconsistent. Something you mentioned very early on in this matchup, and something we mentioned all the way from the first match that EVOS Legends played in MSC. They are really good, but they are inconsistent, and that's the thing right now that they need to fix. Up against a team that is consistently good, that can consistently be proactive and doesn't get tilted, like RSG, it's not working out.
You know what's a funny fact?
What?
Before we came into this tournament, they're in the same group, right? So they said that this group is the group that is filled with most teams that are most inconsistent. So EVOS Legends are proving that they're inconsistent, but RSG, not so much.
So in this situation, in the rankings, you don't want to be the number 1 inconsistent team.
You don't.
You want to be last.
You do.
And last was RSG.
Wow, sometimes losing is great.
Especially for RSG, man. They learn a lot and they look in the mirror.
This can be taken out of context, man.
Right.
Right.
You know what can't be taken out of context?
What?
Everything, never mind. But we're going to get into the game once again. We're going to be talking about what's happening right now, okay? Because I thought about it and I pulled back.
Let's take a look at the players a bit. Let's
Oh,
see
of
how
course
they're
you
doing,
wanna
right?
take a look at the
That's
players.
the focus right now.
For sure.
They're looking like they're thinking really hard here.
Thinking out of their minds.
They're drinking out of their minds as well.
All right, let's actually get to the game back again, right? The players here, the way they've been playing, I think for RSG especially, it just feels like they were waiting for mistakes. It really did feel like they were waiting for mistakes, but they weren't responsive. They were proactively looking for these mistakes to happen, but still waiting for it to happen. Like the engagement happened, Lucian Cutie was not spotted on the map, and EVO still took the fight. They still went in, leaving Brands all alone, and even Brands wasn't really aware that Lucian Cutie was gone. And is that a strategy by Lucian? It's like, I play really bad at the start to make them think that I can't play Kaja.
Mind
and
games.
then
Mind games.
Oh, but there's
Dynamames.
the General's return.
Oh, wait.
Dlar last played in the
okay.
international scene in M3 World Championships, having a runner-up finish. Will EVOS legend sub him in? I thought that he was being subbed in.
I was so...
Production, why'd you gotta do that?
You did us dirty, man. Look,
Dude.
you did Dlar dirty. Even he thought he was going to be playing.
Dude, I was having like a moment where I kind of feel like I'm healthy again. Why'd you gotta do that, man?
So Dlar is your medicine.
Yeah.
If he plays. But unfortunately, the medicine's not here yet because Dlar is not playing yet. Unfortunate because, again, yeah, he is the M3 runner-up.
Okay, if we want to have a conversation, right? The only conversation that I want to talk about, EVOS, why couldn't they end the game? Because they were at prime position. The Lord was on their side. Everyone's alive. Why couldn't they just go in and hit the crystal?
I don't know. It felt like they couldn't crack the base, no?
It just
the
felt
high
like
ground coming in from Roy.
I don't think that's it. I think they just tunnel visioning because I feel like that was definitely an end game moment. The fact that Lucian Cutie was not spotted should have given them enough information that, you know what, maybe they're looking for a flank because why would the roamer not be in the base when the base is getting sieged?
Any of you want to take this one?
Good point.
Oh!
You want to take this one?
Yeah, I'm taking this one.
Give him the title.
Mr. Bombastic demonstrates remarkable proficiency in dominating the strong side of the gold lane, and I feel like that's something we haven't seen for EVOS Legends in MSC because they're not playing strong side gold lane.
Yeah. Where are they playing?
They're playing strong side Psychods or all-in Taz, which was the strategy in that game that didn't work out.
Kind of work out. Technically, it worked.
It worked.
But they just couldn't end the game. It's not how you start.
It's how you finish.
Exactly. Shout out to mental health.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the drafting phase of game number 2 between RSG Slate, Singapore, and EVOS Legends, Indonesia. Can EVOS prolong the series? It's going to start from the drafts.
Adjustments in the drafts. Do we need it, LaFell?
I kind of feel like no.
You should.
Oh, never mind. He said he should.
Okay.
I mean, I guess.
The hero doesn't agree with you.
Yeah, I guess Fredrin is the one answering for us. Thank you very much, Fredrin. You know what? We have a seat here in the caster desk if you wanna take part. Pretty good looking guy as well.
We have Frederick in the desk.
Yeah.
We have Fredrin in the game.
I'm Ayman. Is there any hero close to named Ayman?
Badang, close
Amon.
enough.
Amon.
We have Amon.
Dude, I'm good looking in the game, man. I can burst people out.
All right. You can see here
Okay, maybe I should
RSG
move on.
and EVOS, they have opted to go for the same side here coming to game number 2. Glue once again banned by RSG. Here EVOS Legends swapped things out a little bit. It was a 1-1 ban and it's now a Fredrin. Will RSG continue with the Lancelot? I do think they should, and they do.
There's not much other picks to go for right now in the bans, right? I mean, for RSG SG, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Glue Lance Fanny ban worked out really well, and especially considering EVOS Legends want to go for that 1v9 strat, getting the Fanny out of their hands is definitely really good because RSG struggle in the early game.
I just wonder, based on what Lucian Cutie showed just now, even though he got the MVP, do you think that EVOS would look at it and be like, Kaja has to be banned? Because again, we saw that RSG was willing to take it first pick.
I don't think so, but...
You think that they just let the Kaja off, right?
I think the Kaja should still just be let go. I don't think it's that prio as well. I mean, looking at the patch notes as well, you know, Kaja has been nerfed a couple of times, so the Kaja really shouldn't have been that efficient. We haven't seen that many Kajas in MSC, so
not much.
RSG was, I think, the only one that made it work so far, right?
1-1 still open.
They're not going to let it go, I think. It's a bit too risky. I mean, Oki was a menace.
But last time, right, RSG, they had to ban out the Fanny. So if they don't, I don't know, this is tricky.
Honestly, I kind of feel like Fanny ban is fine.
Yeah.
Because,
don't change.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like you got to give a good time for Oki as well as Roy. And I kind of like, Fanny doesn't give you a good time. Never mind.
Here you go, see? There's a difference here.
In the future.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A few seconds.
A few seconds in the future?
Few seconds.
That's still pretty good, man.
Okay, but EVOS...
What was that? Okay.
It's giving you, like, a little bit of...
I don't know. What was that?
Validation.
Wait, I mean,
but I want to move on to a different topic.
That's how you give validation. It's like, okay. I'm
how
gonna
you do
use
it.
that. I'm gonna use that.
That's how you do it in Indonesia because
Oh.
EVOS Legends right now, they see the 1-1 ban, they're gonna say,
Yes.
okay, I'm gonna go ban for another hero, maybe a Fanny this time, because Bray is known to play Fanny. I actually met him on a Fanny in Ranked.
I can see the future as well.
Yeah, the Kanja ban comes out, so you guys are, okay,
We got a
future man.
synergy. Eterpel,
Okay. Fanny?
Lana, Leterna.
Okay. Are Laterna feeling Fanny here for first pick for RSG?
I don't think we're spick.
I don't think so.
But then Taz is just gonna take it.
That's true. That's true.
And Taz is a really good Fanny.
You're not a good fan.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
I
neither
don't
of us
think
are. Neither of us are.
Fiodak is a really good Fanny, and even Kyrie said he was the best Fanny, but
What else
think
is open?
Taz.
Do you want the E first pick?
The Yi first pick could
Kinda
definitely
dangerous, right?
could definitely be picked up here for RSG SG. But the
Yeah,
Oh, dude, you know what?
Bro, what in the world?
All right,
Dude, look at the screen, man.
Man,
the
dude.
screen can't even believe it.
Dude, no one can believe it. You know what, Merkel?
I thought help. Yeah.
I'm taking off my headset. See you tomorrow, man.
See you tomorrow, man. Eterna is gonna be solo casting for the rest of the day.
Okay.
No, never mind. Okay, but the Valentina comes through. Flexibility is the name of the game for RSG SG. They want to utilize that flexibility and they want to dictate the draft.
Yeah. And now EVOS can just go Fanny. Fanny and
Eve?
Arlet is open.
Arlet? Oh.
Fanny
Dude.
Arlet. I think if they go Fanny Arlet, though, the Mincetar is really gonna be a problem for them.
I wonder if Diablo plays the Mincetar. I kind of feel like he should, just because it's not too meta. That's kind of like a requirement for him. It's written somewhere in his contract.
He needs to play off-meta heroes or slightly off-meta heroes. Oh, this time you're wrong. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. The Veramis comes through and the Melissa as well. Now, picking up the Melissa early, I'm not a big fan of that, especially picking up a Veramis and a Melissa, because a hero that's good against Melissa that's also really good against Veramis is the Claude, and we can definitely just see that picked up right now. Good in laning phase against that Melissa, and these team fights, Cole Alter is going to disappear.
Dude, the logic that I can see is like, there's no way they're going to pick up the Eve. So it's going to be pretty safe for the Faramis. I mean, like, sure, you're going to give the Alter over to RSG Slate SG, but I've seen CDs before where they say the original is always better than the Cetak Rompak.
Than the copy.
Than the copy. Thank you very much.
I'm nervous.
Same.
What are RSG gonna do here?
Time and
Go for
tide
the
was
Beatrix.
driven
Okay,
by
so not
Oh
Early
my
Badang?
god!
Badang
If you're
early?
clumped up, fist crack, baby.
Early Badang, man. I feel proud. Let's go, SG.
Man. Beatrix, Badang, they really like their Bs in RSG, Slate SG.
Valentina.
Close enough, man. EVOS Legends, though. What are they gonna go for now? They have a Faramis and a Melissa.
Diggy. Double roam comp. I don't know. It's a possibility.
I mean, it is.
Against the Badang, I think it's not that great. Because you don't cancel the wall, right?
Yeah, especially against the Valentina.
True.
Honestly, Florian or Estes, if you want to go for a support.
I honestly feel like they should just get something that can honestly
Kufra?
disengage for them. Kufra, not a big fan of the Kufra here. They're going for the Lapu.
All right.
Lapu against Badang. How's that matchup?
It's whatever.
They're both very reliant on level 4, no? So in that early game, is it just like a skill matchup then?
Honestly, yeah, it's definitely a skill matchup because here's the thing. If the Badang is very patient, waiting out for the bravest fighter to time out, and then he can get a very good face crack in, then yeah, I would say he would win the trade. But in the early stages of the game, they're just kind of like, sit on the bush, look at the minions die, and then you're just last hitting.
Okay. Maybe emblems create a difference?
That's true.
So I'm assuming Diablo's gonna go normal, right? He's gonna go Assassin, and then Unbending Will, Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, most probably gonna be not Unbending Will.
Festival of
Festival of Blood.
Should be Festival of Blood for Psychons. He always
shouldn't
goes for that.
The Lapu Lapu. Okay, I don't know. We'll see here. Coming to the second phase, the Lolita does get banned. I think it's a really good ban. Like we saw before, Diablo still needs that possibility for that initiation engage first before he goes in. So last time we saw the Kufra being paired up with the Badang. There's still other possibilities here like the Lolita, so they want to take that away straight up from the get-go.
I'm looking at a team right now. Kuja is smiling a little bit too much right now. It tells me that
everything's going a bit too much into like the plan.
Like the Badang is not the surprise pick. You feel me?
Among the
He's having a big
nervous.
Right?
Yeah,
It's like, oh.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? It's like
Even Roy is like, hey, this Valentina's going jungle.
they must feel safe. But Badang, I mean, who knows, right? Maybe they're like, huh, the Badang is giving them a false
They're
sense
not
of security.
Todak though.
But
They have unique picks, but they're not Todak, are
Yeah,
they?
they're RSG Slate Singapore.
Yeah. Yeah.
They got a different name. But anyways, right? With the Yves here, they are actually predicting the Fermis to go as a roam. I think they're really just forcing this Fermis to go as a mid laner with the Yves ban. And with EVOS Legends' ban, I actually expected the Claude and the Lolita to be picked up instead of the Badang Beatrix. So the Lolita is definitely something that can counter the Fermis, clumped up compositions, and even the Atlas. So two roamers who can really punish this clumped up comp has been taken away. But the Kufra is still up for grabs. My guess right now is EVOS Legends just want to take it away from RSGSG.
Based on their reactions, I don't want to guess their draft.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point,
I don't want to guess their draft.
You want to enjoy it?
I just want to enjoy it.
They're giving us Todak vibes. But Todak usually doesn't smile when they draft, right? They just type in the in-game chat.
They give a very good poker face. After they pick it, except for one. One hero that Chiku will not be able to hold his facial expression and he will actually smile. Minsitar Gold Lane.
Oh man.
Oh, Kadita.
Yeah, they're forcing it. They want this Fermis mid.
Okay. But I don't know. I feel like without the Ling ban, there's a possibility that EVOS can just pick it up again, right? The Beatrix is so susceptible to the Ling.
It is, but honestly, after that game, after game number 1, and after looking at the composition that EVOS Legends are building for, they are looking for a teamfight comp, right? Maybe they want to just go for something a bit safer in the jungle. They have a Melissa already picked up here, and yeah, it's going to be the Kufra. They want to pick it away. Just as I said, they do not want RSG.
I said it.
We said it.
Oh, God.
I said it like during the Lapu Lapu pick.
Yeah, but I said it as well.
Okay, you know what?
You know what? I said it too then.
Okay, never mind. You know what? No,
Feeling left out.
Well, you call out the Valentina greedy.
Okay, RSG, right? Final 2 picks. Jungler and Roamer should be. Who can lose in QT play? Kufra's been taken out. Lolita, who else has AoE? Minsitar? But I don't know if I like it.
Minotaur! Oh my goodness, Minotaur is definitely a good option.
There you go.
Let's go!
Now, there you go. It's the Minotaur. It's an
Let's
alpha!
go.
That's why they were smiling.
They were smiling.
They have an alpha Minotaur Badang. Welcome to Epic! I mean, MSC 2023.
Dude, this is Malaysian man, come on.
Yeah.
We play that around here.
It's okay. It's a Fanny though. It's a Fanny. There's no lockdown for RSG. They're going ham. Lapel, they're going ham. Eterna, they're going ham.
They are.
I'm happy. I hope Leo's watching because Leo wants to see the alpha jungle.
Wait, what's with the Alpha Jungle, by the way?
Oh, it's very strong. Just because your ult, if I'm not mistaken, Alpha Spear, the cooldown is so low, so that basically every 7 seconds you can engage, which is insane.
All right, that's
And
insane.
true damage. And true damage.
And true damage?
True damage. Every 2 attacks that you do, basic attack or your skills, and your skills have very short cooldowns as well. So every single time you're attacking, it doesn't matter what defense you have, it's true damage.
Man, I'm excited now. I'm even more excited now, and the crowd is excited too here at the venue at Phnom Penh and Cambodia. But look at the smiles, right? On the side of RSG, they're feeling it. This is an experimental draft, but they're feeling it.
Well, here we go. Let's see if it can work out. Ladies and gentlemen, MSC 2023 Group Stage Day number 3 with a lot of surprises. RSG SG match point up against EVOS Legends.
Looking at the situation right now as well, Bray used the Retribution very, very early, so that does show that they just want to get level 4 as fast as they can and then try to get an engage. Again, they did say they want to look at brands. I'm wondering, do they want to target that lane again and again and again with this alpha pick?
I think so. Fast clear, faster rotation, good trio mid in this game. RSG wants to dictate the pace. They do not want to give EVOS Legends that space, but Dreams, I thought he was going to channel it into that bush. Saikat's going to be caught here. That's a knockup on the Hejume. Roy's doing some damage. Diablo's rotating really early, and Bray, I think, was the one who took the letho, right? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I gotta say that Diablo is one of the most active EXP laners. Taz goes in.
Oh, Lucian should be dead here. Diablo's trying to displace him. Good flicker from Lucian QD. That's good displacement from the side of Diablo. Getting him out. Bray still wants to go for some more. That's some good damage. Dreams has the flicker, will choose to use it. And there's already 2 battle spells used early on.
True damage, he entered with his ult, and I kind of feel like he's going to come up very, very soon. The clearing speed coming in from Alpha is insane, and looking at the items here, he is going for a Molten Essence, so I kind of feel like it's going to be like 1 or 2 tanky items, and maybe 1 War Axe, maybe even a Hunter Strike. We'll see his flavor.
Oh, they're looking for a dive. Good flicker burn, and again, it's the opposite. Now it's RSG who are burning flickers from EVOS.
Yeah, they're very aggressive here. And even now, oh man, Oki's already having a really harsh time though in that top lane with how much range Brands has, and Tans isn't making it any easier.
But so far, doing quite good. The Minotaur heal is actually helping out quite a lot in the fact that he clears the minions very, very fast. Even if they get a kill, they can't really get anything more than that.
Free Turtle as well. RSG playing really well. They know that EVOS Legends, what makes them strong is their kill pressure. So they're going to go for neutral objectives. They're just going to give their weak side laners just some solo time.
The only thing that I want to bring up is the fact that the emblems here really makes a difference, because Taz now with the Master Assassin and Bray with the Demon Slayer, we can definitely see the clear time is so different between both junglers, and that really affects the side lane. So the fact that Bray not only has a faster clear, but the fact that he is not afraid to go for those engages really sets the tempo here for RSG.
I feel like it's a little similar, right, to what we saw in the previous game. I think in the early stage, we saw that Ling was also a few levels behind Bray at some point, but here we go on the top side.
No flicker communicated in, and it's first blood from Bray. Good minion fury right now as Taz jumps forward, baits out the altar from Roy. And it should just be a disengage from RSG. Slate Singapore with Bray having a 2-level lead. He's going for another steal right now. Taz doesn't have the retribution. It's going to be Bray who just punishes him here, invading early.
Yeah, so far it's looking good, right? And Lavelle here, with Brands picking up the corrosion, is that going to change the matchup with Beatrix a bit more?
With the amount of pressure, I don't think so. 1v1, sure, but right now looking at the situation, everyone is clumping up. I think it's going to be very, very difficult. Dreams doesn't want to go in just yet because, again, even here, Taz not doing well against Diablo. Never mind.
Never mind, never mind. It's the caster curse almost instantly there. He didn't even give
I'm
you
sorry,
time
Diablo.
for it to set, man. You said Diablo's winning. Taz, no. I have the Master of Assassin too. He can burst him down. So now Psychot should have a little bit of lane prio. And RSG Slate not really going to be trying to utilize that pressure down below to that top lane.
The problem is, right, with the Fanny being in the hand, oh, gotta wait here. Psychot's still able to get away though, gets a little bit of damage, but coming back to the point is, with Taz being on the Fanny, he should be able to roam around the map a lot faster, right? A little similar to what we saw in game number 1. So even though, let's say we feel like RSG Slate is having a good side lane chance, there's a possibility that Taz can just displace that, and we saw that happening there where Diablo was nearly taken down. But right now, Diablo's actually doing the same thing onto Taz, but he doesn't get it.
Close. That was really close to it being a Grand Theft Purple, okay? RSG Slate Singapore, they're doing a Grand Theft Turtle right now, and they are taking the turtle for free. There's nothing EVOS Legends can do, just simply because Taz is a level below, and Brands. This is the thing about the Melissa-Beatrix matchup. It is very much in favor of Brands on this Melissa until level 4. If they equally get level 4, Lucian QT, Minion Fury, Brands, you might have to go away, but it doesn't get you out of the CC! It's Bray with a Spear of Alpha! Taz coming down, Roy's still going to be able to dish some damage as Bray comes back in onto this fight. 2 for 1, Brands down for Lucian and Roy.
Right now, looking at the situation, Ray, he plays this Alpha like he doesn't care. Dreams catches him.
Revenge in the Rage. Good disengage, but that's going to be the Shadow Stampede. Bring them back. Bray will fall to Hegeman. Down below, Diablo should just be slain.
Oh no way.
One more shot!
Diablo!
1v1 fist crack.
Caster curse. You did to me that I did to you.
You did. Diablo did Taz dirty.
Yeah, but Diablo did that, right? Oh my god, the outplay Taz must be starting to tilt a little bit, right? Come on.
Dude, like a lot of interactions we're seeing here as well, that we saw Bray kind of helping out his team with Dreams, pushing Dreams away, but the fact that Hijime pulled him back in is crazy. But now, looking at the situation, 3 for 3 in terms of kills, but in terms of goal, it's really not that equal. 2,000 goal lead at 6 minutes. you can actually feel the difference here.
Yeah, it's starting to show, especially for those side lanes. But Diablo goes in once again, and this is... he might be in trouble though this time, Mirko.
Okay, he can't get out of this one, right? Oh, no, Caster Curse off for now. EVOS Legends gets that pick off pretty easily as Taz also rotates down below. They're leaving Psychots alone up top against a Beatrix here. They might actually be able to look for a cheeky pick, but they're actually just going to rotate over, perhaps towards the mid lane.
Okay, Taz still 2 levels below, and this is right as this turtle is going to spawn, right? So my guess is that RSG, they're going to get it uncontested once again, but what would be the focus for EVOS here?
I kind of feel like if Taz could execute someone, that'd be great, but with all the crowd control they have here, it's going to be very difficult. So perhaps they just want to bait out a lot of skills, and then Taz goes in and try to 1v9, but it's going to be very difficult because RSG, the moment that they use their skills, they actually do get a kill. So it's going to be pretty difficult for them to bait them out.
Oh, that was so close. I was thinking that it's going to be a 1v1 with Diablo and Taz once again. So, in your opinion, do you think that the Fanny pick into RSG's composition was a little too risky, maybe?
Yes, because here's the thing. It is a skill matchup between Badang as well as the Fanny because the Fanny is going to get pretty much stun locked. But the thing is, if the Fanny has like a minute, a second, a millisecond, right? You can spam on the walls and then you can get those return kills. But the thing is, the thing that really changes things is the Alpha as well as the Minotaur. So, personally for me, not my favorite pick. Personally for me.
I agree, especially considering that, you know, Taz has been placed on utility junglers for the entirety of MPL Indonesia Season 11. Every time he picks up an assassin, it really normally doesn't work out for him. So putting him on a Fanny, a hero that takes so much pressure. I think we spoke to Ken about this.
Yep.
Playing Fanny on stage is very different. It's very hard to pull it off. And with that experience, I don't know, Taz still able to escape from that spear of Alpha. But it's RSG with the complete control right now.
Yeah, still a 2,000 gold lead right now for RSG. I guess what they can do for the moment is try and look for objectives on the side lanes, but even then, it's not as simple. Look at Diablo's positioning, right? He knows. He's smelling out where Taz wants to go for that split push. And if that 1v1 happens again, it's going to be a little bit more difficult as Dreams is charging here just in anticipation.
Honestly, looking at a draft, there is a possibility that they could win, but
no
never mind.
Way, Diablo!
There you go.
I guess the Badang cancels out of Fanny, but now Lucian Kitty goes in, and it looks like he's going to get punished. No!
Oh, two-man Meteor Fury! They get the Turtle's Rage! It's Roy who seals it away! Oki's doing some damage right now. Branch is trying to do the same, but Bray takes them down! Psychops will fall, slain away by Bray. He's looking for more. Spear of Alpha as well to the back. Brands, you don't have anything left to cut away. Bray's going to be able to zone him away, and Roy does some damage back onto Hijime. Might actually be looking for the kill as Diablo follows through. It's a solo kill. They don't even need Diablo. What? What just happened? RSG just got kills all over the map, and they translated it over to a free lord in the 9th minute.
Complete takeover by RSG Slate here in the 9th minute of the game as they look to push to get more. They're going in for the mid-side turret, and they're looking to get just everything away from EVOS at this point. What is EVOS doing?
Right now, I'm going to tell you what Bray is doing. Bray is spamming his skills, making sure that he has maximum stacks on that brute force breastplate, giving him a lot of movement speed, giving him a lot of armor as well as magic resist. Alpha is online. The last time Alpha was picked was MSC 2018, 3 times by Fantasy Main, Aether Main, and Aerowolf Roxy. Alpha is back, and he's doing so good.
But Don's doing pretty well too, but not Hijime. With a Cult Altar, I guess that's the respect they're giving already now for the Fist Crack. They know that if he gets a good Fist Crack in, maybe 3 of them would have just still been deleted.
Oh man, but look at this here. EVOS looking for something in return. You're gonna get that. Oh, Dreams goes in.
You know, in Fury, Dreams, he goes in.
Oh.
But he's the one who gets taken out. Now it's Bray 1v1 against Taz. It's the Alpha winning it out. You can see that force swing just dealing so much damage, and if he reads this out, there's no way. Bray doesn't have the ultimate. Okay, no Spear of Alpha, doesn't want to go for it, but he is still 3 levels up. Okay, ooh, barely close to Mr. Bombastic.
Right now, it is a very difficult spot for EVOS because 10 minutes in, 5,000 goal lead, and right now, no one is stopping Oki, which is very different from game number 1, where when he was using the carry, a lot of pressure onto him. Now, you don't really feel that pressure. In fact, Psychots on this Laplapu is pretty good, but against this composition, doesn't seem like he can do anything.
No, it really feels like they've neutralized Psychons from the start, even from the first early turtles, right? What EVOS Legends like to do with Psychons is they get them to level 4, and then he instantly rotates and acts as an enabler. This whole game, he's forced in the lane, and his battle spell was forced out, his Bravest Fighter was just, you know, pulled out as well.
Yeah.
Everything was taken out of him.
Everything ended kitchen sink. Looking at the items now, again, look at how tanky this Alpha is, and look at the level, the gold difference. 9,000 for Alpha, about to be 7,000 for Taz on this Fanny, almost 9,000 for the Beatrix, and going into 7,000 is the Melissa. So now, honestly, looking at the itemization for Melissa, already has 3 core items. As long as brands can deal out free damage, there is hope. There definitely is hope. But again, it's so difficult just because of how Alpha can target you down.
Yeah, how do they do that though, right? It's a lot more different here for this particular game. There hasn't been a proper opening, and even if they do go for an opening, there's also counter setup coming in from Lucian QT. So I don't know, do they just prioritize pickoffs? Because when they go for team fights, it feels like it's RSG's team fight to win.
They gotta wait for Lucian QT to sleep. Every single time they engage, this Minotaur is a big problem.
They can't even engage right now. I mean, look at that. Lucian QT just zoning them away. Minion Fury as well. It's free Lord over. Enhanced this time around for RSG Slate Singapore. Taz has only now built up the Hunter Strike.
Yeah. Dude,
that Renner's apathy.
I just gotta say, Lucian QT right now, he doesn't even have to do a proper engage. We just have to intimidate the team.
Just stand in front. Stand there menacingly, T-pose.
Yeah. It's like, yo, Minotaur in lore is pretty big.
He's pretty big. Even in the game, he's pretty big.
You're pretty big.
You're bigger.
7,500 goldie is also pretty big here for the side of RSG. And it's completely opposite to what we saw in game number 1, right? Earlier on, EVOS Legends had the win, but
no way Diablo just did that! No way he did that! He dashed into the revenge! He canceled it out! They're doing everything right, and Bray is chasing Dreams down. Brands has just now finished the win in nature. Oki's trying to siege it down in the top lane right now as Roy just does the same, zones him away. Meanwhile, Dreams, he's still getting chased down. Bray really hates Dreams. All the way. No, Dreams. Okay, he gets out. That's a bouncing ball, but in the base. The Minion Fury hits. Oh no, Oki gets out. The passive still going to be able to connect right now. Diablo! With the fist crack again. Taking Brands down. 4-4-1. Taz is back up. They need to respect this right now. The cables come through. Roy is still going to be able to dash away. The knockup comes through. Taz very, very low. Cabling back now. He's going all the way. Yes, the cutthroat to take him down. But Bray's looking for more right now. So Diablo's going to be able to catch Hijime in the wall. That should just be GG right now with Diablo picking up a killing spree. Lucian QT with a healing. Taz, no mana, no energy. And it's going to be him taken down. Now Hijime trying to save the game. Bray gets out with the spear of Alpha. Lucian QT sustaining back up, but EVOS Legends, they are tenacious.
Oh man, I was sitting at the edge of my seat there for EVOS. That was too close for Comforts, but luckily they didn't have the siege potential. They didn't have Oki to be able to gun that tower down, but that was too close. Way too close.
They tried to end it below 15 minutes. Let's actually look back what happened in the instant replay here. Thank you very much, because we got to look at this kind of situation. Diablo, he makes good on his promise. We don't see it here, but he flickered to make sure that he kills Brands. He made a promise. He said it during the interview. He made good on it. This is a very risky play. They almost got away with it.
Oh, that could have ended badly though.
Oh, they
honestly. That's
for both
too
teams.
close. For both teams,
for
exactly,
both teams.
right? If everyone got shot down. Luckily, Oki was able to revive back in time, or EVOS could have gone for, you know, just go through straight into mid. But man, 6 seconds left onto the next Lord here. 7,000 gold lead still for RSG. EVOS, they need to think about something. They need to find something. They need to look for something.
They find something, but it's only onto Lucian QT, and Brands used the Inspire. That's his main source of damage. Taz needs to save the game right now, but Bray will just take it away. Taz was all the way down below. Lord slain again.
Within 1 minute, if RSG, Slate SG forces this out, I don't know where they're going to look for the damage, man, because like you said, yeah, no Inspire, that's actually huge. A battle spell, that's pretty huge.
It's massive. For EVOS Legends, it's all they can rely on right now.
Astronomical.
Gigantic.
Ginormous.
Colossal.
Bombastic. We're going to end it
In-game
there.
equipment.
Fantastic.
In-game equipment right now, because again, looking at the items, honestly, like the Melissa should be enough, but again, no Inspire. Okay, at the point where they get into the base, if Hijime as well as Psychos can buy enough time, I think the Inspire will be up. But again, they gotta buy around 15 seconds of time.
Too
that's
long.
15 seconds.
It's gonna be too long. They're gonna go for it. Oh, Diablo, 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 Diablo! Solo kill again! Taz is down. A minute Fury connects on the 2 when it connects again. Onto the cold altar. Brands, no Inspire. If he had it, that might have just been the moment to save it. But Brands is still surviving. Now it's gonna be EVOS Legends with the defense again. Diablo's looking for one more shot. Brands has the Inspire. He pops it in back again. Bray will be taken out without the Inspire.
Huh?
EVOS defend.
He used it.
He used it towards the end.
Yeah, but again, like I said, just buy enough time and it could happen. Diablo and Roy, this is pretty risky. I don't know about this.
Oh, they want to go for it. Diablo with fist crack already. Brand's going to be terrified down. Roy has the damage with the Rose Gold Meteor. Gives him the shield enough to survive. Dreams now. His ult's going to be taken away. Brands will be able to clear it out, and we have a game. We still have it in the bag.
Oh man, no resources. I don't know if it was like the proper decision to go for it once again, but they go for the discipline route. They go back, they heed back. And again, that was another close call for EVOS.
Are we gonna see it again? One team just dominating and then be like, surprise.
One push.
One push. Now we got a continuous fist crack here. Diablo is on a 6-game win streak using Badang from MPLSG Season 5 until this MSC.
I don't want to flex, but I just got his jersey last night, so...
It smells nice.
It does.
All right, let's move on.
What do they even need to do at this point? Lafel, Eterna, because EVOS Legends, oh, they're going to get
Whoa,
caught
whoa,
again.
whoa,
No. Oh, Dreams is actually going to be brought back. Oh, that saves Dreams. The Cold Altar comes down in time. Taz going to lose a lot of HP right now. The Wind of Nature comes down as well. Diablo with a knockback. EVOS Legends, they have the position right now to go for a team fight, but the healing from Lucian QD is massive. Sidecon with a stun, but Oki guns him down before he can get that down. EVOS Legends, they've lost one member now, 1-4 and 6, but at this point, 18. Oh my god, it's falling all the way to the base, but Diablo. Alright, he's good, he's good.
Oh. That was 1 bar of damage though.
That was close,
That was
man.
so close. That was way too close. With Psychots 30 seconds left on the clock for him, RSG look to go for the next neutral objective. They want to go for the Lord. They want to push with this. Perhaps maybe look for another pick, and it doesn't seem like EVOS want to contest this at all.
They can't. I don't think they want to do it, but they just can't.
It's between they're between a hard place and a rock spot. Wait, what? The other way around.
Yeah.
They're between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, got it.
That one.
Yeah, that one. You know what? It's whatever, right? Because, like Rico said, they want to do it, but look at the timers. Now it's 19 minutes. If they die in that kind of situation, the next push might be the last. And now the Lord is pushing in, looking at the minions. There's going to be a slight delay from the side list because the mid is pushing a little bit too fast, so it's not the cleanest of pushes here.
Definitely not. Let's see if they can do it, though. EVOS Legends so far dealing with it pretty well. Brands is standing all the way in the back right now, saving that Inspire as Taz is going to be able to actually isolate some of the members right now. Brands, no Inspire just yet. He jumps forward. Now the Inspire comes down. The damage comes down. The double call alters as well. AoE all the way. Taz in the back. Now Brands buying the immortality, doing some damage and clearing up the waves. Taz, 1 HP, just barely getting out. EVOS Legends are still micromanaging the waves. Mid lane coming down again. Dream's going to be able to jump in with the charge bench. Roy flickering out to safety as the Venom's Rage comes down. Psychos now with Raven Spider, locking him down, trying to deal some damage. That's the passive and the burst from Hijime. How are they doing this? How are they clawing at this defense again and again?
Oh man, they can't end. The damage is just too much. Did you see the damage onto Oki? I mean, at this point, does he need like something like a, I don't know, Athena shield?
Yeah, I think he does because Hijumi right now is popping off because he's like, yo, late game, you think it's the Melissa you gotta worry about? Nah, it's the Faramis. The Ghostbusters is gonna give you a heart attack.
Ghostbusters.
Bursters. Doesn't matter. Or kind of matters because it's our job, but still. The damage, man. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. Some would actually say it's tons of damage.
Ginormous.
Guys,
Well, when it's brands with the Inspire, it's not just ginormous, it's bombastic, and they find it again. It's another pickoff onto Lucian Cutie, who still has the immortality right now. And Bruce Passion coming down at it. Psychos, everybody stuns up. Lucian finds a massive pick. Diablo in the back, doing some damage. Taz just jumping around. Oh, keep flickering out of the Target Bench right now as Roy gets taken very, very low. Oh, he's burning. Immortality popped in. RSG Slate, Singapore still trying to go for it. No with nature. Immortality bot. Okay, how fast are you? Not fast enough.
What?
Taz takes him down.
Are we gonna see a turn? What's going on?
I don't know. Game 3 maybe? I mean, at this rate, right? If EVOS keep getting these trades like they are right now, 40 seconds left on the clock for the gold laner to spawn, that's not ideal for RSG whatsoever. Even though real-time win probability still favors RSG with 72%, honestly, it could be a 50-50 at this point, right?
Yeah, we can disagree.
22 minutes.
Yeah, we can disagree. It's 2023. A lot can happen. And now EVOS, they're actually moving around, but
wait.
Okay, two different ideas here.
Oh no, fist crack.
Psychos
very low. They're recalling
Roy.
They're recalling Bray. It all relies on Bray. Can he cancel recalls? He cannot. Psychos jumps away, but man, RSG have bought enough time now. Roy, though, is going to be engaged on. He's doing some damage. Oh my god, Roy gets out! How does he get out of that, Roy?
Oh my god.
You mechanical genius. Taz gets out. RSG Slate Singapore. They've out-macroed EVOS Legends, but they're making their way slowly but surely. That timer's already back up. RSG Slate Singapore have 5 members to play with. Taz, blocked up. Wow.
That was genius.
Wow.
Dude, what is this game?
This is
Dude.
Mobile Legends, baby.
What is that? What was that, right? RSG, they could have taken the base, but even if they didn't, they were able to bait the entire EVOS Legends to the top side and buy enough time for Bray to get the Lord. Either way, it worked out for RSG.
Right now, it looks like they're trying to synchronize the minions. The bottom lane is pushing just a little bit too early, but still two rows of minions are pushing in.
3.
Can EVOS defend again?
Let's see, man. Dream's already in the midst of it all. Gonna get bursted down as that's him isolated. He still is able to flicker out, buying a little bit more time right now. The Immortality comes up, and Diablo in the back with a fish crack. Brad's with his fire, defending. The Lord is finally marched over in range. Brad's gonna be bursted down. RSD select Singapore. Rookie with a maniac. It is a declaration of war at MSC from the Singaporeans.
What are the White Tigers to RSG Slate? Amazing performance against EVOS Legends. Nobody would have thought that a team like RSG would have won in such a crazy fashion. But this is it, the development, the rise of Singapore.
Me and Merkel, we called it. The predictions, man. It's a good thing production changed yours, but again, this game, dude, let's slow down and let's recap, right? RSG Slate Singapore 2-0'd Phoenix, eliminated. They were able to 2-0 EVOS Legends.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to hear what they have to say about that, right? Let's take to the interview to the host.
RSG! Stand here. Some like RSG Moi Mao. Okay, so the first question to Bray. Okay, how do you feel about RSG Slate SG finishing the group stage as the top seed in your group?
I'm really very happy because this is our first time for our international that we achieve good results.
Okay.
Compared to last time where for M4 and SEA Games, we didn't really do very good in international. So I'm really happy that we managed to secure top 1 in our bracket. Yeah.
Okay, so the next question is to Oki. Okay, អញ្ចឹងមិញ Bray គាត់បាននិយាយថាគាត់សប្បាយចិត្តនៅពេលដែលគាត់បានធ្វើអញ្ចឹងបានឡើងទៅ back group stage នៅជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត international. Yes. So Oki, as an Indonesia yourself, how do you feel about defeating EVOS Legend with RSG?
Can I use bahasa?
Bahasa?
Yeah, bahasa.
But I don't know bahasa.
Oh, you don't know? You don't know?
So you teach me, okay? Okay, sure.
Okay. Perasaannya sih biasa aja sih ya. Ya, Biasa aja. Gak terlalu seneng, soalnya masih group stage juga. Kalau misalkan menangnya di 8 besar atau semifinal baru sedikit senang lah.
Salamat.
Oki said he feel like normal, not very happy because this one is still group stage. If he win in on quarter final or semi final, he will a bit happy lah.
អញ្ចឹងគាត់បាននិយាយថាបើសិនជាគាត់ឈ្នះនៅវគ្គ semi final ឬមួយក៏ grand final គាត់អាចនឹងសប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងជាងហ្នឹង right
Yeah.
Okay so the next question is to Diablo you may have two questions so what do you think went right for your team in the last game
What do you think?
what do you think in the last game
The last game,
Yeah.
honestly, didn't expect such a hard fight. I mean, we were leading, but EVOS is really very strong. That's why we need to take a lot of lots to end them. Yeah.
អូខេអញ្ចឹងគាត់បាននិយាយហើយថាប៉ះជាមួយនឹង EVO ក៏មិនមែនជាក្រុមធម្មតាអញ្ចឹងគាត់ត្រូវ prepare ច្រើនដូចគ្នា So the next question is you have played a couple of meta heroes so far can we expect more unique pick from you in the knockout
If they ban my heroes, then you can see more unique picks. I need them to ban it.
អញ្ចឹងបើសិនជាគេនឹងបន្តការ ban ជាមួយនឹង hero របស់គាត់អញ្ចឹងគេនឹងក៏អាចឃើញនឹងអ្វីដែលថ្មីដែរ So the last question is to Bray any word to your fan
Thank you all the Cambodians for supporting us. And no matter the results, I hope you still continue to cheer for us. And yeah, thank you very much.
អូខេសុំសំឡេងហោឲ្យ SG មួយមកអូខេ so អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្ដាប់ជាមួយនឹងការ interview របស់គាត់ហើយក៏អរគុណពួកគាត់ yes ខំកម្លាំងចិត្តអស់ពីខ្លួនតែម្ដងដើម្បី fan ព្រោះតែកុំឲ្យអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាមកខកចិត្ត so now it's time to pass the floor to the caster let's go
Amazing.
Who is this for? Who is this for? This clap.
You know, I want to give a clap to the team. All right. For the first time, like they mentioned in the interview, they have had an outstanding performance here coming into MSC, right? We do not see that too often, but finally we see a resurgence from Singapore. But LaFell would like to dedicate that clap to something else.
Dude, I would dedicate that clap to Diablo. No, just kidding. To the fans. Because again, like even Bray said, thank you to all the Cambodian fans and their reaction, man. They're like, yeah, we're here to watch good Mobile Legends. And I got to say, man, that was good Mobile Legends.
We got to respect them, right? I mean, there's no Cambodian representative playing right now on the stage, but it was still a full crowd. And it was a full crowd that wasn't silent. It was a full crowd that was full of power, full of energy after every play. From any of these teams, they're always just supporting because, again, they're not supporting their teams here. At this point, they are supporting Mobile Legends.
The plays.
The plays, the passion.
The passion.
For the esport.
Wow. Ah, man. MVP.
Who's it going to be?
Who's it going to be? I don't know. I would say... I was going to say Diablo.
Okay, you know what?
Oh, I wonder what Eterna is going to say.
What?
Oh, man.
What is this?
Look at Diablo, man.
All right, look,
He's so
Diablo.
happy.
Oh, look, he's waving at you, Eterna.
Come on,
Specifically
guys, don't do
you. Nah, Diablo, he was waving at everyone. Even Taz, well, he wasn't really waving at Taz. He's more punching him, beating him up to a bloody pulp. Holy
I kind of feel like that's the big reason why he's the MVP, man. 1v1 in the fanny, shutting down
That was
Taz.
beautiful.
I think it was 4 solo kills in the end, right?
Dude.
How do you get 4 solo kills? I mean...
By being Diablo.
Oh, that's why.
Like, look at his team fight participation, 29%, right? He wasn't there a lot of the time.
Team fights? No, I'm a
He
laner.
went for 1v1s.
I'm a 1v1, yeah.
It's an XP laner. I'm not a
Exactly.
team fighter, bro.
No.
All right,
No.
nerd.
I want
This is
the
how the real
1v1s.
chats do it. Yeah.
Looking at the heat map, I kind of feel like he has one objective. He's like, yo, guys, where's Taz? You know? I mean, like, he was aiming for not just Taz, but honestly, he was aiming for Brands as well. He did his job very well because, again, he's running true to the assassin build. He doesn't care about those big, flashy fights all around the map. He's just looking at a few names and is like, yo, you look yummy right now. I'm going to go after you. Are you just going to...
Yes, I'm going to let that
slide,
sit again. Yeah, but I completely agree. And even
You
though...
agree?
Huh?
You agree?
No, I agree that he had a certain job and he
Nice save.
executed well.
Nice save.
Right? Because we saw from game number 1, that's what he was able to do as well on the Khalid. And this is it.
Ooh.
Diablo, Taz, 1v1, always able to get him off the board, make him a non-factor. And there you go.
Dude, that dodge was amazing.
Oh my lord, that was actually insane, right? I mean, even this fight right here, Diablo's waiting for. Oh no, he already took Taz down here. Oh no, there you go, there you go.
Dude, he has the eyes on the prize. At this kind of situation, you don't want to be the prize.
Yeah, it's funny how we actually already said it. Like, Diablo told me yesterday, I want to target Brands. And he targeted Brands real hard there in the final moment.
You kind of feel like anyone in this situation want to be the prize, Eterna?
No, that's brutal, man.
That's brutal, man.
You get punched up like that, you die, you're insignificant to your team.
Dude, look at that. He got 2.
Oh,
he died, but he got 2.
Did he die?
Such a good trade.
Did he die? Oh, he died, but he bought so much time, dude. I mean, Psychots was there all around, and RSG Slate. It's that final Maniac, too, by Oki.
It's like we say, sure, Brands is one of the anchors towards EVOS, but so is Taz. And both of these people were just unable to play.
Look at the itemization here. We don't see a lot of alpha going around.
Nope.
He started with the brute force breastplate to make sure that he is very tanky, but more importantly, he has the movement speed. And then with the war axe as well, he's able to deal a lot of damage because we can see that he can sustain for quite a lot of time. And here's the thing about using an alpha in the jungle, just because with his passive, just with his skills, you have a lot of spell value. You don't need the Bloodless Axe. If you want more healing, just build more damage. It's not that hard. Just build more damage.
Or just go get more HP, nerd.
Or get more HP, you know? Simple.
Simple. Very simple for Bray. And for this game, really, it really felt very simple in the draft. Although it's such a unique draft coming up on the stage, RG Slate Singapore, it felt like it was all planned from the start. We saw them smiling from the start, so they had a plan. Meanwhile, for EVOS Legends, I think they were kind of forced back into their comfort when they were trying to experiment. It just doesn't work out, and now that they go to their solid picks, it also kind of doesn't work out.
Even when they're in the comfort, they're pushed out of the comfort. Can we say that Taz went a lot against Badang?
Yeah.
I mean, like in rank, in scrims, do you think he went against the Badang a lot? I don't think so, right?
Zero.
And we saw that.
He didn't understand the limits?
Yeah.
The burst?
I mean, like...
I don't understand Badang.
I don't... Like, getting punched in the face is pretty painful, man. Getting punched down. Yeah.
I've never tried that.
But
Maybe
here's the thing.
Me.
He brought a fist to a sword fight. And he
won.
has 2.
But there was like a lot of
fists.
You know, I don't even want to talk about it. You know, let's go straight into this as well. Bray, Hijume, Lucian QT in both titles here.
What are you looking at, Miracle?
I mean, I was just looking at the MVP. I remember it was like 29%. Now it's 48.
Dude, he was so good.
He multiplied.
He multiplied it. He was just like, okay, hold my drink. Let me just do a little bit of adjusting. He made it work. This is MVP, man.
MVP.
Everyone bows down to you. Diablo. Put my team fight participation up.
Yeah. Even the production is like
beat EVOS Legends.
I just smashed Taz and Brands
multiple times with both my fists.
And Bray, Lucian is like, guys, we're here too. I'm the rich guy. Bray was actually so phenomenal with his farming too, so efficient throughout the game, and that's kind of one of the key winning formats, I think, winning formula for the team RSG Slate Singapore there, because Bray was so far ahead. It kind of forced Fanny away from all these neutral objective contests, and even in the purple buff, it's always taken away. Like, we didn't mention this enough because the reason is Diablo is taking all the spotlight, but no purple buff for the most part of this game for Taz.
I feel like this is dangerous though.
Why?
This is dangerous for RSG.
Why?
Because now people notice. They're putting a target on their backs, and they're noticing that one of the key factors of RSG, yes, there's Bray, but Diablo, right? And his hero pool. So if the Khalid and if the Badang are both banned out, does he still have the same impact in the game? See, that needs to be answered maybe coming into the officially knockout stage, right?
Yep,
That's
officially.
it.
He's their first seed. Group B is done.
Diablo looks like he wants attention. He looks like an attention seeker. I think he likes it.
Maybe.
He wants to be the prize.
Let's ask him after.
You
right?
ask him.
Because we are going to head into a break before we head into match number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying tuned, and we'll see you after the break.
and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the Land of Dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
...2019 menjadi tahun bersejarah saat ONIC Esports menjadi tim Indonesia pertama yang menjuarai MSC. Tangguh, itulah satu kata yang tepat untuk menggambarkan ONIC Esports. Pada MPL Indonesia Season 11 babak playoff, ONIC tak terkalahkan 1 game pun. Secara 2 tahun beruntun, MPL ini menjadi panggungnya ONIC Esports dengan mengalahkan Blacklist International di 2021 dan Geekfam di 2022. Menemani ONIC Esports, EVOS Legends mendapatkan julukan The King of Comeback pada MPL Indonesia Season 11. Sang Harimau Biru telah menjadi tim Indonesia dan dunia pertama yang menjuarai M-Series. Mereka juga membawa nama Indonesia melambung tinggi di IESF 2022 dengan mengalahkan Filipina. Catatan sejarah telah diraih kedua tim Indonesia. Dan kini, ONIC Esport bersama EVOS Legends siap untuk bertarung untuk mengukir sejarah baru di panggung internasional MSC 2023. Berikan dukungan terbaik kalian untuk tim Indonesia.
Hey man, you here for the Outplay beat?
Yes, I am. How you doing?
All right, nice to meet you. How you meet who?
Man, so I've been actually watching their YouTube channel for a long time now, so
Okay.
that's what we're here for.
You out here for the Outplay beat too?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, mate.
Thank you.
What's up? Who's the biggest Outplay fan right here? Yes.
Hello, we're at the OP meetups. First of all, thank you so much for coming and supporting us. And this is my team. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys. Yes, give it up for it. Welcome in. Come on in.
So I've been following, the main reason is Hoon. So I've been following Hoon since his days from the Gosu team. And then I've been following him, and the only reason I like them OP is like, mainly I would say is because of Hoon.
My favorite is probably Hoon because he's more active and it seems like he's on live more than the other players. Yeah, so I just watch him a lot before I go to bed.
Hi. You flew from where? Sacramento. So you're here just for the meetup? Wow. Yeah, well, thanks for coming, and then we got a little gift for you for coming. Here you go, jersey. Thank you. I just found out that there's a first person in line. Daryl? Oh, right there. Here's your hoodie for it. Sir.
I think Outplay is going to win only because I'm biased.
I have a shirt to give out, and then I want to do 1v1 with someone, and then winner takes it. Does anyone want to try me? You want to do it? You want to do it? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Booga booga build. Booga booga build.
My favorite OP moment up till now is how they displayed such a dominant performance through the regular season as well as the playoffs. Everything they did that got them right here.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
I'm Diablo for IGSG.
Sky TV from Eco Philippines.
I'm Yawi from Eco Philippines.
I am Raime from Pine Esport. I am from Myanmar.
I'm Chma, one of the junglers in Cambodia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جمهور موبايل ليجند الكريم منورين أحلى عيلة وأحلى جمهور في الدنيا.
And I just want to tell you guys all to get hype and to get excited for MSC 2023.
All the underdogs are coming from across the world to go and compete against the pros, against the favorites.
With that being said, hashtag see the world and hashtag roar for MSC.
Roar for MSC.
And foto dah buat betul-betul and langgar semua betul-betul, alright?
Hashtag roar for MSC. Hashtag see the world.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
Hashtag Roar for MSC. Hashtag See the World. GG RG.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
And Shark, I know you're hungry for first place.
Outplay them, outclass them, outstyle them. Let's go get them, boys.
Türkiye şampiyonasını güzel bir şekilde kazandık. Umarım MSC'de güzel şeyler yapacağız.
See the world, roar for MSC.
Don't forget to watch us in MSC.
I hope you support us on MSC.
See the world and roar for MSC.
It's time to roar for MSC and hashtag see the world.
My name is John Marvilla Luna. I am the team captain and the tank support of Blacklist International. My favorite MLBB hero would be Estes. And I think alam naman na ng karamihan yun. And favorite ko siya kasi ever since talaga na naging into gaming ako, sobrang hilig ko na talaga yung mga support heroes, yung mga utility heroes. And parang sobrang fit kasi siya talaga sa playstyle na meron ako. Yeah, of course, kung hindi iba ba ng kalaban. Siguro kung magkakaroon ako ng superpowers, yung katulad na lang din siguro ng favorite hero ko na si Estes para ma-heal ko lahat ng mga broken-hearted. My real-life hero would be my mother. Kasi ever since na bata pa lang ako, grabe na talaga yung mga sakripisyo niya para supportahan ako. Hindi lang ako actually, kundi yung buong pamilya ko. Talagang ginagawa niya lahat para mabigay yung mga pangangailangan namin pang araw-araw. And actually, kaya sobrang inspired din ako gawin yung mga na-achieve ko ngayon dahil talaga sa kanya. Kasi marami siyang value na naituro sa akin na ayun yung ina-apply ko ngayon. Biggest rival in MSC. For me, pili ko lahat naman biggest rival kasi this is Battle of Champions Kumbaga Battle of the Best. Pero kung merong isang team siguro, it would be Echo. Kasi ilang beses na kami nilang dinurog So parang magandang mabawian sila sa Grand Finals. And siguro para magawa namin yun, kailangan talaga namin hindi lang basta doblehan, kundi triplehan yung ginagawa namin pagpa-practice. Yeah, sila na sumusuporta sa Blacklist International, sa Blacklist Agents, sa viewers pa. Maraming salamat sa walang sawang suporta nyo. And sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan yan kahit anong mangyari. And maraming salamat.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and maze. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
Hi, I'm Danere James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, and I'm the jungler of Blacklist International. Ang favorite Mobile Legends hero ko is si Sanshin, and kasi Korean siya general. Tapos yung kit niya sa paglalaro, sa yung passive niya, yung skills niya overall. Tingin ko medyo 50-50 yung paggamit ko sa kanya sa MSC 2023 kasi yung meta ngayon hindi masyadong pabor kay YSS, so mahirap siya ipasok sa sa game, lalo pagka ang kalaban mo is mga pro player din and yung mga best of the best tulad ng mga champion and sa mga first runner up, medyo mahirap siya. Ang qualities ng mga hero is inuuna yung iba kaysa sa sarili nila, and yun yung mga hindi sila selfish pagka hero ka, talagang unahin mo talaga yung mas ikakabuti ng iba kaysa sa sarili mo. Ang real life hero ko is yung parents ko, syempre, kasi sila yung sa akin nagsilang, and simula doon sa pagkabata ko, sila na yung kung ano ako ngayon, sila yung dahilan nun kung ba't ako tumagal sa mundo. Medyo mahirap yung buhay namin, and yung mama ko is nag-OFW para supportahan kami. And nung nag-start na ako as a pro player, mas sinuportahan pa ako ng mama ko na i-pursue yung pangarap ko. And siya talaga yung pinaka sa akin, nagtiwala. Nung wala pa sumusuporta sa akin, siya talaga yung andyan, number 1 supporter ko. So, sa kanya ko talaga nakuha yung motivation na i-push tong pangarap ko. Hanggang sa ngayon na successful na ako na pro player. Si mama talaga hindi siya mahilig manood sa on-site kasi inaatake daw siya sa puso Pero nung nanood siya, malaking bagay yun kasi malaking tournament na kasi yung nasalihan ko nun, which is MPL na. And madaming taong sumusuporta na. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita ng magulang ko kung ano yung ni-risk ko yun. And nagtagumpay talaga ako dun sa pinurso ko na pangarap ko, which is paglalaro nga ng Mobile Legends. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita niya yung kung gaano kalaking community na yung ML dito sa Pilipinas. Sa mama ko, thank you sa pagsuporta sa akin. Tulad nga ng sabi ko, ikaw ang pinakadahilan kung ba't nandito ako ngayon kasi ikaw ang unang nagtiwala sa akin. Ang biggest rival ko talaga this coming MSC is Echo talaga kasi sila yung champion this MPL Season 11. And 2 beses na nila kami tinatalo sa Grand Finals. Pero lahat naman tinitingin ko as rival sa MSC kasi yung mga kasali sa MSC is champion din ng mga region nila. Pero tignan natin kung this time makakabawi kami ngayon sa Echo. Sa Echo, sana tayo pa rin magtapat sa Grand Finals, and this time tignan namin kung kaya na namin talaga kayong talunin. Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin simula nung umpisa, sa mga agents, sa BY Spam, sa Kawais at sa Ma'am Shoes. Thank you sa sumusuporta sa amin. Sana suportahan nyo pa rin kami sa MSC, and sana makuha natin yung champion.
gains the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage war. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and maze. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal lengths. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us sway. S-E-A, see the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A, see the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. It's not a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage war. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us play. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will start for set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, make grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will start for more. Take the globe by storm, time to and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day.
History. There's a lot going on between ONIC and a majority of the members of Outplay. History. This is the debut of North America in MSC 2023. Welcome and mabuhay. At your service, my name is Leo, here with my very good friends, also known as the Jeopardy 3. It's Mirko and Gideon. How you fellas doing?
Feeling great as always, especially after the first match set the tone. Now we gotta try to beat that, and ONIC and OP, they definitely have a chance to do just that.
I think personally, the meta is evolving. Things are changing. Everybody thinks that they're sitting on something that's going to keep them straight, but I don't know. Things continue to evolve.
I am loving what's going on here. There's so much potential for this matchup to actually just blow up. And again, I'd love to dig deep more into the history of what's going on here because
as far back as M4, maybe 6 months ago, there has been quite a bit that went on between ONIC and then known as the Valley. And some would even say maybe even the coach of Falcon from Myanmar earlier. But real quick, let me say thank you to those making this possible. MSC 2023 is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors. MSC would not be possible without your support. And a special shout out to Secret Lab, our official gaming chair partner, where it comes with built-in lumbar support. With that, you can adjust your spine, an incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow, and brand new. Let me get to it. Oh, there you go. Brand new fabrics to enhance that perfect design. Enjoy the same performance advantage trusted by the world's biggest esports tournament at secretlab.co.
While you're sitting on your Secret Lab, you know, you gotta play something, and obviously you gotta go and play Mobile Legends Bang Bang, because right now, specifically right now during June, on the 5th of June, all the way to the 18th of June, the MSC Pass will be available for only 719 diamonds, down from 899 diamonds, so go get it right now. Purchase the pass and you can get the Atlas Rune Sentinel skin. If you missed out on a few, you know, you can go and check it out as well, because the MSC returning skins are there in the shop. Jawhead, Space Explorer, Claude, Earth's Mightiest, and other rich rewards await you to redeem.
Aside from that, if you complete all MSC Pass tasks and make all guesses correctly, you can redeem the Atlas Rune Sentinel in the MSC event shop for free. So get ready to enjoy the fight and explore the MSC Pass with the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag See the World, and hashtag MSC 2023.
I'd like to say that the history we're getting into between ONIC and Outplay is all good, but no. Actually, it's quite the opposite. There's quite a amount of bad blood between these two. The champion of MPL Indonesia Season 11 and the runner-up of NACT Spring. Now, here's what's interesting. They were the runner-ups, given what happened to the original champion, BTK, but dare I say, I think they're ready for this. I think Outplay came in and they are ready to represent North America.
Oh, most definitely, they are ready, right? With the returning XP laner that didn't get to play in the Grand Finals, Oreshi, this guy was such an impactful member of this team, and certainly with his coming back in the team, and obviously with some new troopers to help them out, like Mr. Coach Dale, Mr. Worldwide. As the coach, I think they are ready.
You know, I was listening to Taylor Swift before I got here today, and I feel like she's already a sage looking into the future, because she already knew that there was bad blood between these two teams. And more importantly, I think even for ONIC, to them, it's probably, you know, brush off their shoulders. For the NA representatives, they're not just going to let this go or let this slide even close. People are like, the Valley dude will get outplayed, bruh.
Something tells me this is sounding like that meme, right? Again, if what you're saying is true, Gideon, this could be Outplay coming into this saying, hey, we're out for revenge. And ONIC says, I don't even know you. Right? Because
I don't even know who you are.
It's changed completely. Like the name, some of the faces, and a lot of that history, 6 months ago, does mean a lot to North America, but here today, they're coming in ready. And look at how close this is, right? Outplay, despite coming from all the way in the West, comes in the upper half of our power rankings.
Yeah, this internal power rankings for MSC 2023 shows you just the cumulative, votes, I guess, for every single talent and the people back on stage. And Outplay is at 6th place, right? NA has been disregarded for the most part in international events, but since they've gone back-to-back good performances in M3 and M4, you can no longer just write NA representatives off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what we've been doing for so many years, time after time, every single M series, and the fact that we're going to get a little bit of taste of NA early on into the year, that's great to hear. And more importantly, at least I don't have to see either a Malaysian representative get knocked out like the last time, because even when we look at the internal power rankings, right, Fireflux Impunity coming all the way from Turkey has surprised us with their cheese picks. I'm pretty sure that even Outplay will continue to evolve the meta, like how we saw RSG take on their previous opponents, but we have to talk about the man who was able to achieve so much, Gila Sans.
Gila Sans! And honestly, Gila means crazy, okay? And he is crazy. He is quite literally crazy. MPL Indonesia Season 11, regular season MVP. Top that, Finals MVP, Team of the Week winner 4 times, first team winner as well. He just got all the trophies this year, and he's the only player to win both MPL Indonesia and MDL Indonesia. He's one of the young prodigies that started off as a rookie that climbed up and became a veteran he is today. But usually when some players stagnate, this guy just keeps on improving.
Not to mention, homie came from the jungle. He was prior in the jungle until Kyrie came in, and he just sat well, just comfortably into the mid lane wherein he was previously placed via another international tournament, right? Like that was there you go. See, in the SEA Games, he was like, all right, you're part of this all-star team, you gotta play in mid. You're usually jungler, I know, but I don't know. You think Sans can make the most of these off-meta picks? Also known as the meta shifting competition. We've seen some hot picks coming in already in just 3 days of competition. A Bane in the jungle, Arlott in gold, Badang from the hands of Diablo, oh lord, Esmeralda in mid, and then Edith out of the roam.
Now, out of these picks, personally for me, I think Arla Gold, Bane jungle, and as well as Edith definitely have been quite surprising. I'm not even getting start on Badang because, again, Malaysian favorite, obviously, I am biased towards EXP laner, so I'll leave that out of the conversation for now. But it's great to see these are all combo components. I think Edith in particular is mainly the difficult support roam to actually play because you need to know frame data, you need to know how to condition your opponent, and more importantly, you need to have some very good understandings of certain abilities.
And that's not even mentioning how some heroes that used to always get banned, like Wan come through, right? So we've seen interactions and returns of heroes that used to be really hot, like Phoveus, to answer these prior auto bans, and even Valentina seeing more play now.
We're seeing a lot more diversity in the drafting phase and overall just in the play style of the games, and certainly I think that's going to progress, and we're going to see even more developments in the MLBB MSC 2023 meta because we just got a new patch, so the players are technically still settling in. We're not seeing the best of what MSC has for us.
Not to mention in rotations, right?
Yes.
We used to see a lot of that double XP to rush out the level 4s of both mid and roam. That doesn't happen much often here. We're seeing more man-to-man defense in the start.
Honestly, the meta, and especially with the starters that we've been seeing so far, has shifted quite a bit. We don't have a secure tournament meta, which has been a very big staple of these M tournaments. You know, M3, M4, everybody's slowly converging towards one particular meta to play. But I think this has been by far the most diverse we've seen in a very long time.
Gideon, Mirko, do you think it's the fact that we've invited Mina, we've invited NA, and we've invited Turkey that's making this metagame, again, constantly shifting in this competition, all the more diverse? Because again, in M3 and M4, I agree, we were all there, that things just always somehow became homogenous slowly as we made it into the knockout stage. Here today, I can't even tell you who's making it to knockouts.
Oh yeah, I mean, we already got it wrong technically. The MSC internal rankings, we put Phoenix as 4, they're out. They're not even in the top 8 anymore. So yeah, obviously I do agree. I think with the new added regions into MSC 2023, it has shifted the meta quite a lot. We're seeing a lot more unique picks because every region has their own style of play against, you know, some of the individuals who play differently in their region. We've seen the Badang from RSGSG. Now he's bringing it out in the international stage, making it work. And for all the other regions, they've tried it, right? The Edith roam as well a few times. Unfortunately, nothing has really been able to find the similar success to the Badang yet. 100% win rate, by the way. So we'll see. Again, they need some adjustments, just micro adjustments to make that work.
Which rounds us back into this matchup. It's Indonesia, one of the bastions of Southeast Asia, arguably 1 or 2, depending on who you ask, in the world of MLBB, going up against NACT, the lone representative from the West, right? That's Outplay. Bruh. I spoke. Bruh. Outplay, bruh. Is that what we're going with?
Yeah, that's what we're going with.
All right, Outplay, bruh. I spoke to Coach Dale prior.
Oh!
Dale, yes, Coach Dale. You casted a little bit of NACT, right?
Yes.
So you saw Outplay, also known then as Ohio Brothers, in the regular season.
Absolutely.
They played very clean. They were a standout from their metagame, but Coach Dale said, it's still very different from the East.
It is very different from the East because there is a certain level of play that we can expect from North America, and especially when we're talking about, you know, some of the big names there, Shark, Hoon as well, both having experience playing on an international tournament. Hopefully it translates, and not even to mention Basic now rebranded as Basically, right?
Basic Ally.
Basic Ally. You know what? I'll take that. Overall, North America is really great at team fighting. Their micros and the way they kind of manage the communication in the middle of such chaos is impeccable.
I do want to talk or touch a bit more on that topic, right? Because I was I was one of the guys who actually criticized the Valley roster. So looking at this, I think Hoon and Basic have completely reformed and refined their craft. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to welcome the marshals, the coaches, and the players one by one. We're starting with our 4 marshals to officiate the first series in this matchup. It's going to be Riff, Shadow, Jock, and Alex. They're here to ensure fair play, esports integrity, and address to any player or technical needs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Let's welcome the Sky Kings, the Porcupines, the MSC 2019 champions, and back-to-back MPL Indonesia champions. It's ONIC!
After defeating the Kamai team, will ONIC overcome NACT's representatives?
We're also going to be welcoming all the way from North America, representing North America, consisting of highly skilled players and a true powerhouse. Here comes Outplay!
It's time to take revenge against ONIC. After 3 of their players lost in M4, we will see the battle of assassins between Kyrie and Best Player 1.
If Best Player was so good, why isn't there a Best Player 2 yet?
That's probably his younger brother here, because again, at the end of the day, we have to look at the coaches, Coach Yeb, Adi, and as well as Coach Dale, to make sure that they are arming their players with the best tools possible.
See that big smile on Coach Dale and Coach Yeb's face? This is a reunion. Both Filipino coaches, and there's a good amount of Filipino representation here. A good chunk of Outplay's roster is a Filipino, and of course, you have the Sky King himself, Kyrie.
Absolutely. You know, they're a very diverse crew. When we take a look at Outplay, right, they have a Korean, a few Filipinos, and some NA representatives as well. And looking at the way they play, once again, that unique, diverse, multi-dimensional gameplay is definitely going to come down for ONIC here. They are dropping down their first main lineup. It's CW, Kyrie, Boots, Sans, and Keyboy. We've seen a little bit of experimentation from this team, but up against OP, I feel like they want to just stick to what's solid.
Yeah, no, it begs to be asked, where's the last Kage, right? Will Drian ever even play? We know he's here. We've seen him in the hotel, but is Coach Eb, is Coach Adi considering the last Kage to come out?
It's tough to say, right? It's sad to see that the Kages are slowly coming out, because they were the ones who got their names, especially 2019. I was there witnessing them all put together. I've never seen the Ninja Clan so strong in my life until I watched Naruto afterwards to understand the reference. But now, the evolution of ONIC, the next generation is here. One consisting of a jungler all the way from the Philippines, right? Can you imagine, right? Most people are like, man, Naruto is going to be a classic. This might be the generation of Boruto where like, actually, I like this one.
Oh, well, they're facing up against a bunch of new faces. Relatively speaking, this is Ureshi and Best Player 1's first time in the MSC. But we've already seen Hoon, and we've seen Shark on the world stage.
We've seen a lot of Shark. M3, he was an absolute menace. Many believed him to be one of the top roamers at the time.
A revelation.
A revelation. And right now as well, a lot of people actually are rating him as one of the best roamers at MSC. But again, I think it relies heavily on this trio mid. Best Player 1, Hoon, and Shark. They are the ones who make this composition work. They rotate and they don't really have a specific strong side to play with.
I mean, we also have to talk about, their previous weaknesses that we knew before. Like, number one, Shark didn't play Cho on the big stage, and when he did, he was a little scared to go in and out of these fights. I think that has changed. I've been keeping up with a couple of these streams, and I have seen Shark, maybe not necessarily on his own stream himself, but he's picking up the troll a little bit more often. He's getting a lot of confidence, and more so, I feel like he doesn't need to be directed or micromanaged anymore.
That's right, as well as their XP laner, who has seen some play in MPL Philippines. That's Ureshi. He is a shot caller. So the fact that he was absent at the grand finals of NACT could have made a difference, and I'm sure Best Player 1 was relying on his XP laner prior. They played with promise, but here, being the first Mexican player to step onto an MLBB International stage, he's here on a mission. He's here to make his IGN sound true. He needs to be the best player. One.
Emphasis on one. Because this one player is very different to the player we saw that always represents NA. Mr. Mobazane himself usually strays away from these assassins, goes on the utility picks or the marksman. Complete opposite here when you see Best Player 1, Lancelot, Ling. I'm expecting even some fannies to come out from this man.
While you say those three heroes, I can't help but think of Kyrie. Because in my circles, You can check. And even in my restreams when I was watching MPLID Grand Finals, I was calling Kyrie the one.
The one?
Right? He's no longer the future. He is the one.
He's finally taken his place, and honestly, I think with ONIC, he's definitely grown a lot. We were questioning it before. How's communications going to be? How are they going to work together? Are they going to be a synergized team? And now things have changed so much that they are a unit. Now, the real question is, Mirror Curse, yay or nay?
What's going on?
I can't control the powers anymore, man. I mean, at this point, me and LaFell can't control the powers.
It's out of your hands.
It's out of our hands. The team just go too ham. Earlier, RSGSG, we both voted for RSGSG. Turns out it was a blessing.
Oh no!
That's not a good look. There's no consistency to this curse.
If you can't harness your powers, what can we expect?
With great power comes great responsibility, but unfortunately, that responsibility is out the window for Mirko.
If anything, it's in these players' hands now.
Yeah.
We can say what we want, we can predict how we want, but it's not gonna come down to us. We can just call the match, we see what we see, but it's gonna have to come down to them, and I can only imagine the weight on the shoulders of the young Carlos, young best player one.
We gotta walk it through, right? Because number one, a lot of people are comparing him to MobaZane. And I've heard from a couple of NACT casters and even amongst the community that there's still that big debate, whether you're a MobaZane fan or whether you're a best player fan. At the end of the day, it's about where the meta is gonna be leaning more towards to. Obviously, MobaZane's more gonna be flexible and trying to fit himself in as many spots as possible, but best player.
That's right. Best player, prepping up. You'll see him off camera, but this is Hoon right now. Just playing some Fanny. This is odd, but I guess that's what you get when you play with the Asus Republic of Gamers ROG Phone 7. It's the official gaming partner of MSC 2023. The ROG Phone 7 comes with the Aero Active Cooler 7 that provides you with a portable 2.1 sound system, and alongside the spectacular 165Hz AMOLED display, you can play games like you never experienced before. Check out Hoon right now, who's prepped up. Like after the RG Phone 7, I'm pretty sure he's carrying that buff over as we get into the match.
Most definitely. I mean, looking at that, he was warming up on a Fanny when he's playing in the mid lane, but again, Fanny's probably the best way to warm up your fingers.
For them fingers.
Yeah, you got to make sure you have some kind of precision and level of warm-up, and especially at the international level, you can't afford to miss even by a pixel. We've seen teams really abuse, like getting hit by the last hit of Minotaur. You're just right at the very edge, just so you can close the distance as soon as you can. I'm very excited for this matchup because, again, we didn't get to see enough of Hoon last year.
It seems you're not the only one excited because this Cambodian crowd, I gotta give props to them again, man. I already gave them enough props, I think, in match number 1, but
it's a full
we
crowd.
got a full crowd. You see a Cambodian player up on stage? No. This is the passion that the Cambodian people have for the game and the love that they have for the game. This is insane, and I think we're just gonna get straight to the drafts, bro.
If anything, all the players on stage are anything but Cambodian. So that just shows how much they love MLBB, how much they love ONIC, how much they love Outplay. And boy, oh boy, with the draft coming up, we're about to find out exactly how far we're gonna be pushing the meta-shifting competition. Here we go. It's the drafting phase for game 1 in a best of 3. Outplay on the play, ONIC answering back. There goes the Kadira, the Valentina, and of course ONIC just covering their bases. Ain't no 1-1 today. No, basically, not for you.
It's going to be difficult to actually predict some of these drafts. You know, I was coming in very, very confident on day number 1, but considering that a lot of teams have many different styles of play, it's very easy to get overwhelmed with the many different angles that they can actually take. Considering that Outplayed here are looking to ban out both Valentina as well as the Kadita. They're making sure that one of them flex picks for mid and as well as Rome are taken out. And more importantly, we've seen how devastating Valentina overall as a mid laner is. Like, oh yes, wow, you want to be Eve? That's totally fine. I'll steal your ult and I will outscale you.
Talking about Eve, it's still out there. ONIC answers back, taking out the Fredrin. I think they know that it's a flex pick. Despite best player 1 being known for his assassin picks, Oreshikin might as well flex. And again, if you put a hero that's about as deadpan as a Fredrin, that gives Oreshi all the more the flexibility to watch the map, make the calls, and take control.
When he makes the calls, you need to put him in a very good matchup. You know, optimally you want to put him in a winning matchup. So something like the Arlet could definitely come through first for Outplay, just to give him that stability in lane. But for Outplay, they're just taking a few of these heroes that are looking like Sans' heroes, all 3 of them.
Yep, no Gila Sans, no.
Finally, we get to see the glue ban. I was getting a little scared there whether ONIC was going to just kind of let it open and say, yes, if you want to go get glue for yourself or farm, it really doesn't matter to us. But finally, glue gets banned out, and first pick going over to OP. What are they going to lean towards? What are they going to prioritize? Especially when I'm looking at Coach Dale, right? Previously, he was under Homeboys in Malaysia, and he's done a lot of wonders for a team that never makes it far in the playoffs, achieving only 3rd place.
See how far he's come? Prior to that, he was in Myanmar.
Right?
So again, you have to consider the depth and the breadth of this man's knowledge. Like, how you think he's thinking? Is it Hoon? He's going to give the heave here?
I think that definitely could be the answer for this composition, and Eve gets first picked here for OP. We've seen many times before. Right now, it's actually in a 100% ban/pick rate, so it is the most popular pick for MSC 2023, and especially considering, you know, Dale has the experience of coaching for a lot of different regions, for
all of the regions.
All of the regions, technically now. He definitely understands that stability is very important to create that, spectacular draft that you need. This is one of the foundations for the draft that he wants to create, and Yves is just perfect against the Faramis and everything that's open for ONIC.
Exactly. I mean, Faramis is basically out of the pool at this stage of the game. ONIC, they're going to go for the Lancelot as well as the Claude. The Swiss Army knife of the marksman lane, and more importantly, one of the best junglers that we've seen so far, getting his hands on the top meta pick in the jungle role, Lancelot.
So far, so good between OP and ONIC in the first phase. Nothing out of the ordinary. We might not have to see Coach Dale, Coach Adi, and Coach Yeb flex as hard. But then again, as I say those 3 names in total, is Dale not outnumbered? Yeah, sure, he's playing for Outplay, but that's 2 brains on the other side.
It's Adi and Yeb.
2 geniuses.
2 of the brightest minds in MPL Indonesia, most definitely. And I think they're working together really well because Yeb handles the draft for the most part, Adi handles the in-game stuff, and that mix has really made ONIC level up. But as we mentioned, Arlet for Ureshi, just a solid pickup here. They go for the Kufra. What do you think about that?
I personally like it because, again, you're seeing 2 dashing heroes. Obviously, Mincetar would be the absolute counter. I will let you go out of here. But at least with Kufra, you have that flexibility and more, I would say, a safer way to look for these initiations.
Yep, it's the better way to set up a box. It doesn't make you go all in. If you go Mincetar Eve, it's so honest. You're so sure. Now, the young man on screen right now, the young Kyrie Rayos del Sol, said, only if Outplay can get lucky in MSC. I'm disappointed that BTK didn't make it, but it's not luck. They're the 2nd strongest in NA, but I just think, and I feel sad for Mobile Zane. Oh wow, he's built a bond with his colleague in the NA. He wants to work with him again, and of course, he wants to see them there, but no matter what happens, he just wants to win.
Just like a true competitor, quoted like an absolute champion here. Now let's come back to the draft. I'm seeing the Bane getting banned out, right? See, this is the meta shift that we're talking about. Something that we might expect to get picked up by or outplayed at some certain point. But that's not all, right? We do see the Farsa also get banned out. Fanny as well. That's what I was going to point out later on. But Coach Yab, he is on it today.
At this point, they might just go for the Lilia ban, man. That's the other hero. That's the only other hero that I think Sans has played in the mid lane as a mage. Sure, we've seen him on Lunox, we've seen him on other heroes, but in this meta, I think the Lilia should just be the next ban for Outplay if that's the deal. They want to shut Sans down so hard. And yeah, called it 5 bans to Gila Sans.
Mr. Worldwide, not showing any quarter to the MPL ID Season 11 Grand Finals MVP.
The smiles though.
What's left? Yeah, Kyrie knows. Yo. Dale is serious.
More like Kyrie's like, finally, it's not me this time. Oh boy. I do hope to see something a little unorthodox from ONIC, right? You know, a lot of questions have been asked about whether Grushin might actually come back into the meta, whether or not that's going to be good, but they're forced into farmers. They're doubling down on this.
0% win rate, man. I think the stats speak for itself, especially up against an Arlet, Kufra, and Yves. Not too sure about this Faramis pick.
I agree.
Has it come to the point where Faramis has been nerfed to the ground?
I wouldn't say that he's been nerfed to the ground, but there's just too many things that interact with his abilities that make him pretty obsolete. I think in this case, at least it's somewhat of an insurance policy. Maybe a 1.5 seconds buffer before the rest of the composition comes into that backline.
And now a statement from Hoon on how he feels about representing NA for MSC. He's not that proud to be here because, again, they're 2nd place, but he'd like to tell his opponents that only one team gets to have revenge, and that's us. Oh, that confirms it. They're out for blood.
99.9%. I asked them, me and LaFell actually asked them, what are the chances of you guys winning MSC? They all responded 99.9%, so the confidence is still there. The Martis and the Beatrix, a solid front-to-back composition. They want to be placed in that box, and they want to live comfortably in that box.
Such a traditional Siege composition, but if we're looking at ONIC, they want to go straight into that backline. They want to dive as hard as they possibly can. If they can punish Kun in the earlier stages of the game, I think it's very possible, but that's the relationship between the EXP and as well as the jungle, both of which I think Outplayed have their eyes on. I mean, look at these matchups, right? Arlet should be able to hold on for a good amount of time pre-level 4 against the Yutong for a good amount of time. Maybe he won't be able to rotate as fast at level 4, but at the end of the day, if you push him back into the box, it's rough. And ONIC, one step ahead, locking in. You want to fight in the box? No problem. We have an insurance policy and we have a Minotaur.
So much AoE for both compositions. I mean, the Faramis and the Minotaur with the Claude and the Lance. Oh my lord, so many AoE. So it's just going to be both teams looking to skirmish.
And again, the key here is going to be the re-engage. Let's see what the world thinks. A majority, of course, going over to ONIC, and yeah, no, it's all ONIC, so OP definitely the underdog.
Wait, hold up. Singapore, a large majority of Singapore is leaning towards Outplayed here. That's interesting to note.
I mean, Singapore also rooted against RSG SG's opponents 2 times, you know, Phoenix and EVOS. So I don't know what's going on in Singapore.
It's about maximizing your MSC guest points. That's the main idea. You got to start looking for these competitors that can double, triple your profits as we're starting to jump into the game.
Here we go, game 1 in a best of 3. This is for that slot in the knockout stage. It's Outplay going up against ONIC.
Outplay are in dangerous territories here. ONIC have already gotten 1 win. If they lose here, especially 2-0, they're gonna have to go up against Burn X Flash. Home ground advantage to secure the knockout stages.
Now, let's keep in mind here, looking at how the starting lineup is going to be, and especially for both compositions, we're not seeing anything funky happening. It's very standard, very default for both sides.
Yep, no double XP start, so it's a man-to-man roam, but look at how deep Sans is. What's he thinking here?
He just wants to get vision. This is how Sans usually plays with the recalls as well. He's got to be careful here, though. Opposite the channel stampede, good read. Kairi able to secure the lethal Wanderer. Something I want to bring up, though, is Reshi's choice of talent here. He actually went for the Unbending Will instead of the tenacity that we usually see on Arlet.
I'd say 9 out of 10 Arlets these days play the Unbending. Well, 1 out of 10 play the Unbending Will. The other 9 would play the tenacity.
Personally, for me, I love it. I love the Unbending Will because the main idea is if CW decides I'm going to jump into the middle of this fight, somebody needs to finish him off. And obviously, it's clear that CW... he should be okay, right? Yeah, totally fine. He's able to battle mirror image in time, but at the end of the day, right, it's going to be whether or not this Arlet can take out CW during the mid-game. Towards the later stages, it's going to be a little bit harder.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at it again, both teams are just playing it super slow. They both want to contest for the first neutral objective, having a Martis and a Lancelot. So they are going to be transitioning over to that XP lane just in a bit, and you'll see already, Faramis, Sans, first on the board towards that XP lane.
I think a lot is riding on Kairi's shoulders because you can't expect Keyboy to just walk in freely and get a Minoan Fury in the middle of the box to change the fight, right? Kairi is going to have to bait out a couple of spells, and this is what we're seeing here. Keyboy is going to hit level 4 before joining.
Okay, charging in, early Shark, Charge Revenge, going to be able to connect onto Boots, but he doesn't have the Tyrant's Rage just yet. Kairi with the Phantom Execution, cancelled away. Boots looking to re-engage already onto base player 1, who will use the Mortal Coil to disengage. Oreshi in the midst of it all right now, caught in, has the final slash to get the reset on the Vengeance. ONIC holding on to that turtle. Sans trying to zone best player away as he pops in a Mortal Coil. No more Mortal Coil to play for. Keyboy going to be knocked up. He does have the Minus Fury right now, and he will be able to use it right now with the Cult Ultra to help him out. Kairi wins Retribution battle as best player 1 is forced to back away. The RWM locks him in place, but Kairi and Sans jump to the back. It's Reshi who finds a trade back, but it's only the Roamer here traded in, and he is caught in a tough spot. Able to use the Vengeance once again. Sans knocked up, has the Shadow Stampede, but Tyrant's Rage locks him down. Sans might just be taken down here, but Kairi finds him the trade. Sans falls in the back. Shark now going to be targeted down by Boots, who's looking for the kill. A few more hits should do it, and he does not have Flicker. ONIC win out. It's a 3 for 2, and they get the turtle.
What a long extended fight there. While all this was happening, CW did get chunked out pretty hard, forced to recall early on. Basic is holding on very nicely to his lead for now. But the real question is, how are they going to play for these upcoming neutral objectives? We saw what it looks like, and unfortunately, for Outplayed, it's a little tough to get in on these fights, especially when Keyboy has his ultimate.
You see that OP understands that their strength, or at least in a 50-50 matchup like this, lies in the re-engage. They really tried hard after baiting out a few ults from ONIC. They had that step in, but from there on, ONIC understood that, yeah, no, you can get a better re-engage, but when we're able to split you up and go for the 2-for-1s when you're not ready for it, they're going to win out, and that's what got them this 1K gold lead in under 4 minutes.
Can we also talk about the fact that every time we've seen a Minotaur so far, it's not like everybody immediately starts switching over to Purifies, right? Nobody on the side of OP decided to go Purifies. They wanted to have their flickers available to make the play. That re-engage like you talked about. They don't want to sit there and anchor down.
They technically have 3 people with anti-CC. Vengeance, Mortal Coil, and the RWM. So maybe that's the reason as to why they're not going for that. For Basic, I think on the Beatrix, it's just natural to go for the Flicker, right? You don't really want to go on that Purify. It gets you out of the lane so easily, and yeah, the Purify is just not a good mix, I think, with the Beatrix.
If anything, it's ONIC who's respecting that fact, right? The RWM is an almost for sure catch. But look at this, Shark. Stretch it up!
Okay, good shot, but Sans brings them back. The Shadow Stampede, Kyrie now dealing some damage, poking him down. Best player already 1 level down. Kyrie has the level advantage. He can actually get 2 levels.
And that cost Shark nothing. That cost Outplay nothing. So they know that for the next minute or so, Sans can't Purify.
Yep, they know that for a fact. More importantly, the ultimates are all available for both sides. But wait, hold on.
Okay, best player one has just used the Retribution. Kyrie able to dash away from the Tyrant's Revenge, and that should just be a free turtle over to ONIC. He baited out that Retribution super quick. Shark still is trying to give the team vision, trying to give space for the rest of the team to work with it as in the bottom lane. Ureshi is getting out-leveled as well. It might be a solo kill. Boots jumps in. The passive is fully on. Kyrie doesn't decide to rotate down below, but Ureshi is forced to use Flicker defensively.
Are they going to convert on this? Are they going to... No, Kyrie's not going to break from his path. He needs to make sure he ends up on that top side of the map rather than helping out with the bottom side, because it generally, you're not really going to interact with Arlet anyways, and half the time it's going to be Basic who's going to get targeted down in these major fights. On the other hand, right, best player has not been able to find the space and time to really get in on this, right? Early game Martis, you're expecting to get early decimates to finish off kills, but the way that ONIC is moving across the map, making sure that there's no holes in their defense.
I'm loving the pressure that ONIC is placing down on the OP. It's slowly but surely. They're not ballooning out of control. It's a slow 1K, 2K gold lead over the past 6 minutes, and because of that, they're winning the lanes. ONIC, bottom and top, even mid. Look, it's a 2v1, and then here up top, it's a 3v3.
And they're sandwiching OP.
Look at the positioning. Yeah, no. And yeah, they leave Ureshi down bottom, but I'm not so sure what he can get there.
Keyboy Minute Fury, no Purify, and that's what it does. Everybody locked down. Who's going to be falling right there as he pops in the real world manipulation to sustain. Best player one rotating up top, but he's a bit too late to the party as he's going to be chunked down. Shadow Stampede not just connecting just yet. Tyrant's Revenge blocking Kyrie down the bouncing ball as well, stopping him from using the puncture, but he still is able to play it slow to get out of that situation as ONIC just pick up a free turret.
Really good timings on the Thorn Rose, dodging a couple of hits and especially dodging the turret shots to put him into lethal range. 30 more seconds till Turtle comes back up, and if you look at the altar, Sans should technically get his full altar relatively soon. In the meantime here, Boots with that 1-kill lead, and especially with the Black Dragon form and the fact that he is able to disrupt so many members from the side of OP, all of their flickers are basically down.
Well, synchronized, Shark get a catch.
Bouncing ball as well, Kyrie locked down, but he just stays there. Thorn Rose puncture out. Calm, cold.
All right, admit it. Who is sweating here? You have to admit, you gotta be a very confident jungler to sit in front of the nearest Ashen, open up the sidebar just to see the items.
Here we go again.
Keyboy and Sans brought together. CW is already down below right now. Chunking Shark pretty low, half HP. Doesn't have the regen, it seems, right now. CW is going to be able to regen back up. It seems like Kyrie is able to clear out the purple buff already. Getting that level lead once again. Security the turtle. There's no contest from Outplay. They tried their best to go for the mid lane. There might actually be a contest right now. Ooh, Retribution going to be able to secure that. Minus Fury and the knockup onto Ureshi as Boots isolates the members. The Petrify connects onto Hoon, and that's Boots diving all the way under the turret, waiting out the real world manipulation, but the Cold Ultra comes down to save Boots. He's still very low. Final stash in the back. Keyboy going to be able to knock 2 members up as CW pokes them down. Not enough damage just for now. Ureshi is going to be executed by a friend of execution. Kyrie on the back. He keeps on going. He might get shut down though. Kai boiling down. It's a shutdown, but it's also ONIC as early as the 8th minute of the game.
You see how the 2K, 3K Gold League came into play. They were able to juggle underneath, and yeah, Shark keeps getting these catches, but to no avail, there's no follow-up.
Wait, okay.
He's good. He's good. Shark is able to walk away from that, but you got to admit, Kyrie sees angles that most people don't. And the fact is, they knew, and especially when you're looking at Hoon here, he played it as great as he can, right? He was managing the shot residue. He quickly dropped down the real-world manipulation to keep himself alive. But look at the angle that Kyrie finds to hop the best player right on top of Hoon to secure this kill, buys enough time for the rest of the team to start wiping them out.
I mean, it was a wipeout for the cost of maybe a couple on the way out, but they converted out their minds, went all the way as deep as tier 2 in mid. So that's a main artery that Outplay cannot farm from anymore. And it's not like basically he's having a great time. You see how CW was just free farming, free hitting in mid?
He is just getting so much gold here. Let's look at actual 2,000,
almost 2,000 ahead.
God, this is not going to be an easy game at all. And the worst part for Outplay is the fact that their tier 1 structures are already gone and the mid tier 2 is gone. The entire jungle is basically Kyrie's at this point.
Best weak side goal laner in Indonesia, CW, right? We named him that, and right now he's showing it. A lot of them rotations early on was mostly just 2 words, boots, getting him ahead in that winning matchup already. And CW is able to farm up so well. And the fact is, you know, I think I saw Shark more often in the gold lane. So the fact that he's able to just sustain, this is why the Claude gets picked up. The Swiss Army knife with a Purify as well, unkillable.
Shark's not only in the gold lane, Shark is in bushes wherein he's looking for kills that Outplay has no business going for. He started doing this at about minute 1, minute 2, and it's not converting. So I'm guessing it was a tempo misunderstanding between the rest of the team. So yeah, no, now Outplay is catching up. There's no way they're going to contest this. Sure, there is a push up top that basically bought for them, but no. The one scores the first Lord for ONIC here, slowly ballooning up to 7K ahead in 10 minutes. And a free turret too, there's nothing OP's getting.
Yep, they're not getting anything, but that's totally fine here because remember, OP have high ground defense, and I think that's going to be really important. We've seen in the last match what high ground defense does for you. It buys you that extra bit of time, and if you have to drag this out to 20 minutes, OP are going to have to make the attempt to do so.
All right, what are you supposed to do right now, right? I mean, for Outplay, I think there's only one response to this play. It's to just turtle up in the base.
That's right.
But ONIC have a pretty good siege comp.
Don't push it, don't push it. Starting up with the RWM, pop that holy shield.
They're not going to get enough off of this, and I think even ONIC recognizes that, man, this Lord's too weak. We'll wait for the next one. And I think even for Outplayed, where do you go from here? Who can you really punish? Because Keyboy, he can hold on, actually hold OP hostage with the Minoan Fury. You never know when he's going to come in with it.
Okay, penetrated Shark already just fully committing onto Keyboy, but the call ultra saves him, and the Minoan Fury with a flicker in front. He finds 3 members under the base turret though, no minions coming down. That was a mistake. Keyboy loses his life. ONIC now still disengaging. They've gotten enough damage onto the base turret to say, I'm happy with the trade, but they cannot go for more.
Signs of life from Outplay, and again, it rings true that one thing that they should do at this point, approaching 12 minutes into the game, down almost 8K, is to stay in their base, defend up, build up on Hoon, who I think is maybe short one more. He needs one more main item for these high ground defenses to not just stay inside their base.
Absolutely. Look at the items. Look how far Sands is ahead of Hoon right now. Wow. Very, very far in terms of the items. 3 items to 2, and even better yet, he is stacking up very fast. So the more they clump up together, the more they want to try and go for this high ground defense. If they fall into the cone of the Ghost Bursters, at least for Sands, he knows he's going to get value. Just set it up for CW.
Purple buff CW, did you see that? Right, they're already trying to funnel onto CW. So it's already a very different ONIC to the last time we saw them. Remember, at M4, it was Kyrie-centric. Now, it feels very balanced.
And isn't that the same way that EVOS Legends have evolved too?
Yeah.
They've been able to say, you know, it's not just about brands. Now it's just not about Kyrie. We will let y'all do your thing. And yeah, Sands was the MVP then, but here you see him that he's ready to save his teammates. He's ready to dive in there, maybe even die for the cause. But I'm hoping that they don't have to do that. Because again, now shoes on the other foot. ONIC, what do they have to do? I'd say wait for the Luminous Lord. They're crashing, and I'm seeing at least 2 inhibitors going down.
Yeah, you know, at least for Outplay, they're playing extremely disciplined right now, and they know that walking out of the base is just a little too risky, especially with Gold Lead developed by ONIC. 8.2K so far, the current gold deficit, and with the next 42K mark from the side of ONIC, you can expect that their cores will have at least 4 of their core items. It's rough to begin with, and I think 2 more Lords until OP is able to equalize.
2 Lords, maybe one of them stolen. Like, I think they can survive one more Lord that's on ONIC, and then maybe they can try to steal for the other. But something to note, I didn't notice, ONIC's draft, there's very little magic damage, but the fact that Ureshi had to build an Oracle for himself means that he's respecting Sans. The fact that Ghost Bursters might deal enough damage to take down this unbending Will Arlott.
And it's strange to see because ONIC aren't really clumping up in these team fights, right? Usually when you have a Cold Ulcer to play with, you want to just clump up, and that's why OP really went in on this box composition. Thing is, ONIC have been very sporadic in the way they tackle these team fights, but like you mentioned, low magic damage, only Sans. Basic, just bottom win in nature. So that is definitely a power spike for him that he can utilize.
Well, don't forget, keep your eyes on Keyboy. He's got his flicker back up again, and we saw how much damage he can do with the Minoan Fury, and with the third hit of it being flickered into the middle of the enemy team, getting big knockups as well. At least for Outplay, they can recognize we can try to cancel it out, but that's a lot of resources that's being dedicated to Keyboy.
Here we go, Lord crashing on through. Mid goes down, bottom up next. There's a wave up top that Kyrie's brought in.
Okay, this is just the siege right now. Oh, Basic is going to be engaged on right there. Doesn't do enough damage onto Kyrie. Still going to be able to be super safe in the back. Boots pops in Black Dragon form. Real World Inflation popped down as well. Reshi can be zoned away from the team. Doesn't have the final slash anyway, so look for anything more. And ONIC say, we're happy with 2 base turrets. We might look for 1 more as we go and invade first.
Well, to be fair, Hoon doesn't have the RWM. If they really want to force it, they can absolutely do so on the second wave, right?
Oh, final slash. It actually brings Sans back, but he has to call Ultra, and now the collapse on the back. CW with the laser duet onto the base. Hoon gets taken very low, still saving that flicker right now. Kyrie is going to be caught. He has the dashes though. And CW now is going to be able to melt them down 1 by 1. It's a double kill for CW. A 3 for 0 as ONIC will still pull back. The discipline, they do not want to force it.
It's dangerous. They're very low. They're very low. It's hard. Kyrie might survive, yes, but maybe not Keyboy. Maybe not CW, but they're still going to push.
16 seconds on the clock for the death timers right now. The base is wide open, and CW will just go for it right now with a battle mirror image. 15 minutes in. No minions, but it does not matter. Dominance in game number 1 presented by ONIC.
I told you, as soon as that RWM is down, at least they know for a fact they cannot force anything onto ONIC's side. So they're the ones holding the tempo. They're the ones holding the initiative to go back into these fights. And I think even for Outplay, they're like, man, that's really rough. When we don't have the tempo, when we don't have the lead, it feels like ONIC just control them.
It begs to be questioned. Were there nerves in play? It looks like Outplay was not in the zone, both in their movements and even as they were shown on camera. Even Hoon couldn't believe what happened.
I think it's one of those situations where you come in, you feel confident, but as the game gets dragged on, you realizing you're deeper and deeper in this deficit, that's when the nerves really hit you the hardest. And I can only imagine, especially for Shark, right? How exactly do you engage? Every single time he makes that initial catch, oh, call Altar. What's next? The back line of my team gets hit by the Minoan Fury.
Honestly, I feel like in that game, it wasn't nerves. It was just simply them being outclassed, right? I mean, the macro plays, the little decision-making, the wave manipulation, all these little wins build up, and these little wins in lane as well. The fact that, you know, they have 2 winning side lanes, despite having CW on a weak side, not a lot of resources placed onto him, shows you just how good ONIC were, maybe even levels above.
What made me say it was nerves is because Shark, he was having a hard time, yes, but 9 out of 10 of his jumps caught somebody. 9 out of 10 could lead to a death, lead to a kill for Outplay, and then maybe conversion elsewhere. Basically death ball strategy, what won RSG Philippines last year's MSC title. But now, you see here that a lot of them, despite Shark catching, leads to nothing, right? I'm specifically best player. I hate to put pressure on an MSC rookie, right? Making a debut, but after the first 2 or 3 minutes, after the second turtle specifically, Best Player 1 did want nothing with Kyrie.
I think you could say that, you know, one of the reasons Shark wasn't really able, or none of the members from Outplay were really able to control or follow up that initiation from Shark was because of the Cold Ultra. The Cold Ultra here played a very different role to how it was usually played. Usually it's clumped up and everything. Now it's used to save people.
And one of the people that Sans saved very, very often was Kyrie, who was not in any need of help, definitely. If you watch the game, Kyrie could have gotten out of these things by himself. That one death I believe was
Under the turret.
Underneath the turret, yeah,
Tier
2
1.
turrets.
Yeah.
2 turrets, and he was going very, very deep. I mean, looking at his build, you can tell he wanted to hurt people. He wanted to make sure that he could actually bait out a couple of spells. He's feeling violent, and he woke. At least this is not a morning game, as we know. ONIC generally don't like the mornings. They're more of a night people. They like to warm up a little bit, but he was coming up huge, and more importantly, he played the exact role that we expected him to play. He's not looking to try and finish off fights super, super quickly. He needs to go in, bait out a couple of spells, and then re-engage afterwards.
Here you'll see in the highlights again how the re-engagement were what OP was going for, but ONIC understood. ONIC knew to split them up. ONIC knew that they were going to overcommit, and then as soon as that bottom lane didn't work out, ONIC went for the juggler, they went for the top, and then that's it. They won both lanes. No more weak side for CW.
It's tough. The more I look at these highlights, the more you just recognize that there's not much that OP could have done to get better. But there is the possibility of maybe Ureshi looking for a flicker final slash play. But even then, the goal deficit was already too big by the time you get creative with these strategies.
Sort of impressive how, again, in these skirmishes, when, you know, they have a lot of people diving in, the members who get caught ultimately are only the frontliners, right? I mean, the backline's completely safe. You can see even here, CW is the one who is backlining, who's the only kind of, you know, backliner on the team, because Sans even wants to dive in, and he's almost untouched the whole game. Well, yeah, he is untouched the whole game. He didn't get a single death, right?
TW?
No.
That's right.
No,
Yeah.
CW. I thought you were talking about Sans. But yeah, let's have a look at the items one more time, right? 6-13, the overall kill score basically was getting very close to his 4th item, but still wasn't there yet. And even for best player, right, in terms of the amount of gold that everybody has, super underwhelming 15 minutes into the game. ONIC just made sure that once they capitalized off the very first neutral objective, they just starved them out.
It's difficult. Best player's job was not possible if Hoon and Shark, nor Hoon, rather Basically and Shark weren't getting there. The smartest here was gonna work in the first 5 minutes or in the last 25, right? But we didn't get there. We ended at 15. So that being said, I'm wondering if Best Player can shake off the nerves.
I think eventually, you know, a couple more games is going to be fine. But let's talk about the emblems that we see coming in from Hoon. It's not very often that you do see the Impure Rage going on to the Eve. Most people like to go for the Mystery Shop and start speeding up the utility items and go into something like an Enchanted Talisman. But with the Impure Rage, he's like, I don't need that, skip that, let's go straight away into the defensive because ONIC is going to be looking for me right after the RWM.
So I guess they knew immediately that the answer to Outplay's box was going to be a hard dive. And what a dive this was. I think that's one thing that you don't have as a box-type lineup is the re-engage. They tried to do it. You know that they wanted it. They knew that in their minds they could do it, but this is the same case as when your brain is good at sports, but your body isn't. That's what happened here. They just couldn't execute.
Yeah, I agree. You know, they really couldn't execute, and again, I really just want to highlight CW here because he executed his game plan really well. All the way to the end, keeping a very good GPM stat, 13k gold, so he is definitely the rich guy for the game, but I want to point out his itemization. Actually sold the boots very early on in the game. Usually you see that towards the end, but because he was so snowballed, because he could rely on the passive so much, he said, you know what? Might as well just go and sell an item, go and get a rose gold. Or I think in that case, he actually went for the Melvin Roar.
And no one was going to get him. Again, there was very little dive from OP. Say what you will about Shark. He's amazing. Those jumps almost caught somebody every given time, but there's a battle mirror image and there's a purify. CW was not going to go down.
No, he refused to go down, right? And especially when you have the right setup, it becomes even more extraordinarily difficult because you're hoping, oh yes, the bouncing ball is he's going to have to use that purify as well as battle mirror to get out of there. And then you're hoping that Ureshi is able to pull him back into the box. And I think that would have been the most ideal situation for Outplayed. I mean, the stats, I'm going to disregard the stats here because ONIC completely washed over them in these 15 minutes.
Yep, it was a clear, just blunt force object that ONIC used here. And OP, as sound and fundamentally capable as they are, the way ONIC just approached this head-on just was not going to be something that OP can get away with.
I think the one thing that we must keep in mind is once you get into these international tournaments, you're not playing against the regular players that you see in your local leagues. Yes, they are professional. Yes, they are part of the 1%, but this is part of the 0.1% where you're looking to figure out creative ways to force it out of your opponent. And I think that's always going to be a very difficult question to answer because we know, even as casters, even amongst regular players, you know how to expect things to be layered. Yes, Minoan Fury, and then immediately you're going to go for their RWM as the response, so on, so forth.
So where does this put Outplay now, mentally speaking? How can Coach Dale just round up those troops here? Because, all right, say that there were no nerves in play. Say that this was just maybe difficulty in execution. What do they do now? Do they fix the draft? Do they fix their approach? Do they switch up to the red side? Maybe, given the way that they favor the re-engage. And I think that's something that they did in NACT, right? Do they fix the draft so that they're more capable? That, again, as the analogy goes, so that their body can do what their brain wants them to do.
Yeah, I think securing a winning lane is a right step to the right direction, right? It's the first step to the right direction for Outplay. The fact of the matter is they picked up the Beatrix into a Claude after picking the Arlet first phase, already countered by the Yu Zhong. So with these two side lanes and the fact that, they picked up the Yve and the Kufra in the mid lane super early, gave the chance over to ONIC to counter that with better mid control, better matchup at the gold lane, and even countering the XP lane. So I really feel like in these three lanes, it was mostly dominated by ONIC. And even in the jungle department, Lancelot was able to clear faster than the Martis.
Well, so I'll say that's a yes. Fix the draft.
I mean, obviously the draft needs to be fixed, but I do think that if you're going to go anywhere and really focus down on the fundamentals, I think Basic did a really good job actually winning out his lane before the rest of ONIC decided, you know what, we need to get involved.
Oh, speaking of involved, how about we hear from our crowd here? I think Miki will be joining us in just a bit. She will be joined by a few of our fans here in the stadium. Again, we are broadcasting live from Aeon Mall 3 in Mien Chai in beautiful Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Again, here from the desk, it's Leo, Mirko, and Gideon. Let's hear from Harada Miki.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Harada Miki, and now I will be interview someone in special. Introduce yourself, please.
Jumrib Sul, I'm Assassin Dave.
Wait, did you just speak Cambodia?
Yes, I did. Angkun.
Afghan. Who teach you? So you can speak Cambodia very well, right?
No, that's it.
Okay. So I might have some questions to you. But first, I want you to say Bong Salanh On.
Wait, say it again?
Bong.
Bon.
Salanh.
Slan.
On.
Bon Slan.
On.
On.
ទាំងអស់គ្នា
Bon Slan on.
ទាំងអស់គ្នា Okay, just kidding. So the first question is, how do you feel about Outplay performance in the first game?
Ooh, the other draft was too suppressive. I felt like Outplay boys did the best, but too much dive.
Okay. So another question. Tell me more about why you like Outplay, or why should someone support them?
Outplay?
Yes?
North America for the win, bro. Outplay is the best.
You! Yeah!
That's right.
Actually, what's the game name?
What's my game name?
Yes?
It's Assassin Dave.
Yeah, that's why someone keeps saying hi, Assassin Dave.
Oh, hi, whoever that is.
Oh, okay, that's me.
Oh,
Just
hi,
kidding.
Mickey.
Just
Okay.
kidding. Someone said it for real. Okay. So the next question is, any word to the player before game 2?
Say it again.
Any word to the player before game 2?
Oh, keep on doing your best. I believe. Never doubt it.
Yes. So ជូនពរទៅកាន់ក្រុម Outplay ដូចគ្នាសង្ឃឹមថាគាត់នឹងធ្វើឲ្យបានល្អជាមួយនឹង game ទី 2. Okay. So can you make the audience cheer for Outplay?
Let's go Outplay! Let's go Outplay!
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Assassin Day. Arkun. So we might have another interview. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. Hi ជំរាបសួរ Okay អញ្ចឹងមានជាមួយនឹងសំណួរខ្លះៗ Okay So first introduce yourself
Hi, my name is Nika.
Lika
Yeah.
Oh someone tell me it's Nika Why Okay so the first question is how do you feel about ONIC performance in the first game មានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរជាមួយនឹងការ performance របស់ ONIC game ទី1
ពួកគាត់លេងបានល្អទាំងអស់គ្នា
Wow so she said that ONIC is playing well with the first game Yes doing so well, like the best for her, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next question is, who do you like the most in ONIC? ចូលចិត្ត member ស្រឡាញ់ member មួយណាជាងគេនៅក្នុង team ONIC
ចូលចិត្តទាំងអស់ប៉ុន្តែចូលចិត្ត Keyboy ជាង
Wow Keyboy Okay do you have anything to say to Keyboy
Fighting
Fighting Keyboy that's all សុំសម្លេងហៅឲ្យ Keyboy មួយមក Okay Okay sure
Aku sayang kamu
Hey, you should say that aku cinta kamu, right?
Yeah.
And then
Aku
Keyboy.
cinta kamu, Keyboy.
Okay. So សំណួរទី4 Any special word to this player before game 2 មានពាក្យពេចន៍អីពិសេសសម្រាប់ Keyboy អត់
ជូនពរឲ្យ Keyboy ក៏ដូចជា ONIC ទាំងក្រុម ONIC ធ្វើបានល្អ
Okay, so good luck to Keyboy and ONIC team, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so សុំសលេងធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យ fan ONIC ហៅមួយបានអត់
Okay. Go ONIC.
Okay. So another one, it's ONIC time. Okay, អញ្ចឹងបន្តិចទៀតនឹងចូលជាមួយនឹង game ទី2ហើយ So សុំសំឡេងហៅឲ្យក្រុមទាំងពីរមួយមក So, okay guys, so it's time. So let's pass the floor to the caster. Thank you.
Akumbong, Haradamiki, and of course our fans. Nika from Cambodia, who is a fan of ONIC, and Assassin Dave from North America. Back to the desk here, Leo at your service with Mirko and Gideon Q. It's nice to see that Kamai fans picked up some Bahasa Indo to show some love for their favorite players.
I love it. I love the fact that, they are supporting ONIC, even though, again, they are from Cambodia. So it's not just about the team. We mentioned this so many times, but I'm so surprised and I'm so overwhelmed by how amazing the Cambodian crowd are.
They really are. It's crazy to imagine here because sometimes you see, the people shift out. You're imagining, nobody's going to come for the game. Next thing you know, we got a packed crowd all the way to the brim. But we got to talk shop. And I think, especially in this best of 3, we're hoping to see a little bit more, especially because my guest coins are on the line here.
Speaking of guest coins, you can go ahead and check out the MSC support chest that will be available starting from the 5th of June all the way until the 18th. So about a week left. Alright? Spend only 20 diamonds and you may stand a chance to get an excellent skin. You can choose between Leomore, Triumph Eagle, and all the others in that shop. Up to 1,000 MSC coins await you. Alright, so purchase the MSC support chest and root for the MSC games now. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag See the World, hashtag MSC 2023. I'd like to report that I have played enough games and leveled up that pass and get some points. I now have the Triumphant Eagle.
I haven't been actually, able to play a lot of games, so I'm pretty jealous right now. I'm pretty pissed.
I had to try the Bane. I had to, 2 days in a row, I've been trying that Bane.
You've just been spamming?
Yeah, the Carl Easy Bane.
Just Bane?
And Uranus. Because again, Uranus is slowly showing up again in addition to the Minotaur.
What's your favorite hero? I remember M3 just spammed that hero 24/7.
That's right, yes. Cambodian server is pretty good.
Uranus is great.
I am just disappointed in you. I'm disappointed. I thought a little bit of Charisma. I thought a little bit more spice, a little bit more mechanics. Why Uranus?
I'm no Sanford, bro. I'm no Sanford. People will laugh at my penalty zone. They'll laugh at my penalty zone in Kamai. I don't understand.
Yeah, okay. We're going to see if they can make this work too, though, because the Uranus was actually used up by Boots in game number 1 against Burn X Flash.
To get a maniac.
But it was a comeback maniac. It was ONIC, where I don't really think you like them to be. It was a very...
It's the morning ONIC.
It's a morning ONIC. So maybe they can make the Uranus pick work again this time, depending on the draft coming in from Outplay.
I don't suppose so. As of right now, based on how the matchups have been going, Ureshi generally has been struggling against Boots. Like Boots, if he gets a good matchup, he kind of controls the entire lane. It feels weird because Ureshi has been losing out a majority of his important resources, whether it be his ult, but more importantly, his battle spell in the lane. That puts him at a significant disadvantage, especially if you are going to be a table flip type of hero like Arlet.
If anything, given that ONIC has started on a strong foot and are now threatening match point, maybe just to push it further, pick up the tempo, I think Coach Yeb and Coach Addy can actually just give Boots the losing lane again. They can just draft so hard to make sure that CW plays the way he did in game 1 and then just go quickly. I think currently the record is about 11 minutes. To finish the game from just last night, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, that is correct.
This was 15. This is 15. It felt quick, but I think they can go faster.
Well, we'll see. It all starts with the drafts right now as we enter the drafts for game number 2. Outplay. Will they be able to adjust to the dominant force that is ONIC, or will ONIC take over? We'll see. Outplay still on Blue side.
Well, we're seeing a lot of the same bans all over again. This time, Blue being banned out within the second ban rather than the third. I do want to see the adjustments here. We do see the Lancelot get banned out for the side of OP, making sure that at the very least, they can punish Kyrie. The man needs to be human at some point.
I mean, he is the one, and you never know his limits. As soon as he debuted into the MPL Philippines, everybody saw his potential, but it took years. And who'd have thought it took him being an import to actually shine and get on top of that mountain?
It's difficult to hold on to that moniker, the Sky King. Some even saying Kyrie Esports last year. But now, as ONIC, this is a full, good-looking squad where they have multiple avenues to win. And I think all teams have kind of recognized after seeing the World Champions Echo play, having those multiple avenues gives you such an edge over everybody else.
And this is what you can expect from ONIC, right? If they win game number 1, they're not going to stick completely to what made them win game number 1. They're going to be adjusting on the go with their opponents as well. You see a Lancelot ban, they are going to let go of the Fredrin, and they're instead going to ban the Yves. And here, with Fredrin left open, it's instantly picked up by OP.
Personally, for me, I think that this could be a potential bait. This is a flex pick, but I'm foreseeing that OP want to be able to get this Beatrix into a carry-specific matchup so that Basic can actually roll over that lane and focus very much on his side of the map. ONIC, for all we know, this is CW. He could get the Claude all over again and say, yeah, I'm not going to fall into the pit trap just yet.
Yep, so Mr. Worldwide, Coach Dale, see the adjustment coming from a mile away. But ONIC obliges. There's the Valentina, so they want to have their choices open too. They want to make sure that OP stay honest and they pick up the Arlott, which likely is going to fall in the hands of Boots, but we have seen Kiboy play him in the roam.
Hoon's got to be careful now, you know. ONIC, they're really smug about things, and I think if Hoon doesn't pick up a mage, they're going to do the same thing they did to Sans.
No.
Yeah, they're going to
Choke
go
him
in, they're going to try to choke Hoon out. If Outplay don't pick up a mage here, I have a feeling, I can sense Coach Denver, Coach Yeb, just smiling, smug smile.
All right. Well, they go ahead and arm up Shark, and there you go. They know. All right. Coach Dale knows Yeb. They're good friends. They've been working in the same leagues for years now, and they give the Farsa over. Farsa and Franco. That's a very fast rotating duo.
Okay, I think this is all right. I think that the way that they're leaning towards here, at least they've kind of pivoted in the way that they're looking to approach the draft. At the very least, passing over the Feathered Airstrike or even the Bloody Hunt over to the Valentina is going to be generally okay, but both are making sure that they don't show what their marksman is just yet. And I think this is a really important point because the mindset, unless Coach Yep shows, you know what, let's get the Claude early on and then see how OP responds.
I think the Claude is still a very, very good pick here for ONIC. Then they can go just ban out the carry, a hero that should be paired up with Franco usually. But it's going to be the Beatrix, a bit more range to play with. They know right now with the Valentina and the Arlott, they are lacking in that range department. So they want to get a little bit more some more tools to actually go and siege.
Question, Mirko. You think by any chance Keyboy is going to get his hands on the Arlott?
Oh, that's still an option they can go for. Up against the Franco, it's going to be really, really good, right? You try to go for the Bloody Hunt and you get instantly Final Slash back. I think it is a possibility, and I think again, they're utilizing this as a flex pick.
Exactly, right? Because they can still go, oh, you know what? Yutong. Then I don't have to always waste that Final Slash with a flicker just to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike.
Yep.
But also, the Fredrin is still a flex pick. So again, I think both teams just want to keep that option open. They still want to answer back. ONIC taking away options from Basic, and OP just making sure that best player one has the best game that he can. If this is going to be a Fredrin, going into whatever Kyrie might get his hands on, I'd say in a Retri battle, it's still 50-50. I think it's better than the Martis earlier. But then again, Kyrie can play the Martis here. Oh, it's so good, though.
Right. There's just a lot of things in question. ONIC, they make sure that they get rid of the Fanny. I was going to bring that up, but they're just quick to the ball. We pull back to the priority of Outplayed. And again, we're seeing the fact that they've already banned out the Hayabusa. Might as well ban out the Link so at least the Feather Airstrike doesn't get disrupted and you don't have to waste the Bloody Hunt on Kyrie of all people. Even though I would agree. Oh, Balmon!
Kyrie,
interesting.
Kyrie did win with the Balmon day one.
Yeah, he
did. And also, it's a good shout because of the ban of that carry. Because what other tank junglers were you looking to get?
This is a very, very good ban again. Outplay, right? Something that we weren't thinking about the Bellman, but I honestly feel like with the Farsight and the Fredrin, they're just gonna last pick the jungle. The Ling is still up for grabs.
Ling, Martis.
Exactly. I think the thing is, do they want to utilize the Arlet pick all the way to the end? That's the big question here, right?
Are they gonna keep a secret all the way?
Exactly. Do they want to do that? Maybe pick up a roamer first. It's fine. It's fine like if Keyboy doesn't get this Arlet because it's already a very good lane for Boots. He knows exactly how to play this, and even if he gets countered, never mind. They pick up the counter straight up. They know. They know. Good call, Gideon. Arlet going roam.
All right.
Unless.
Unless.
It shouldn't be the case.
Yuzong jungle?
No, Arlet jungle.
Ooh, even Arlet jungle would be quite a fun time here. But for now, I think just great drafting so far coming in from Coach Yeb. They kind of revealed what needs to be revealed, and now the question goes over to Coach Dale. How do you respond to this? Because at the end of the day, Hoon is not going to have a fun time, especially with the Black Dragon form chasing him down every single time you see the Feather Airstrike being activated.
The Ling pick is coming. I'm sensing it, man, from ONIC. So OP, maybe they want to take it away? It's too risky, though.
And that's what's difficult. From game 1 to game 2, there's still an overload of dive. It's still dive city.
It's our showtime.
Okay, we see the Claude. 8 times pick, 65% wicked man rate, 75% win rate, and Uranus into the Yutong matchup to try and sandbag him. Interesting.
Yep.
I was imagining maybe even a Benedetta in these positions, but I guess just to slow down that traditional front to front, knowing that it's going to be a Beatrix, and plus you have that Claw to be able to jump into that backline, there's a possibility.
And also to add, there's again a lack of magic damage. ONIC are playing very similarly to game 1. Their draft will show this. What's Kyrie gonna pick up?
I'm feeling Ling, I'm feeling an Assassin right now for ONIC, but if it's not an Assassin, safe pick should be just the Martis up against the Franco
or
the Fredrin.
Or Alpha.
Or Alpha. We have seen that from...
Alpha shreds all 3.
RGC in Singapore. Let's see. Oh, they need magic. I mean, they need magic.
There's
it's
the magic.
Amon, 100% win rate. Firefox Impunity showed what this pick could do. The potential. Omwa was back in MPL Indo. In Indo, he's probably smiling.
He's loving it.
He loves Amon. He played like 1,000 games on it, I think.
Are you serious? 1,000 games in a month? Ooh, that's way too many games for my liking. But honestly, I was thinking even the Bushin would have been pretty okay, especially if you really want to shut down this Farsa, because again, it's not real world manipulation. You don't get a shield to protect yourself.
Now the question is, Claude has to bring Purify, so he can't technically flicker out of the Amon and the shards. Can he blink out with a Battle Mirror image?
You could try, but you really have to time it.
As soon as you see the animation stack on you, there's no getting away. It's like the Harley ult. It's like Deadly Magics.
No, you can escape with the flicker.
You can escape with the flicker, and you can get out of it with the BMI as well, but the timing is really, really key. So again, a lot has to do with what's their current ping, what's the current frame rate, and more importantly, when exactly is he going to throw it? Because this projectile, it needs to collide together. That's when you go for the BMI.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here it is, ONIC. One more game to secure match or the match entirely and actually become first seed of the group.
That's right. It'll make it all the more interesting when OP does eventually meet the local champions in Burn X Flash. Looking at the start here, very similar to game 1. It's a duo in mid, both junglers starting up purple, and then a man-to-man defense in their side lanes. Interestingly enough, you hear the crowd.
This is beautiful.
It really is. It really is. It's great to hear that the crowd are both excited for OP as well as ONIC.
Boots. Got a few stacks.
He's not going to die here, right? Okay, he's
fine.
Totally fine. Okay, so early rotations, again, we are not seeing the early rotations, especially from the roamers, or even the super boost of sacrificing a little bit of EXP just to make sure that your jungler hits level 4 a lot earlier than your opponent.
Something to note, instead of the Purify, basically he's rocking the Sprint. A little bit of a throwback. It's been a few months since Sprint got nerfed itself. It's not as strong as it used to be when he got reworked, but
okay, a dive attempt right now. Best player 1 doing some damage, but Boots now going to be able to dish out some damage. Sans rotates down below. First blood is picked up, but the jungler will fall. And Reshi, he fell to the turret. The turret took him down, yeah?
Very expensive, 2 for 1.
Interesting. Best player had his ult the entire time there. I thought for sure he was going to 100-0 somebody.
He didn't get the stacks.
He needed the stacks. He had plenty of gray health, to be fair. He was put down to pretty low, but he wanted to make sure that that kill goes over to the right people. Oh, wait, hold on. Shark.
Oh man, there's another pick off right now with the endless charge as well. Kyrie's taken low, but he's still going to be able to escape for a bit until the Imperial's Wrath comes down. Keyboy needs to be very careful now. He's jumping in with a vengeance, locking Hoon down, just one more hit with a vengeance again! Keyboy, does he do it? No way, Keyboy! One more hit, and he buys enough time. He baits Hoon over for Sans to pick up the kill, and it ends up being, I think, worth it for OP?
No, it was a mid for a roamer.
It was a mid for a roamer, to be fair, and worst off yet, Hoon was just looking to try and get the level 4 as soon as possible, and unfortunately, Sans was the one doing his job. So it's a little interesting to see how this dynamic is working, but notice that we see the macro movements across the map, right? Shark is going to start this off first, take his time with it, and then allow the rest of the... Oh, Ureshi.
Final slash. That's the end of charge.
Oh,
down.
what?
Shark even gets a little bit of that damage, and this is what we mentioned with the Uranus pick as well. That burst they needed, and with a Purify or a Sprint, you can't really escape from it.
Yeah, no, the consecration at this level of the game, the level 4, it's very slow. Now look at the aggression from ONIC, cordoning away the rest of OP. Clear turtle take for ONIC, slowly building up the lead. 500, 600 in about 3 minutes. Something to talk about here is the fact that we haven't really seen much action from the gold lane. But wait, Shark's fine.
He's all right. He's all right. But yeah, speaking of the gold lane, right? Again, this is a reverse matchup. Previously, it was going to be CW on Cloud versus on the Cloud versus Basic on the Beatrix, and I would say that Basic was actually doing a pretty good job in the lane. Now, this is a bit of a switcheroo here. CW now maintaining this lane very, very well. It's going to be a relatively difficult matchup until we get a little bit of that support, and that's when we see the rest of Outplay making their way up to this top side.
It's about a minute and a half until we get this second turtle, and we've yet to see a big ticket bite down. We haven't really seen Bloody Hunt doing much. And so far, we have to acknowledge the unparalleled genius. Kyrie has achieved 14 legendaries, 1 maniac, and 7 triple kills, and of course, 10 first bloods in MPL IDS 11 alone. That's some numbers right there.
Well, season 10, he took home 3 trophies as well. So, if you want to keep on stacking.
His first season.
His first season ever. So in the second season, the team just really clopped around him. And you can see even here, the mechanical prowess from Keyboy just showing up, able to just sidestep easily Shark's Iron Hook. And they're controlling this side of the map so easily. They're controlling the neutral objective and even giving an invade threat super early on.
Yeah, they're just making sure that OP doesn't get to beeline it for their game plan as soon as possible, right? It's about efficiency, and if ONIC can slow it down, then this is going to be a slow burner, a slow bleed until we see the item power spikes come on through. Amon, for an example, already with the Genius Wand is looking very, very nice, and the coverage of the different types of damage that we mentioned before, magic and as well as the attack and the physical damage, is looking really, really good. So people like Ureshi, he's going to need both the Dominance Eyes as well as an Athena Shield just to sustain.
And that's going to overload the economy of Outplay. Not to mention he's rocking the penetration boots. This Amon hurts, whether he finds best player, Shark, or even Ureshi, specifically Ureshi, who again has to start building what? An Athena Shield plus a Radiant Armor in the late game. It's so hard to be Outplay right now.
Oh no, Bloody Hunt is ready, Basic. He's still holding on to that Battle Mirror image. Gonna be gunned down right now as the flicker comes through. It's still gonna be 1-for-1. Gold lane for gold lane. Sans trying to escape right now. Hoon did his damage. Best player won! They just won the retrieve battle, but he gets taken out of the board as well. It's a 2-for-2, but it was a shutdown.
Ooh, how worth it was it? Marksman for Marksman, jungler for mid laner.
But here's what's unfortunate. They put the money on Shark. They gave the roamer the kills. He got 2K there.
So technically, in terms of gold efficiency, ONIC is going to come up on top ever so slightly. But at the end of the day, the itemization is going to be super interesting here, right? Oh, this isn't going to kill, right?
Whoa.
Yeah, not going to kill, but 1.8K is a lot of damage, and I think at a certain point you have to start considering whether Radiant Armor is probably the better way to go about it, just to kind of cover the situations, plus maybe even a Twilight Armor.
All right, silver lining though, given the double kill that Shark got, he already built himself a good chunk of defensive items, magically speaking, as well as best player. So they're going to try to stop this invasion. It's going to get better for them. It's going to get better. The map coverage, I'd say, much better.
I think as of right now, in the state of this game, right, ONIC are going to be leaning on the 2 linchpins, Sans as well as Kyrie. Eventually, the rest of them are going to come back up into this game with their physical damage, but let's see how this fight actually breaks out.
All right, Keyboy still holding on to that final slash, probably waiting for a few more members to be visible on the map, but both of the teams, they disengage. They know that there's nothing worth fighting for here in the mid lane, and they just transition over to that bottom lane. Basic has really rotated a bit earlier so that he can get better farm, better space to farm, but now you can already see the response. CW took the turret up top and is rotated also down below.
Yep, it's too hot up there. Not a good space, not a good place for basically missing that hook by an agent. There's a bite down!
Quicker Bloody Hunt. Kyrie's locked down right now, and the damage comes through again. Keyboy with the final splash, a bit too late to save his jungler. And now with this, they should be able to threaten this turtle or this turret take, and it should just go down for free.
That's a shutdown kill as well. Kyrie was sitting at 3-1 there.
3-1,
so
yes.
that stops the streak and gives a good amount of gold over to OP. Given what? 300 gold now. This is the first time in this series that OP are calling the shots.
Yes, and that's great because this was an amazing call coming in from Outplay, right? They sent their 3 members downside because in the previous game we saw this happen again on that second turtle. The fact that ONIC was looking to try and punish Basic.
Nice try, Grand Theft Turtle there, but Keyboy didn't have the right amount of damage. Again, this is a roamer Arlot, but look at this. Purple. Oh, best player! Nope, Sans got it. Close call. Attempted though.
Still not on Kyrie though, so I think it's still a win for Outplay. They are
Displaced
hitting
it.
Kyrie. Yeah, displaced it, and Best Player 1 has a level lead now on Kyrie. ONIC, they've lost their gold lead completely in the early game, and this is where Outplay can literally use the mid-game power spike, which you just mentioned. They utilize it instantly. Keyboy gets picked off, and Outplay are on the board.
Yep, Shark is really feeling himself now. He's getting a bit of momentum for his team. His Bloody Hunts have really turned this around for them, and the lead is slowly starting to add up. Like, look at your Ureshi. He's already finished his first item. He's almost about to complete it. At least should be completing his second item, and I think he should generally be okay for the rest of the game. But I can't say the same for the rest of the team of ONIC. How far are they going to hold back? Because if we're talking about scaling, right, it's only going to be CW and as well as Sans who's going to be the majority damage dealer. Boots, we haven't really seen him get into the fights like game number 1, and I think they're trying to set up for that situation all over again for this first coming Lord.
And OP somehow may have gotten used to it. After game 1 and maybe a majority of game 2, they understand when and where Boots comes in with the Black Dragon form.
Yep.
So they understand that now, specifically Basic and Hoon. Looking at the items here, it's Best Player 1 versus the 1. Very low. That's a fight. Oh! Close call, close call. Loving the Radiant Armor.
Radiant Armor saves his life there, but he's a little low. He may need to recall here, or at least find something to spell vamp off of, while the rest of the team is going to pull on backwards. ONIC losing 3 of their ults compared to 1 from Ureshi. So, at the end of the day, OP will have first control over this Lord Pit.
Very, very solid. Also, Basic just getting a tier 2 turret down below, using the chaos that its Best Player was able to kind of force out from ONIC, and now they are in complete control.
That's right.
First Lord spawning, 2,000 gold lead.
Peter has been doing work. The half of the map, lower half of the map, all belongs to OP. A majority of them to the name of Basically.
Yep, look at this. They're doing it again. ONIC, they're trying to make the same play like they did before. And the fact that they revealed themselves on the top side, it means that OP is going to just hard rush this Lord. And now we see ONIC, they're starting to scramble down, hoping to find an opportunity.
Oh, the Outplay Blitz. They're going to get it. Clean.
They're giving it over.
There's not much ONIC could do there, right? I mean, they are 2,000 gold behind, and with this mid-game power spike, they need to really understand that if they lose out a team fight, on top of that lose out the Lord, it's going to be too much for them to handle. So they choose to try to go for a trade, but even that doesn't work. They don't get anything off of that top lane push.
I just love the coverage coming in from both Ureshi and as well as Shark. They realize, hey, it's weird to see Kyrie on the top side. I know they can't do anything, but what about the rest of our jungle? So they start moving towards that top side, making sure they take safe paths, and they start checking rushes one by one, hoping that maybe they start spotting out the members of ONIC.
This Lord here marching down through bottom lane. Outplay taking it slow, letting the waves crash on through organically. Can I just say I missed this type of play. I missed this Uranus, where it's just a walk-in ward, and it basically baits out ults.
I have a very different opinion about that. It's just so annoying. It's so effectively good at what it does that it pisses me off. But the rest of the team, as of right now, this is the very first Lord, so we're not expecting too much of a gold swing at the end of the day, but it should be able to secure OP at least a 4 to 5k gold lead.
It's all blue. The map is all blue, almost 4k ahead. OP are knocking down on ONIC doors.
Only the base turret now left for ONIC. Really in a bad spot right now, and honestly, what do they need to do to come back? Because this composition really relies on some map control to get some good picks in. And with this amount of map control on the hands of Outplay, they can utilize their own pick-off composition, with Shark on this Franco continuously just threatening any and all ONIC members.
All right, let's look at the real-time victory rate here. 64%. Looks like there's quite a bit of a swing in this game, and now Ureshi's going to get attacked.
Hello.
There you go. One pick over. towards ONIC, but look at Shark. Oh, the flicker as well. For the airstrike comes down. Kyrie already isolated for the team, but Boots jumps in with a Black Dragon form now onto Hoon. He has the Petrify, but he will not use it in the back line. Basic is able to use the Blazing Duet to isolate Boots all the way. The other members are zoned out. That's the Iron Hook connecting. That's the Bloody Hunt as well. But a final splash from Keyboy connects on the 3. Keyboy jumping in front. Best player 1. Using the praises wrap, but CW dodges away from it with the flicker. And ONIC returning the tides once again, equalizing the goal.
They overloaded Ureshi's ult, and I think despite the respectable arsenal that this Uranus is rocking, not against 4, not like that!
Look at the damage though, man. CW gets taken down to a quarter of his HP just with one feathered airstrike. Kyrie clearing out, taking away the orange buff, threatening Basic as well.
Interesting. This is, I mean, it's an interesting set of things that happened. Technically, getting that mid-tier 1 turret wasn't especially necessary, but ONIC wanted to force some momentum on their side to equalize that gold, to hopefully catch up to the next item, Power Spike. Keyboy sacrificing his flicker and final slash just to cancel it out to make sure that no trades will fall into the favor of OP in these next coming minutes. However, that is a big resource already gone, and the Lord, an enhanced Lord, by the way, is spawning.
Yeah, this Lord is closer to 50-50 now. Dare I say maybe even favoring ONIC, given just what happened. They rocked Outplay, who was in the driver's seat. And now check this out. Bush control. Sans does have the Bloody Hunt. I wonder. Even best player has to be careful now. Despite having awesome items, him and Ureshi, they have to be careful. They can't just keep continuing doing the wonton face checking that they were in the past 5 minutes.
4 more seconds until we see Shark get his flicker, and that's what OP is waiting for. They know for a fact that they can win these fights. They just need to find the right targets and let Shark do the work.
It's another blitz.
Keyboy has the position, conceal already. Kyrie getting the conceal as well. OP are on the Lord, they have it down, but now the Black Dragon form comes down from Boots, trying to open up the map for the team. Maybe even initiate right now. As best player 1 is able to taunt them up. Boots! Oh, the Petrify on the back line. Who's going to be targeted down with the Furious Dive connecting as well? That's a passive, rolling down. That's going to be Basic in the back line. Doing so much. Best player 1 wins the retry battle. CW doing some damage back again on the Shark right now. It's a double kill for CW. It's a triple kill for CW.
Messy trade, 4 for 2. OP walks away with a big one, but ONIC took bodies.
Keyboy, he played that perfectly. He absolutely baited like a champion. He's walking in, he's hoping to cancel the feathered airstrike, calls attention to himself, and the next thing you know, Boots cancels out an off-tempo play for him, jumps in with the Furious Dive to get the Petrify to cancel out Hoon straight away. Let's look at it one more time because it was so good. Once that feathered airstrike is gone, CW can now participate in this fight. Basic tries his best to take him on the 1v1, but Sans instantly on him, decides to take the Bloody Hunt instead of anything else.
Well, you're talking about the setup, and I'm looking at the payoff, that Boots, Petrify, all-in combo, taking down Hoon as he was flying away. But again, I think that instant replay was also just importantly for best player, who in the mayhem of all of that, still took away the Luminous Lord.
Wow, man, you gotta give props to best player. I was really surprised. He was 1 HP, the Endless Shards was on him as well. The fact that he just went through all that chaos and still won a retry battle against Kyrie, hey, this is his debut on the international stage. He's doing pretty good.
Yep, he's got a good pair of pants there. Could build up to something else. Maybe some way, somehow, once these Lord dances get more intense, sells the Molten Essence, gets himself an immortality.
Yeah, but I think that's going to be a very good option here. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, we are starting to move into the later stages. This is where we're expecting Outplay to start getting very, very strong, basically, and as well as Hoon having enough firepower inside of them. I don't see the Holy Glaive just yet. The Divine Glaive just yet, but it's going to be completed in a little bit, right? No objectives to fight across the map in 70 seconds to get to that point. More than enough time.
I foresee Hoon thinking twice. Should I get Immortality first or DG? Either will actually propel them towards a winning position.
It would. It would.
Oh, Shark.
Oh, best player.
Good instincts, man. Good read on the map. Almost finding Keyboy.
Yeah, but look at this. Look at the bush control that ONIC is holding on to. Again, this is the first time we've actually seen ONIC open on the map. This is the first time we've seen them actually rotating and looking for plays, especially after that last win they had in the top lane.
It's really interesting to see. From game number 1, we're seeing that Kyrie's jumping in, trying to bait out and as well as buy time for the rest. And now it's the opposite, right? We are looking for Kyrie, again, still trying to bait out, but he's not a Lancelot, so he can't just use iframes to get out of it. So he has a lot less of a window to work with, but Boots and as well as Keyboy are constantly watching him to save his butt when the time is right.
It's a finer line.
Yes, he's to save his butt.
Boots. It's a finer line that Kyrie's walking this time around. So it's a quick shift in play style. Magic Sentry set up, concealed play by ONIC.
Let's see what they do with this concealed play. Oh, Boon. Good read on that. Just pops in the wings by wings, gets out safely. Outplay still have a pretty good position to contest for this Lord right now. And the gold lead doesn't really mean much at this moment. 1.6k onto the hands of ONIC right there. Winter Truncheon. Beautiful item for Hoon. Already completed. Now the dive won't be that much of a threat towards Hoon. And he can actually just pop in the Feather Airstrike a bit better. Skill hit rate though, 4 of 33 so far for
There you go. All right. It's much lower than the Tyrant's Revenge earlier. That was a very high hit rate.
Well, let's not forget the fact that Shark has been using these iron hooks to clear out these bushes, so it might not necessarily be one of those stats that you can completely trust, but when it matters the most, let's see if he's going to make that difference.
Resh is very far off. ONIC means business. They're all here.
Okay, Keyboy opening up the map. Final splash onto Hoon. He's trying to bait out that Winner's Truncheon ASAP right now, but best player won. Best player is still going at it. He wants to go. He wants to commit onto it right now. As Boots going to be able to jump in with Black Dragon form. Best player won. Liver opening 50-50. Nope. It's the stun. Beautiful stun from Keyboy. Gets Kyrie the free retribution. And oh, Shark! Finds the hook, but he canceled away by the final splash. Whoa! Now with the 5 for the airstrike to the back. Basic as well. With the blazing duet onto Keyboy and Boots melting him down. It's Outplay who's going to be able to dish out so much damage in the back as well.
Basic!
Kyrie gonna fall, but he buys just some items here in time. Hoon in the back, just dishing so much damage, spacing properly. It's a 2 for 2. ONIC won out on the Lord though, so Outplay, they need to back away and they need to respect this Lord.
I mean, we say respect this Lord. Ureshi is going to immediately start proxying. That is a fat wave on that top side. Keyboy, I don't think he should be able to... Wait.
Boon! 1v1 for the airstrike.
He's got it!
Oh!
Got the stun!
Winter Truncheon, can he do it? Oh, Keyboy's just playing with it, dodging with the skill shot. That's one more in Hoon. That's 1-1v1, but ONIC, they've cracked the base open. TW's on the base. This could be it. Number 1 in the groups for ONIC.
What a play! What a move! Oh my god! Keyboy buying just the right amount of time for the rest of the ONIC members to run it down. And you can even see Ureshi's face. I'm sorry, Hoon, I gotta leave you. I have to stop the push mid.
Just like RSGSG in Group B, Group C has now been topped by ONIC.
The crowd gave me goosebumps. They yelled like it was a football match, man. Oh my goodness, but GG, well played to ONIC. Coming back from a very, very good lead that Outplay was able to hold against them in the early stage of the game on an Arlet that didn't work too well the first time they tried it. Now, it's doing its job, I would say.
Is this not the same situation when ONIC brought the Arlet Roam out against Burnix Flash? It was a very close match, but they won anyways.
I think a lot of it just comes down to how do they actually maneuver? How do they use their resources?
Oh, wow. We'd love to hear straight from the horse's mouth. Let's hear from ONIC. They're with Miki Harada on stage.
ONIC team! So I might have an interview. So the first one is Kyrie. What? Interview?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay. សូមសម្លេងហើយ ONIC មួយមក So the first question is, how do you feel about defeating Outplay and securing top spot in Group A?
I feel good that I got carried by my teammates.
Okay ក៏អារម្មណ៍ល្អជាមួយនឹងការ secure ជាមួយនឹង sport ជាមួយនឹង Group A របស់គាត់អញ្ចឹង So the next question, between Outplay and Burnix Flash, which team do you think is the stronger team?
For me, Burnix Flash.
Burnix Flash! Okay. So the next question is to Keyboy. ONIC will be advancing to knockout as the first seed. Which team would you want to meet first and why?
Of course, Echo.
Echo, why?
Yeah, because strong.
Strong. Oh, okay. សូមសម្លេងហោឲ្យមួយមក So the next question is still Keyboy. Okay. How do you like the Cambodia fans so far? Are you surprised that ONIC has so many fans here?
Of course, I'm happy and thank you for support us. We can do the best.
Yes អូខេអញ្ចឹងអរគុណសម្រាប់ការ support គាត់ហើយគាត់នឹងខំប្រឹងអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពលទ្ធភាពជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់គាត់ So next question Kairi Any word to Onyx fan
Thank you for supporting us, and I hope you continue supporting us until playoffs.
អូខេអរគុណសម្រាប់ការ support របស់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយក៏សង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានៅតែបន្តគាំទ្រគាត់រហូតដល់វគ្គ playoff អូខេសូមសម្លេង Ho I Onyx មួយមក Okay, so now it's done for the interview, so let's pass the floor to the caster. Thank you.
I love it. Confirmed. Cambodia loves ONIC.
And they're not even Cambodian.
Not one of them, no.
Not one of them. Not a single person. And that's the beauty of it. I have seen, did you know that behind some of these chairs are pictures of Keyboy as well as Coach Yeb on some of them? It's pretty crazy how much they love this team.
Oh man, I love the Cambodian crowd so much. That really gave me goosebumps. I still can't stop thinking about it. When ONIC won, I was loud, but they were louder. What the heck?
I've never seen a Secret Lab shake that much in my life.
All right. Last time I felt Secret Lab chairs shaking was when Blacklist played in the playoffs. They're coming up next later on tonight, but let's reel it back. Let's talk about ONIC's victory over Outplay, a 2-0. If y'all will remember, in the last moments, Keyboy actually held down Hoon, who was their last chance at defending. And there was a luminous one. I forgot that a Lord was knocking down because of how intense that 1v1 down bottom was. And now let's award our MVP. Let's give it over to CW, who actually played very similarly to how he did in game 1, but now he was the weak side. So yeah, strong side, weak side, CW, golden.
Yep, he was holding on to his lane very, very well, minimizing his interactions against basically, and more importantly, he's just waiting in the shadows. He's like, oh, I'm just going to wait for the rest of my team to do all the heavy lifting. Oh, Feather Airstrike is gone. Perfect. I'm just going to walk in and kill everybody else.
And so far, this is the CW that we always see in MPL Indonesia. The CW that never gets the light in the international stage, the spotlight. Finally, we can get to see him at his maximum potential in the international stage, on the international stage, and it comes here against OP. Even Kyrie said it in the interview, right? When he was getting slain, when he wasn't really able to carry the game, CW stepped in.
Honestly, to me personally, if I had a second recommendation for an MVP, I am looking at, well, I would like to say two people, but there's a good combination. I mean, Keyboy and Boots technically were working together to stop Hoon, but Sans, the only way that we would expect Outplay to come up on top, because we know that Hoon was getting shut down a lot, was basically looking for that 1v1 against that Beatrix, and Sans said, no, it's never a 1v1. I won't let you get close to him.
I guess this is why I speak for the desk here. This MVP for Chewe was actually very, I'd say, surprising, is because whenever he would kill people, whenever he would get the payoff, it's off the back of amazing team fights like this, and we'll remember the smaller moments. But look, no, it's CW who's cleaning up house.
Calvin Winata.
That's him.
That is him.
He is just crushing it. I mean, look the team, and I would agree with Kyrie's statement that, again, he was getting pretty hard carried here to a certain degree. The rest of his team were making sure they were keeping up with his tempo, and Sans, just the perfect bodyguard for CW to turn this game into their favor so very fast. Even though the early game, it went well, mid-game did not go well, late game, that's when they bounced back.
Looking at the items here, I'd say Ureshi and Best Player 1 were threading the needle. Look at this. Ureshi, his only real magic defense was the Tough Boots and the Oracle.
Wow.
Unless he was juggling, this is very risky.
I don't think you want to juggle with the Immortality to an Athena or something like that. So again, it just, I would say, a little bit of a lack of respect there from Ureshi for the magic damage, because again, sure, most damage, maybe it's CW, but Sans, I think Sans is the secondary carry.
Sans and Kyrie.
Sans and Kyrie.
Yeah, that's right. That's the layering that we're expecting. I'm just surprised that I saw the Brute Force breastplate. It's like, yes, you do stack it up, and yes, you do get a little bit of MR movement speed, but that's like assuming that you are like 10-0 and 10-0 and 10 or something. Like you have a million gold to work with.
At some point, maybe they were. At some point, they were ahead way, right?
Yeah,
like they were 4 or 5K ahead. But looking at how ONIC clawed their way back and shrank that goal lead and eventually came out on top. Kyrie's doing some massive juggling. Look at all these, look at these baby items to whack away at the base.
I think right in the end, he tried to go for the immortality, and then he sold it to go for the end, maybe with a few more attack speed, a few more daggers.
He was on the way to a Wind Talker, maybe. Just
I mean, to be fair, he could have gone for Feather of Heaven if he really wanted to like maximize on the on-hit damage. But at the end of the day, let's look at the post-game stats here, and I think this will tell us the story that we're looking for. Because again, Hoon, out of the 12 kills, 83% overall team fight participation. But then look at the rest of the ONIC, right? None of them even breaking 70%.
Yeah, no, this is a clear picture of a comeback victory. And best player as the Guardian here, 134K. 134K. Not even Ureshi. It was best player who was standing in the front of most of ONIC. And that makes you think now, what was OP thinking? Yeah, we saw how they were going for a winning image, but were they going to finish? Were they going to finish, especially after ONIC found that win up top?
I think especially best player 1 here, you know, he was taking all of the damage, but also he was actually winning out in the red tree battle. So it really goes to show you, I don't know, what was Ureshi doing, right?
Like,
I don't really see him much on the team fight.
What's the end game? What's the end game? I think during the second to the last team fight, maybe, he was putting Ionic Edge stacks on dudes. He was killing people. But at some point, where do you become Peel? And where do you again act as... It's weird. There's no middle ground for Uranus. You're either the walk-in ward, buying time, owning half the map, or you're putting stacks on people. Where do you go when you're not doing either?
Here's the thing, right? And especially when you're playing Uranus, there's a fine balance that needs to be made. Yes, you are a living ward, and that allows your macro play, and more importantly, the decision-making to be a lot sharper. But the question is, when do you get that information? How quickly can you relay it to your opponents? Because I would have expected Ureshi to start going very bold. You know what? Pull 5 players to me. We get the Lord. That's totally fine with us because we can drag this out, and we know that Hoon scales to basically infinity and can take out every member of ONIC if we play it slow.
I think that's the problem. I think he wasn't able to really act as that walking ward because of damage coming in from Amon and also from Sans and the Valentina. The fact that he didn't go and fully respect the magic damage just gives him such a tough time at opening up the map.
Oh, well, we can talk about this all we want, but for now we're going to throw into a break. Stay tuned for Blacklist vs. Occupy. You're watching MSC.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the Land of Dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
My name is Johnmar Villaluna. I am the team captain and the tank support of Blacklist International. My favorite MLBB hero would be Estes. And I think alam naman na ng karamihan yun. And favorite ko siya kasi ever since talaga na naging into gaming ako, sobrang hilig ko na talaga yung mga support heroes, yung mga utility heroes. And parang sobrang fit kasi siya talaga sa playstyle na meron ako. Yeah, of course, kung hindi iba ba ng kalaban. Siguro kung magkakaroon ako ng superpowers, yung katulad na lang din siguro ng favorite hero ko na si Estes para ma-heal ko lahat ng mga broken-hearted. My real-life hero would be my mother. Kasi ever since na bata pa lang ako, grabe na talaga yung mga sakripisyo niya para supportahan ako. Hindi lang ako actually, kundi yung buong pamilya ko. Talagang ginagawa niya lahat para mabigay yung mga pangangailangan namin pang araw-araw. And actually, kaya sobrang inspired din ako gawin yung mga na-achieve ko ngayon dahil talaga sa kanya. Kasi marami siyang value na naituro sa akin na ayun yung ina-apply ko ngayon. Biggest rival in MSC. For me, pili ko lahat naman biggest rival kasi this is Battle of Champions Kumbaga Battle of the Best. Pero kung merong isang team siguro, it would be Echo. Kasi ilang beses na kami nilang dinurog So parang magandang mabawian sila sa Grand Finals. And siguro para magawa namin yun, kailangan talaga namin hindi lang basta doblehan, kundi triplehan yung ginagawa namin pagpa-practice. Yeah, sila lang sumusuporta sa Blacklist International, sa Blacklist Asia, sa EVOS pa. Maraming salamat sa walang sawang suporta nyo. And sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan yan kahit anong mangyari. And maraming salamat.
every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and law. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
Hey guys, Rose here from MPL Malaysia.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
Morning, I'm Mickey. Mabi Bedeh Kampuchea.
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
الله تعالى وبركاته. معكم منعاد من المغرب. أحباء المشاهدين معكم يكتب من العراق.
I'm Diablo for IGSG.
ค่อยชื่อเอจิมาจากประเทศลาว
Scar DD from Echo Philippines.
I'm Yawi from Echo Philippines.
I am Raime from Pine Esport. I am from Myanmar.
I'm Chma, one of the junglers in Cambodia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جمهور موبايل ليجند الكريم منورين أحلى عيلة وأحلى جمهور في الدنيا.
And I just want to tell you guys all to get hype and to get excited for MSC 2023.
All the underdogs are coming from across the world to go and compete against the pros, against the favorites.
ចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាកុំភ្លេចចូលតាមរកចាំតាមណាអ្នកនរគ្នាចាប់ពីថ្ងៃទី10ខែមិថុនារហូតដល់ថ្ងៃទី10
With that being said, hashtag see the world and hashtag roar for MSC.
Roar for MSC.
Yang foto dah buat betul-betul and langgar semua betul-betul. Alright.
Hashtag Roar for MSC. Hashtag See the World.
تفضلوا تعالي جميع. Roar for MSC and see the world.
Hashtag Roar for MSC. Hashtag See the World. GG RG.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
And Shark, I know you're hungry for first place.
Outplay them, outclass them, outstyle them. Let's go get them, boys.
Türkiye şampiyonasını güzel bir şekilde kazandık. Umarım MSC'de güzel şeyler yapacağız.
See the World. Roar for MSC.
Don't forget to watch us in MSC.
I hope you support us on MSC.
See the world and roar for MSC.
It's time to roar for MSC and hashtag see the world.
Hi, I'm Danere James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, and I'm the jungler of Blacklist International. Ang favorite Mobile Legends hero ko is si Sanshin, and kasi Korean siya general. Tapos yung kit niya sa paglalaro, sa yung passive niya, yung skills niya overall. Tingin ko medyo 50-50 yung paggamit ko sa kanya sa MSC 2023 kasi yung meta ngayon hindi masyadong pabor kay YSS, so mahirap siya ipasok sa sa game, lalo pagka ang kalaban mo is mga pro player din and yung mga best of the best tulad ng mga champion and sa mga first runner up. Medyo mahirap siya. Ang qualities ng mga hero is inuuna yung iba kaysa sa sarili nila, and yun yung mga hindi sila selfish pagka hero ka, talagang unahin mo talaga yung mas ikakabuti ng iba kaysa sa sarili mo. Ang real life hero ko is yung parents ko, syempre, kasi sila yung sa akin nagsilang, and simula dun sa pagkabata ko, sila na yung kung ano ako ngayon, sila yung dahilan nun kung ba't ako tumagal sa mundo. Medyo mahirap yung buhay namin, and yung mama ko is nag-OFW para supportahan kami. And nung nag-start na ako as a pro player, mas sinuportahan pa ako ng mama ko na i-pursue yung pangarap ko. And siya talaga yung pinaka sa akin, nagtiwala. Nung wala pa sumusuporta sa akin, siya talaga yung andyan, number 1 supporter ko. So sa kanya ko talaga nakuha yung motivation na i-push tong pangarap ko. Hanggang sa ngayon na successful na ako na pro player. Si mama talaga hindi siya mahilig manood sa on-site kasi inaatake daw siya sa puso Pero nung nanood siya, malaking bagay yun kasi malaking tournament na kasi yung nasalihan ko nun, which is MPL na. And madaming taong sumusuporta na. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita ng magulang ko kung ano yung ni-risk ko yun. And nagtagumpay talaga ako dun sa pinurso ko na pangarap ko, which is paglalaro nga ng Mobile Legends. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita niya yung kung gaano kalaking community na yung ML dito sa Pilipinas. Sa mama ko, thank you sa pagsuporta sa akin. Tulad nga ng sabi ko, ikaw ang pinaka-dahilan kung ba't nandito ako ngayon kasi ikaw ang unang nagtiwala sa akin. Ang biggest rival ko talaga this coming MSC is Echo talaga kasi sila yung champion this MPL Season 11. And 2 beses na nila kami tinatalo sa Grand Finals. Pero lahat naman, tinitingin ko as rival sa MSC kasi yung makakasali sa MSC is champion din ng mga region nila. Pero tignan natin kung this time makakabawi kami ngayon sa Echo. Sa Echo, sana tayo pa rin magtapat sa Grand Finals and this time tignan namin kung kaya na namin talaga kayong talunin. Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin simula nung umpisa, sa mga agents, sa BY Spam, sa Kawais at sa Ma'am Shoes. Thank you sa sumusuporta sa amin. Sana suportahan nyo pa rin kami sa MSC and sana makuha natin yung champion.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
My name is Leo Gonzalez, also known as Owl, gold laner of Blacklist International. Favorite hero ko si Claude kasi kaya niyang maging independent sa lane tsaka kaya niyang ubusin yung kalaban kahit siya lang mag-isa. Tapos secret pa akong gagawin yung team ko sa MSC. Tapos pinagkaiba niya sa ibang hero, kaya niyang mag-survive sa mga gank ng kalaban. Kaya niyang pumunta ng mid ng ilang seconds lang tapos babalik ulit ng bot. Sobrang bilis niya rin mag-clear ng wave. Gusto kong maging superpowers is mag-produce ng pera para may pang top up ako. Para sa akin natawag ang isang tao bilang hero pag nakaka-inspire siya ng mga tao. Yung real life hero ko is yung mama tsaka tatay ko. Lagi nila ako sinasupport sa mga gusto kong gawin niyo. Hindi ko naman po matatawag na rival pero gusto kong ulit makalaban si Benigiotti para gusto ko silang bawian na sa team. Kasi nung MPL Season 11 Finals, sobrang binagbog nila kami. Kaya gusto ko silang bawian. Siguro po yung plans namin, magbabatak pa kami lalo sa scrims tsaka sa RD para mga champion niyo. Salamat sa sumusuporta sa Blacklist International. Tsaka sana supportahan niyo pa rin kami kahit anong maging result sa MSC.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
Greetings everyone! From June 5 to June 17, the MSC Guest event will be available in the esports channel in-game. Just log into the game and cheer for your team. Once you've made a guess correctly, you will gain a lot of MSC coins as a rewards.
You can use the MSC coins to redeem a brand new Atlas Rune Sentinel epic skin, a MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
Don't wait, join the event now.
How are the matches, everyone? From the 5th to 10th of June, the MSC Guest event will be in full swing in-game.
Join the event and you can make your guesses on who will emerge the victorious as champion team.
If your guess is correct, you will be handsomely rewarded with 1,000 MSC coins. You can exchange the coins for the brand new epic Atlas skin, Rune Sentinel.
A 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer, and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
More rewards are waiting for you. Don't hesitate.
Don't hesitate.
It's time to get them.
That's right everyone! From June 17 to June 18, as long as you log into the game, you can claim MSC Banner of Morale and the corresponding MSC coin rewards.
Use the coins you have to redeem brand new epic skin Atlas Rune Sentinel,
a 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth Mightiest. There will be other rich rewards waiting for you to claim.
So what are you waiting for? Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
រៀបចំសិក្ខាសាលានេះពិតជាមានសារៈសំខាន់
ហើយក៏ដូចជាខាងក្រុមការងារបានរៀបចំការងារយ៉ាងល្អ
នៅពីមុនក៏ខ្ញុំអត់សូវច្បាស់ដែរតែដល់ពេលគាត់និយាយថាបើយើងចង់ក្លាយជា personal player យើងត្រូវ set target មិនអីមិនមានអាជីពជាច្រើនដែលយើងអាចធ្វើការទៅជាមួយ e-sport ហ្នឹង
ខ្ញុំចាក់អារម្មណ៍លើ content creator បងចូលចិត្តខាង create video ខាងកាត់តអញ្ចឹងបងលឺស្រីដែរតែលេង game អញ្ចឹងយាប៉ាម៉ាក៏អត់សូវ support មកទេប៉ុន្តែបើយើងមានគោលដៅច្បាស់លាស់ហើយយើងប្រាប់ប៉ាម៉ាយើងពួកគាត់នឹងអាចប្រកម្លាំងចិត្តឲ្យយើងអាចនឹងទៅមុខបានខ្ញុំបាន inspire ខ្លាំងតាក់ទងមួយចំណេះដឹងកីឡាឥឡូវចំណេះសិក្សាខ្មែរយើងនឹងអភិវឌ្ឍច្រើនជាងហ្នឹងនឹងមានអ្នកជាច្រើនទៀតដែលគាត់បានស្គាល់ប្រទេសទៀតបង
2019 menjadi tahun bersejarah saat ONIC Esports menjadi tim Indonesia pertama yang menjuarai MSC. Tangguh, itulah satu kata yang tepat untuk menggambarkan ONIC Esports. Pada MPL Indonesia Season 11 babak playoff, ONIC tak terkalahkan satu game pun. Secara 2 tahun beruntun, MPLI menjadi panggungnya ONIC Esports dengan mengalahkan Blacklist International di 2021 dan Geekfam di 2022. Menemani ONIC Esports, EVOS Legends mendapatkan julukan The King of Comeback pada MPL Indonesia Season 11. Sang Harimau Biru telah menjadi tim Indonesia dan dunia pertama yang menjuarai M-Series. Mereka juga membawa nama Indonesia melambung tinggi di IESF 2022 dengan mengalahkan Filipina. catatan sejarah telah diraih kedua tim Indonesia. Dan kini, ONIC Esport bersama EVOS Legends siap untuk bertarung untuk mengukir sejarah baru di panggung internasional MSC 2023. Berikan dukungan terbaik kalian untuk tim Indonesia.
Hey man, you here for the Outplay beat?
Yes, I am. How you doing?
All right, nice to meet you. How you meet who?
Man, so I've been actually watching their YouTube channel for a long time now, so
Okay.
that's what we're here for.
You out here for the Outplay beat too?
Yeah.
All right, mate.
Thank you.
What's up? Who's the biggest Outplay fan right here?
Cheers! Hello, you're at the OP meetups. First of all, thank you so much for coming and supporting us. And this is my team. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys. Yes, keep it up, guys. Welcome in. Come on.
So I've been following, the main reason is Hoon. So I've been following Hoon since his days from the Gosu team. And then I've been following him, and the only reason I like them OP is like, mainly I would say it's because of Hoon.
My favorite is probably Hoon because he's more active and it seems like he's on live more than the other players. Yeah, so I just watch him a lot before I go to bed.
Hi. You flew from where? Sacramento. So you're here just for the meetup? Wow. Yeah, well, thanks for coming, and then we got a little gift for you for coming. Here you go, jersey. Thank you. I just found out that there's a first person in line. Daryl? Oh, right there. Here's your hoodie for it. Sir.
I think Outplay is going to win only because I'm biased.
I have a shirt to give out, and then I want to do 1v1 with someone, and then winner takes it. Does anyone want to try me? You want to do it? You want to do it? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Booga booga Bill. Booga booga
Hey,
Bill.
good
My favorite OP moment up till now is how they displayed such a dominant performance through the regular season as well as the playoffs. Everything they did that got them right here.
Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your heart, it's up to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us sway. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the Land of Dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
My name is John Marvilla Luna. I am the team captain and the tank support of Blacklist International. My favorite MLBB hero would be Estes. And I think alam naman na ng karamihan yun. And favorite ko siya kasi ever since talaga na naging into gaming ako, sobrang hilig ko na talaga yung mga support heroes, yung mga utility heroes. And parang sobrang fit kasi siya talaga sa playstyle na meron ako. Yeah, of course, kung hindi iba ba ng kalaban. Siguro kung magkakaroon ako ng superpowers, yung katulad na lang din siguro ng favorite hero ko na si Estes. Para ma-heal ko lahat ng mga broken-hearted. My real-life hero would be my mother. Kasi ever since na bata pa lang ako, grabe na talaga yung mga sakripisyo niya para supportahan ako. Hindi lang ako actually, kundi yung buong pamilya ko. Talagang ginagawa niya lahat para mabigay yung mga pangangailangan namin pang araw-araw. And actually, kaya sobrang inspired din ako gawin yung mga na-achieve ko ngayon dahil talaga sa kanya. Kasi marami siyang value na naituro sa akin na ayun yung ina-apply ko ngayon. Biggest rival in MSC. For me, pili ko lahat naman biggest rival kasi this is Battle of Champions Kumbaga Battle of the Best. Pero kung merong isang team siguro, it would be Echo. Kasi ilang beses na kami nilang dinurog So parang magandang mabawian sila sa Grand Finals. And siguro para magawa namin yun, kailangan talaga namin hindi lang basta doblehan, kundi triplehan yung ginagawa namin pagpa-practice. Kaya sila lang sumusuporta sa Blacklist International, sa Blacklist agents, sa viewers pa. Maraming salamat sa walang sawang suporta nyo. And sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan yan kahit anong mangyari. And maraming salamat.
Cry with a mighty try. War again. gaze of heaven, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage war. Reaching for your heart, it's up to soar. Now or never, climb a rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb a rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Ain't start a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage war. Reaching for your hearts, it's up to soar. Now or never, climb a rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb a rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us swim. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage war. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb a rise, we will strive for more. start a fight. Blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry. With our might and stride. War against the heavens. Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright. Kill the allies. And enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never. Climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and maze. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice. That is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Yo, fatal length. Yo, sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never. Climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Ain't start a fight. Blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry. With our might and stride. War against the heavens. Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright. Kill the allies. And enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never. Climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Jump, fatal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSC 2023, the last match of the third day. And we do have a little bit of a surprise for you here. Camera, help us out here. We have Coach Zico. Welcome. So for those of you who don't know Coach Zico, and I'm sure you guys do, definitely, right? He is the coach of Pro Esports, 4th place at MPL KH Spring 2023. He brought Burnex Flash to M4 last year, and he's also a former teammate of BY's at M1. So hi,
hello.
Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good.
You're good, you're good.
It's so great to have you here, Zico, because you're going to give us a new perspective that I don't think even us here at the panel can actually show, and even personal experience.
I hope I give you like a good experience here.
Okay, we're waiting for it, right?
I'm really nervous, to be honest.
Oh, don't be, because on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Leo as well as a Gideon, and usually Leo goes, at your service.
Yeah, you took my line. But again, this is a different take on possibly a long match. There's a reason why Coach Zico is here, because he's here to share some insights on not just Blacklist International, not just VYs, but also through Occupy Thrones. Their current coach right now with them here in Cambodia is Coach Ola, who was Zico's partner in crime for quite a while in his career. What do you think? What are you expecting from Coach Ola?
For Ola, I know how he thinks, because he's really a smart person. And for me personally, I know they prepared so much for this. And because, I mean, Team Occupy can really fight. So they just have to prove it here.
Interesting. Gideon, maybe do you have a question for Coach Zico here?
Honestly, I can't wait for the draft, because there's something about coaches that they have a completely different mindset reading these drafts, and more importantly, studying and everything that comes down to the nitty-gritty. Some coaches prefer talking about the team. Some coaches prefer counter-drafting. I can't wait to see what's going to happen later.
Yeah, me neither, right? We're all four of us right now on the desk. We're waiting to get into that draft phase. But of course, before we get into that, we want to thank our sponsors, because MSC 2023 is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors, because MSC would not be possible without your support. Now, back again, right? Blacklist International. We haven't seen them on the MSC stage just yet. We don't know how informed they are or how out of form they are, right? Because you know, when I think about Blacklist, I'm always thinking number one, Philippines number one. Like when I start casting, all I knew from Philippines Blacklist, but things have started to shake up this time. Maybe Coach Zico, do you have any input towards that?
I think for it's about meta. Because you know they've been using Ubestrat since M3. So some of the teams or most of the teams are like studied them and studied how to fight that strat. So I think that's kind of strategy also for the other teams.
Okay, so M3 2021, some parts of 2022 they did win MPL Philippines.
Actually, since we started in season 4 MPL, we used Ubestrat.
That's still Ubestrat.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's where it started.
So now that maybe I think, do you agree, Coach Zico? Ubestrat might be the best choice now. Is Blacklist ready to bring out something new? Because that might be the next step in breaking the code.
Yeah, I kind of expecting them to play something new, because I know Venus, he really amazing and great player, and yeah, I think I really expect them to bring something new.
Oh my goodness, Coach Zico, it's great having you on the desk. I know you're super nervous about this, but we've got to address our theme here today, decoding the occupying troops, because unfortunately, to put you on the hot seat a little bit, Coach Zico, we're not only going to be talking about the strengths of Blacklist, but we also have to talk about the weaknesses, because this is Occupy's only opportunity to try and make it to the knockout stage.
So, yes, for our Team Occupy's last match, they used Mino, right? So
Mino.
Yeah. So I think for me, if they play it against Blacklist, it will work. Because Blacklist, if Team Occupy Bandigi, they use Mino, and let Blacklist use Estes. You know, they go Ube. And then that's just perfect for me.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Coaches have a way with words. So simple, making it as if it's just fact, not even close to fiction.
Okay, you know what makes this more special? Coming from Zico himself, throw back to about 4 or 5 years ago, 2018, 2019, he was a Minotaur guy, right? You could exchange the word Zico for Mino, and it would make sense. People would know. So how do you feel about that metagame? It's a metagame wherein if you were a player once more, do you like that? Specifically talking about Blacklist, because again, Mino is hot now. Is it good for Blacklist or bad?
Yeah, I think for them it's good, because I played with them, so they know how it works. Especially for Venus, because we play together in the mid lane.
So that could be key for them to add more to all of the awards on screen now.
I mean, it's either they can use it or it can be used against them.
Oh no.
Oh, there you go, right? That's the small sliver of opportunity here for Occupy. But looking at this right now, the poster that you see on screen here, Blacklist International, they're not trying to create a legacy, right? They're trying to continue their legacy. They're trying to complete the crown here. They have already so many achievements, so many accolades behind them that maybe this time around they do want to bring it full throttle to be able to take this away from Occupy.
Look at this. First runner-up, that's the one. It's not a bad thing, right, to be a grand finalist at MSC, but this is that one thing that Blacklist doesn't have.
That's the thing. It just shows that even across the world, having all the titles, local title and 2 international titles, are so difficult to get. There are even gold medalists. It feels like a little unfortunate that this is the only tournament that they have not conquered just yet.
Yeah, it was really close though, right? It was really close the last time that they were there. They came super close, but they fell to execration in the grand finals. And, you know, talking about Blacklist International, it does not shy away from the queen herself, Venus. So we're gonna see exactly what she feels about this next upcoming match.
The top 5 teams. Number 1, I would say it's Echo, because we pieced them so many times, and I can say that they are really good. Number 2 would be ONIC Indonesia, because they dominated the MPL Indonesia. Number 3 would be, I think, Todak or EVOS Legends, so they are number 3 and 4. Number 5 would be, I don't know, maybe the other teams from non-MPL teams. We are number 6.
Whoa. That is very different to interviews that we have seen before here, Coach Zico. Usually when we see an interview like that, players usually put their own rank, either team or themselves, in either at least top 3. But here, Blacklist, V, they put themselves at 6th place.
It's tough. It's tough to imagine. Maybe because the meta has shifted so much, potentially? That could be why.
Is this what you expect from V? Is that how V would answer back when you were teammates in 2019?
For me, yeah.
Oh.
The queen hasn't changed.
Still so very humble. And I want to see that also onto the stage. So let's welcome both of these teams onto the stage.
First up, to officiate the first series between Occupy and Blacklist, it's a best of 3. We have our officials. It's Riff, Shadow, Jot, and Alex, making sure that we have esports integrity, fair play, and of course addressing all of our players' technical needs. making their way on stage. This is their first match in MSC 2023. The M3 World Champions, the Code Breakers. It's Blacklist International.
M Series, C Games, MPLPH, they have it all. But what will it take for them to complete their MSC title?
Representing the rising MENA region, can the Egyptian powerhouse bounce back and claim victory? Here comes Team Occupy!
Lost to Todak. Will they come back this time? They proved that they have the fundamentals, but they will need to show a lot more than to overcome the agents.
Definitely, definitely. All things on deck right now for both of these teams. But of course, it all starts with the coaches.
We have Coach Master the Basics and Dexstar from Blacklist, and Coach Ola, and of course, our head marshal on stage. Oh, look how close they are.
They're already getting chummy with each other, but they're about to battle it here on the main stage. This is to make it to knockouts. This is the very first time we're going to see Blacklist here on the main stage as well. But Occupy, it's all or nothing.
Truly is all or nothing. They have one more chance to be able to continue their tournament lives. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the official team lineup of Blacklist. Owl, Wise, Edward, Yue, as well as Oh My Venus.
Coach Zico, what can you say about the young blood in Blacklist International? You know Oh My Venus, you know Wise, you've seen a lot of Edward. What about Yue and Owl?
For Yue and Owl, I think they can play because they are, for Owl, he proved it in SEA Games, right? So I think he can play. And for Yue, it's his rookie season in MPL, and I think they can guide him all the way, and as we seen it in MPLPH, and I think he will play better.
He's very strong for a rookie.
For real.
He is very strong as a rookie, and honestly, one of the few players I'm particularly keeping my eyes on overall as a performer. As mentioned, I'm hoping to see a little bit more out of Edward, because I do feel that sometimes Blacklist do him kind of dirty, putting him on the weak side of the map so consistently.
We're thinking about their opponents here, Occupy Thrones, because as you can see, even in Cambodia, even in Phnom Penh, there's a lot of agents. What do you think that's going to do for the players of Occupy, Team Occupy, right? Like, it's so hard to be Maro, to be Smile, to be Alpha, to be Leo, to be Speedy right now, because all odds are against you.
I don't know, do you not think that they're kind of accustomed to that? I mean, most of these players have already been on the international stage. So coming into this, what are your thoughts here, Coach Zico?
For me, I think they can still feel pressure because you know it is still Blacklist. But for as I see them play, they can really fight. They put up a good fight last time, so I think they can show us.
You felt this way in Malaysia, in M1, right?
Yeah.
You were a team that nobody knew,
Yeah.
and it was your first time on the world stage. What was it like for you? Let's say, put yourself in the shoes of Maro. You were a roamer. Well, what a roamer back then would be.
I think I really felt pressure at that time because you know, from our rookie season to world stage, like I don't know how to put it into words, but it's really overwhelming.
Let me describe the scenario. I was there during M1 casting the games, and the stadium was huge. There was so much empty space. Literally the crowd in every single corner looking down on you guys, mainly because of the height and not because of disrespect. But I can understand it, right? It feels almost like palpable, like the air is thicker almost.
And it's crazy. The audio blasting wasn't Filipino, wasn't English. So you don't know what people were saying.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking it's the same situation for Occupy here. Now looking at the talent predictions.
Yeah, everything for Blacklist right now. Everything for the agents as well. Gideon, Eternal Leo, even from the Cambodian casters, they also think that Blacklist is going to be able to get the series. So we're gonna ask Coach Zico here. What exactly is your prediction for this match? Occupy or Blacklist?
I think I will go for Blacklist.
Okay. Maybe a reason why?
For all the agents.
For real. No, our co-agent.
Okay.
I mean, the numbers just spell Blacklist, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely going to seem very, very lopsided here, especially with the accolades. And also, especially since Occupy, the one time that we did get to see them was against Torak, and they're not the most orthodox team in the world in comparison to Blacklist, who again, we know them, they have a very signature style, something to expect for this match, right?
What can we expect here, Zico? We had Wise on camera just now. He has a very interesting and diverse jungle hero pool. You think he's going to bring out something new? Carl TZ beat him to the punch. Carl TZ showed the Bane first.
Yeah, I personally, like I told you before, earlier, I am expecting something new. Or like Aldous, you know.
Throwback to 2021?
Yeah, because last time in Scrims, some teams are using it.
That's really good insider information. And on that note, Leo, Gideon, Coach Zico, we're going straight into the drafting phase here for game number 1 between Blacklist as well as Occupy. We'll see how this drafting phase pans out.
All right, let's just get right into this, and straight away, I heard you guys. I overheard your little conversation with Leo. Tell me more about these scrims, because again, we're seeing so much Novaria ban, and speaking of which, I wanted to bring up the Minotaur, and almost instantly we see the Diggy ban coming up from Occupy.
For me, since they banned Diggy, I think high chance, because they already played Mino, and they played well. So I think they will take it.
Your fun is all that matters.
Maybe in these 3 picks, but for the first pick, they still have Arlot.
They still have Arlot. Why are we leaning towards Arlot? Why aren't we thinking about along the lines of maybe even Yves almost? Because we did see the Farsa ban come out from Occupy as well.
Yeah, because for me, if I were in their position, I would take Arlot, and then I want to give Blacklist their Glue and Farmis. And then for my second and third pick, I will take Mino.
I gotta write this down. Somebody got a pen. I need to write this down. Throw that over to me, because this is great, right? And I'm surprised. Why actually let the Glue over to Edward? Like, isn't this one of his more signature picks on the weak side of the map? But he can honestly dominate at the same time.
For me,
the power of light and
Glue is not really reliable in this patch, because Arlot has better micro, can macro, and the skills cooldown is much.
Can outplay, can sustain. I totally get you.
Yeah, more to do there. So it looks like they're going to go for a Kaja first. And I think that throws the Mino out the window. Like, no Mino.
Yeah, no. I think they will take, for Black, they will take Valentina.
Valentina seems already good. I mean, it's already a good ultimate to steal.
That's a US special.
Then what are they going to pair it up with? Again, every time when I look at a draft, I'm thinking, right, how do you pose the next question to your opponent?
Maybe Fredrin.
Ooh, that's a good shout. Arlot gets picked up from the side of Blacklist International. 89% overall pick and ban rate, but a 50% win rate. Personally, for me, I thought it was going to be higher overall.
Yo, if there's anything Zico knows, it's his old teammate. There's the Fredrin.
He's nailing it. But even for Occupy, instantly carrying as well as Blue.
I think they're so ready about this, because they already picked. So for Blacklist, I think they will Valentina or Eve.
Valentina or Eve. Is this the Coach Ola special? This is how quick Ola is on the trigger when you guys were working together? Just pow, I know it.
Because if like that, it's already planned.
It's already planned. And this is for game number 1 as well. And they're not even the ones who really, I mean, it's a coin toss to see who starts off on the first pick or even the second pick. So preparation-wise, having both covering all the angles?
Speaking of which, before this pick even comes out, Coach Zico, what do you prefer these days in the current metagame, red or blue side?
Your team is
red side.
Red side. Oh, that's interesting. Because like earlier in the MSC, there was so much like blue dominance, and all of a sudden we were seeing that slow turnaround as the days go by.
Look at this, Coach Zico. They got the answer to the glue. He's gonna blow up that glue. The Faramis.
I think that's. I don't know. It's outdrafted for me.
Is that something Ola didn't see coming? Ola didn't see coming.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh man, that's a little scary then, right? Coming to the second phase, but we do have a stat here for the queen herself, right? Both Oh My Venus, Florin, and the Diggy have had 100% win rate during MPL PH Season 11. With that in mind, do you guys think that Florin might actually surface here? Who's the Faramis going to?
For me, I think UA will play Faramis. Or if Valentina is still open, they can still go for Faramis Rome.
That's right. And again, the Florin is still open too, but just the same, there's a lot of flex from Blacklist off of the Faramis alone.
Ooh, Mino ban.
Mino ban, Akai ban. Are they banning away Leo's heroes?
Yeah, I think they will ban Lance.
They will ban Lance on this in the next 10 seconds. Okay, so at least
Or
we
Martis.
know. Or Martis, that's also a really good shout. But instead they're going to get rid of Valentina.
I think the UA will play Faramis.
Okay,
That's a telegraph.
Telegraph?
Yep, it's a message.
So UA on this Faramis, that means the supports are still generally open. That does mean that, I don't know, I'm looking at Occupy's position. How do they actually break out of this with their first 3 picks alone and the Faramis into the glue, which is such a terrible matchup? I feel like Occupy got to double down on their pick composition, right? They're just looking for picks all the time and trying to minimize these fights.
Blacklist, they can still go for last pick Estes for me.
Oh, the Estes is still out there?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Do you think that they're going to play the signature so early on during MSC?
I mean, in the interview, I guess V said that she is going to use it if it's left open, but with the Yeet being picked up,
nope.
That means V's on Faramis.
Confirmed. So we're still waiting for Owl's hero. Coach Zico, what does Owl want to play?
Maybe Claude, Bea. But for Team Occupy, they could still go for Kadita. Partner with Kaja and counter Eve.
Blow up that Eve. Blow up that Eve.
Oh, that's totally right here. But instead, they actually go for the Xavier. Rather interesting taking the Xavier right now because it felt like they want to go for their pickoff composition. And at the very least, with the Xavier, they can try to capitalize on it. Maybe just a little bit more. They got 2 enablers, 1 pickoff. I think it's like okay at the very least, but they can still team fight at the end of the day.
But there's a question here. Coach Zico, is Occupy Throne's lineup not too expensive? That's too much scaling.
Yeah, that's too much. I think they really need to take this on late game.
Take it slow.
If Blacklist takes the early game, they're done.
Oh, that's risky. But it is game number 1. How do you think they're gonna, just even it out, right? They have 1 more pick.
He can Brody here even.
Yeah.
Just go faster.
Right? Just speed up the early game as soon as possible. Don't even give him an opportunity. But they're going to go with the Beatrix. At the very least, we know that when we see a Yeep and as well as the Beatrix taking down tier 1s, not even an issue half the time. And with the amount of control that they have in that mid lane, ooh, it's looking good. It's looking good.
It definitely could work, right? So, Coach Zico, before you go, which draft do you like better?
I will go for Blacklist.
Blacklist. All right. Thank you so much, Coach Zico, for coming here, shedding some light to us on the caster desk. It's been wonderful perspective coming out from you. And hopefully we get to see you for game 2, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, we'll miss you.
But it was fun. I want Zico on the desk more.
I know, right? Producers, help us out here.
Just when we were starting to get comfortable as well. Thank you so much, Coach Zico. I really appreciate having your insights here off the desk. But it's time. Soon we're going to be jumping into this game, and we're going to see both of these teams battle it out, and especially for Occupy Thrones. This is Tournament Lives. It doesn't matter if they drop a single game. They need to win the series.
All or nothing for both Occupy as well as Blacklist as we enter the Land of Dawn for game number 1.
Checking out the rotations, it looks like it's a counter start. It's purple for King Wise, and of course orange here for Leo, the 7-foot-tall jungler from Occupy.
The 7-foot-tall jungler? I feel like every single time you bring it up, he adds another foot to his height.
I don't know what they feed him over there.
As we see the early game actually start to pan out, right? We're seeing occupying thrones, and especially for Mauro, nothing too out of the ordinary, but especially on that top side where Glue is going to be strong into this R-Lot matchup. For now, you know, until we start seeing the scaling happen, the information has been scouted out. They know Fredrin is moving towards the bottom side of the map.
Now that's what makes it so curious for me, right? The way that both of these teams are playing, because honestly, if I were Blacklist, I'd probably put most of my bets onto the EXP lane just so Venus can get that level 4 quicker. However, perhaps maybe because, oh, wait a minute,
Here we
something might be
go.
going on.
Down bottom. That's some action started off by Blacklist International. Oh, first blood drawn by Leo on King Wise. What just goes on here?
I mean, they snagged him out. Again, Xavier, he's able to capitalize on these small situations. Even though he's not level 4 and he doesn't have that scaling to his name just yet, the follow-up is so very quick. The movement speed you get from his gates, especially when they are enhanced with a wider range, does two things at once.
And here we were saying that it was Occupied who needed time.
Yeah, very interesting, but here we go.
Uh-oh.
Leo goes in again.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Look at that. Agent Zero. He's not going to recall. Interesting. Already turtle up.
That was very close. That was very close. And look at them just really wreaking havoc here in the early game and the way that they're able to control this upper side of the map. Look at Alpha, look at Maro, the way that they're positioned. They're trying to zone you away as well as Venus, so Leo can get this uncontested.
That's 4 men taking it. Clear victory here for Occupy Thrones. And they're gonna oblige. Oh my Venus here, pulling over Leo. Spends that retribution, slowing down the Queen. They are deep behind enemy territory. Look at Wise. Oh, Grand Theft Orange.
Yep, he's going to make sure that he, at least, I'm not going to be there for the turtle, so therefore I'm going to take all of your jungle while I'm down on the bottom side of the map. Make sure that at least there is some kind of cash flow working for Blacklist International. I will say, though, they were holding Edward quite a while up on that top side of the map, and by the way, Unbending Will.
That is a bending wheel, but now look at mid lane. RWM by Yue, but it's not going to be enough to save Oh my Venus. Leo gets another. Alpha gets on out of there. Not enough damage from Owl just yet. What's going on? Occupy's winning the last 2 or 3 big engagements here.
Yeah, and you can see that being reflected to their economy, right? 1,200 gold lead already. And this is completely the opposite of what we expected from the drafting phase. Blacklist with the Beatrix, with the Fermis, and even the Eve, especially after level 4, should be able to have more say when these team fights go down, but what we're seeing is the exact opposite. How? How are they doing this?
I think a lot of this is to the testament of Leo, right? His mechanics are keeping him extremely sharp. He's maxing out his stacks just so when he does go in for the puncture, it really hurts, or even the Thorn Rose, right? For the rest of the team, and especially for Owl, he's got to play it a little safer because he knows that Occupy have hounded him on this bottom side.
Owl forces a flicker, but the DJ comes in. Owl didn't see that coming. He goes down. That's a kill going over to Occupy once more, and they're pressuring gold lane. Look at Oh my Venus and Wise. There's only so much they can do. Underneath, this tier 1 down bottom. Leo dives in. That's a fan execution spent in. Plus a puncture. Force the flicker from the Queen. Leo gets the kill. And there's the RWM by Yue. And they're still going to punish Wise. Vengeance going down. And here we go. Split from the Glue. There's the final slash flickering on out. Occupy traded.
Oh, what a rotation here. They're calling in Alpha. They're calling in all the guns to make sure that whenever they make a movement, they can capitalize on it 120%. They're not leaving it to chance, and I feel like Blacklist, they're trying to be as hyper efficient as they can, but a couple of missed mechanics, a couple of unfortunate positions, even with the RWM at times, you can see that maybe for the newcomers, the new bloods even, a little bit of nerves, but keep in mind, Edward is going to be looking to the rest of them. They're going to be trusting in the Queen's call overall to make sure that the team stays tight as possible. So it only gets better here on out for Blacklist International.
Yeah, it's insane to see the development, right, from both of these teams right now after those few team fights. But so far, it seems like Owl, who should be having a better time in the lane, is already behind. Like, you can even see it in the EXP disparity, and that's exactly what Occupy wants up until this stage, and it's looking bleak, especially now that both of these teams are going for the next objective.
That's a 2v2 up top. Turtle has been reset. That's the split already spent up. Edward knocking him up. There's the possession coming in, the pull onto Wise. Oh, Appraiser's Wrath coming in. There's another knock-up. Turtle still standing, a third of its life in. And they are going to let go. Down bottom, though. They pop the Queen once more. Kill going over to Speedy, but the Turtle goes over to Blacklist International.
You can see how they're dividing and conquering, and now Blacklist are starting to adapt, figuring out where the movements are going to be. But Occupy, they want to continue this oppression down on the bot side of the map. The fact is, Speedy is still alive. He's got quite the goal lead on his hands against Owl, who's just trying to survive.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate, right? You're not accustomed to seeing this. Sure, has some damage here, but up until this point, she's not able to reach her power spike just yet.
Oh, the RWM keeping them where they need to be. Owl pops Speedy, and now from the west, there's another. Oh, that's a double for Owl. Oh, Smile was misplaced, and there's the Appraiser's Wrath and the knockup. Still lacking the taunt, forcing out a flicker from Maro. Yue takes down the Kaja, and Leo is in trouble. There's a puncture on out, but look, Wise is gonna catch him, and will Wise finish? Oh, there it is, it's not enough. The taunt finally gets him down. Venus gets sweet revenge.
Yep, this is a collaborative effort coming in from Blacklist International right now. They've fully adjusted to how Occupy have been playing the game. They made these off-tempo plays. They didn't expect Occupy to kind of disrespect the protocols that we're all used to when it comes down to these neutral fights. And now that they've adjusted, the entire team has kind of realigned themselves, and the calls coming in for Oh My Venus, impeccable as always.
Oh no, that's a 3-man rotation up top. Down goes Agent Zero. Speedy gets a kill and a turret.
See, I love this, right? I love this back and forth. I love that Occupy are still able to trade back punches against Blacklist, who up until this point have actually taken back that economy lead. They have a turret in the top side, and now with 10 seconds remaining on the next neutral objective, both teams are going to go for it. But something to note is Wise and Leo are at the same level. Lancelot, Fredrin, who has a better chance getting that turtle?
Whoa, 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 whoa. I mean, I would say that it's pretty 50-50 as of right now. Wise now has quite a clear advantage being the level up, but notice the positions from Occupy.
Oh, Wise comes in with a taunt and then knock on the final slash. Agent Zero pops one. Smile goes down. Now Maro out of position. Look at how deep Blacklist is. Oh no, but wait, they cornered off Maro. They're going in. Edward, can he get it? And that's gonna be it. Not gonna be enough to stay in, and now the Lord is up while Occupy are 2 men down.
This is not a good position, especially for Leo. He's gonna try 1v4, but it's looking real grim here.
Oh no, they're gonna pop him. Speedy makes the most of it down bottom. That's gonna be the Lord over to Blacks International, but they will have to concede this bottom lane tier to 1 turret.
And even then, it's not much of a loss, right? 2,000 gold lead already, and it's not just about the numbers, right? It's about the map control that they already have built for themselves. And one of the main things that Blacklist needs is that map control to utilize these pushes to be able to get into that back line and just prevent that damage from Smile from getting onto the members of Blacklist.
Yep, and now with the Lord pushing down on all sides, Lord Empowered Minions pushing it down from all sides, everywhere. Blacklist International, notice that the movements coming up from specifically Owl, he feels like he's going to get targeted again. And even for Edward, he doesn't mind too much, but at least with Wise, fishing for that information, knowing that at the very least, he can withstand the damage, and it doesn't really matter. He's got an early immortality, makes it even more of a reason why opening the map for him is going to be the best solution.
Interesting. An early immortality for the Fredrin at 9 minutes. Well, I wonder how many items he's built up. Now Blacklist threatening this mid lane tier 1. Look at the back line. The sandwich play from the duo Edward and Wise. Now forcing a flicker away from Alpho as he goes for the split. And down bottom, it's Smile. Up top, it's Leo. Occupy seem to be scrambled.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they wanted to commit onto that, but they also wanted to look for something else on the map, but even that they weren't able to achieve it just yet. I'm curious to see what the items are looking like here. Whoa, 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 Venus is still able to get out, still set. Oh my god!
There's a knock-up onto Alpha. He's not gonna live for long. Yue gets the kill, pushing back all of these members of Occupy behind their tier 2.
Man, that's a little unfortunate there. And this is why, especially when you have the Arlet and when you're side lanes, once you unlock him out of it, the mid tier 1s and tier 2s, as much as I would like to emphasize the tier 1 mid being one of the most important objectives on the map to give you access into the jungle, with Arlet's displacement, you can make dives from many different angles and you can make it work. Just remember, it goes from left to right.
Oh man, looking at the in-game equipment, right? Very aggressive from the mid laners. Right? I want to emphasize on this because most of the damage should rely on Xavier here in the mid-game before the carry reaches that item power spike, right? Only 2 items for him right now. Not enough damage in my opinion. It is going to feel onto Owl, but other than that...
They oblige Alpha. He wasn't expecting that much damage. They pop the XP laner. Now next... Oh, let's go see a play. Look at this underneath. Leo might be off position. Smile goes down. But wait, can Owl survive? There's a final slash from Edward. And now Wise surviving. He does have the immortality. Watch out. Dashing on through. Oh, this is a messy engagement. Wise is separated from the rest of Blacklist. Here comes my Venus and Owl as well. They might pop Owl's immortality. The answer is no, he lives. Leo, though, at a 10th of his health, they push tier 1.
They finally crack open that tier 1. Wise, he doesn't mind. He may be a little low, but the rest of his team should have more than enough damage. And with the passive, he's going to regenerate with not Sky Guardian's helmet, the Guardian's helmet back to where he needs to be. But more importantly, do they really need this Lord? Personally, I don't feel like they want it. They want Occupy to walk out of their base. They want Occupy to get wiped out so they can finally finish this off. But notice that even Occupy don't want the Lord. They recognize that they could potentially lose a fight. Play to your strengths. You have a Kaja. Look for those angles.
Yeah, they want to be masters at baiting right now, right? They needed to be able to bait Occupy to be able to get more on the board. And like you mentioned, they realize that Speedy just centralizes his focus on these objectives. Edward, the only one in the base to defend.
Oh, those are 3 big siege minions. Edward has to do some work. At least Blacklist have gotten something off map. All this while, Occupy was playing footsies across. Now, Maro, look at this. Does he know that there's this bush? Oh, rings of order and lightning bombs through. No engage here.
Oh man, I mean, he almost got snagged up mid-animation of the lightning bombs with the final slash coming in from Edward, just a pixel off from clipping him. But in the meantime, this is going according to Blacklist's plan, right? They wanted to play for that early game. Unfortunately, didn't go as well as they wanted to, but they can still recover from this. Occupy, on the other hand, if they can defend this upcoming Lord, make it to the 42k mark, at least we know that they have a chance in the later minutes. I'm guessing probably around the 16th minute is when you're going to see Occupy really hit that peak.
Yeah, to put it into basic words, they just need to buy time, right? They need to buy time for Speedy to get online, for Smile as well, because at the end, Xavier, despite everything, he does still deal that damage from a really long range. And look at that kiting as we head into a technical pause. Ladies and gentlemen, it's only going to take a while. Don't worry. Remember, fair play is our utmost priority. We want to make sure that both the players, even the fans, you guys as well at home watching, get the best viewing experience and get the best playing experience as possible.
Let's slow it down a bit. I did not expect that explosive of a start from a lineup that we expected to scale.
Yeah, I thought so too. I definitely thought like, yeah, they're not going to get punished too hard with this. They're probably not going to go up to the blue lane, so the only place they could go down is bottom side, but I don't think anybody was expecting them straight off the bat. At level 1, Maro is like, let's skew the favor of this fight. Let's make sure Owl feels as uncomfortable as possible. And if we can if we can just, cut the time to scale in half for Speedy specifically, our pickoff comp during the mid game just doubles in value. Oh, look at the agents here in Cambodia.
Man, I mean, we saw the agents in Indonesia, right? For M4 in Jakarta, and they were doing that much. And now they're here as well. Oh, the support for Blacklist is just amazing.
I can confirm there are some Filipinos who actually took a break off of work, who booked tickets to fly out to Phnom Penh, and I'm guessing that's who you're seeing on camera.
I also have to talk about the merch that they're giving out here, like the headbands with the crown as well. Genius idea, but at the same time, where do I get one?
Yeah, right? Can I get one?
Just outside.
Oh, yeah? Is it free?
I'm guessing
Is it freebies?
there should be a Blacklist booth.
Oh, okay. We know what we're going to be doing later, but in the meantime, the troubleshooting will take place, and we can start talking about the game a little bit more. I'm expecting it to be pretty much an obvious ping issue. Owl, his position right there, the fact that he was just taking it without sidestepping does beg a couple of questions, but let's have a look at a few words from Wise.
on representing NA for MSC, we can't underestimate any team in our group because the Philippines caster also said that it could be hard to go against Todak, wink wink. And Team Occupy almost beat RQ in M4, so we need to look out for everybody in our group. I did the wink wink for you, Gideon.
No, thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it a lot.
Just so you know.
It might not necessarily be me, to be fair. It could also be LaFell.
Yeah,
at the
LaFell's
same
not here,
time.
though.
Or
I'll
me.
take it. Or even Leo, for that
All
matter.
right, wink wink for Leo then.
Thank you. I'm a Todak fan.
Okay.
But also a Blacklist fan.
Now, I have a question,
I
right?
love ML.
We all do.
All right.
We all do. We
Question.
all love Mobile Legends.
Question.
Okay, yeah. Back to the question, right? With the disparity in gold and just objective disparity between Blacklist and Occupy, and you're saying that Occupy needs to buy time, is it still possible for them to get to a comeback?
I think they're going to have to sacrifice some inhibitors here, but let's jump back into the fight.
Whoa! Real world manipulation. Enough of a box to threaten the kill here. Eventually gets Maro, and there's an ult coming in from Owl. They do clear the wave. Occupy still breathing, and they take down the Lord as well, but there's still this huge wave crashing through. They did kill the minion, the siege minion. Down goes Smile, down goes Leo, Alpha as well. Where's Speedy? Defending down bottom. He's clearing that wave, but here comes Blacklist, making a beeline for the base. Ladies and gentlemen, what a statement from the M3 World Champions. They wipe out Occupy, but they're still breathing. Maro here, a little too hasty there.
Yeah, Speedy gave up his life just to get rid of that low minion, and now Maro himself might have to do the same with the collapsing of the waves.
RWM, Maro gets his immortality popped, and just like that, Blacklist takes game 1.
Wow, Blacklist lead the series here. Best of 3, and it's funny, right? I asked you the question, is it still possible? And right as we come back from the pause, you can see Blacklist just obliterating Occupy there in the top lane. What a performance. What just the way, oh man, Blacklist still in form.
Yeah, they are still in form there, but man, the timing of that tech pause could not have been any worse. Like, yes, it is a technical issue, but Maro had also flickered into the middle to try and catch Owl at the same time, and yet Maro ends up dying there for basically nothing. So I think for the most part of this, I'm going to say bypass this first game. We're looking for the second, and I think even for Occupy Thrones, they're like, all right, we had a decent early game. We had a solid plan. We gotta keep Blacklist questioning. Throw questions at them and make them answer us.
How do we not know that Blacklist is the home team? Look at the crowd. Look at how many fans are rushing to congratulate Owl, to congratulate Yue, and how alive Aeon 3 is. This is amazing.
Yeah, we love it here. We love the crowd. And it's each and every game, right? It's not just Blacklist, it's not just a certain team, but these people come through to enjoy the game.
The kid knows the pose! The kid knows the pose too!
I love it, Stardom Young. But here's one thing to bring up, all right? Not to take away anything from Blacklist's victory here that they just claimed in a snap. I'd like to say if you took a screenshot of the first 5 minutes of the game, who would have thought that we ended this way? Occupy put up a great fight. They started off with a bang.
I think that's the main idea, right? It's not only just starting off with a bang, but also catching Blacklist with their feet tied a little bit, because Blacklist is very used to just dealing with teams who play extremely standard, following the protocols of setting up for specific timings, turtles, buffs, same every single time. But I think once you have teams that decide, you know what, we're not going to follow that. We're going to look for as many off-tempo plays as possible. And also, the way that they are attacking multiple sides of the map. Okay, let's keep going to the bottom side, punish Owl until we see Blacklist decide to adapt to that bottom. Instantly, you see Maro, all right, top side, let's go get Edward.
Yeah, if LaFell was here, he would say it's not how you start. It's how you finish.
I think LaFell is watching at home with the biggest smile.
Get well soon.
With the biggest smile, and I'd like to think that there's more to this game.
Okay, we'll take a look at the MVP though for game number 1, and it's gonna be Yue on the Eve. Now, one of the main things that I really wanted to talk about is how offensively this Eve just built, right? No defensive item whatsoever. Usually we see a brute force breastplate, and even then, 0 deaths.
Exactly. No, his positioning is great, but more importantly, the fact that he follows up on a lot of these interesting fights, predicting, oh, you know what? I know you're going to flicker, so I'm just going to lay down the map to make sure that I cover every single one of these angles. His build, looking to get that mystery shop early, making sure that he gets the enchanted talisman and pairs it up with as many utility items before he gets that divine glaive, really sets the tone for the rest of the match. And let's keep in mind, this is his very first M-Series show debut, in a matter of fact. So the fact that he's walking away 5-0-12 is nuts.
No way. Are you telling me that he's never been on an international stage yet before? Well, he did SEA Games, right?
He did SEA Games. That's why I said International.
Okay. SC and M Series. But that's how he performed? That's insane.
Right?
You know, because remember, before Coach Zico left, we were talking about pressure, right, of the stage and so on and so forth. And as a player, as someone new to the scene, wouldn't you be like sweating?
I know
shaking?
I would be sweating. I would be shaking. Literally,
I'd be on the floor.
I would be one, like, honestly, I would follow these pro players to a T. I'd be taking off my shoes, putting my feet up on these chairs, getting as comfortable as possible, just to kind of shake off these nerves. But if you take away the name tags, you might have imagined that was Haji playing all over again, that he was back with the team and just smacking kids left, right, and center, because his rotations, initially, it was kind of weird, right? We did see him control that mid lane, and that he was kind of doing his own thing until he gets the information from V. It's time to change. It's time to adapt. We need to make sure that we can cover for our boy on the bottom side, Owl, so he doesn't receive so much punishment.
I mean, yeah, now that you mention it, right, taking a look at the replay here, just look at that, right? And even if he positions a little bit off, like, you can see that Blacklist, the other members, are just so quick to just defend him and just support him and make sure that nobody is able to get into that back line. And see, even here, Owl is still just waiting there in the back line to deal some damage on to the Leo.
To Leo.
Yeah, he's so quick that I can't, like, okay, that's Leo.
He's fast. No, I'm not going to lie. Leo was trying to hold this game together, right? With the quick follow-ups, especially with the leadership of the shot calls from Leo as well as Maro, with Smile to kind of fill in the blanks wherever necessary. We're expecting to see, you know, a couple of change-ups, and that's what we saw. Like, Speedy and Alpha were working together on the opposite side of the map to try and fake out Blacklist, but they did not buy the bait. And once we finally get into these last few moments, I think Blacklist, once they've been unlocked from that lane and can start walking in and out of the enemy jungle, I think Occupy got really uncomfortable not playing the front to front.
Wow, 14-minute game, 6-18. So different to how we begun that game. It's so interesting to see how the stats actually pan out.
Looking at the stats, I'm trying to see if there's any items out of the ordinary. Pretty standard all across the board here. And even for Maro, right? Look at his item build. He's not trying to greed out, going for a fleeting time, somewhat second item. He's probably going to build it into it towards his third. And I would even argue that he probably didn't even want to get the fleeting time, probably looking for a dominance ice for his next part of his build.
Yeah, you're right. And if we're looking at Xavier, right? Smile only had, what, 3 items with Enchanted Talisman on top of that?
He just needs a little bit more time.
Yeah, just a little bit more time to, you know, finally log into the game.
But if we look over at Blacklist International, I think a couple of things that are the standard. Number one, Wise coming out big time with an early immortality because he knows, hey, Speedy is going to be playing carry. That's my direct counter, and I know Maro's going to pull me at some point in time, maybe around the turtle fight.
I reckon it was Guardian Helmet first, and then the immortality. And then that's, I think, a major win for Blacklist. They understood that, hey, we got off on the wrong foot, talking about their own blunders in the early game that allowed Occupy to kind of play, again, the front to front as they did in the early game. So that's what, when Wise said, you know what, okay, after the Guardian Helmet, they're going to go for me more, so I better build that immortality. I love it.
Yeah, I love it too. But it's so funny, right? Because again, it's about attacking the gold lane, but at the same time, Wise is concerned about himself, making sure that he can secure these neutral objectives. But even Leo felt at the end of the day, as long as Owl is out of the equation, I would rather take a 50-50 against Wise with this immortality than having a fully scaled Owl on a Beatrix.
And no, the trick is, Wise didn't go home. He will only go home if he dies or if the rest of the map is already a win for Blacklist. And I think that's why it was Guardian Helmet into Immortality first. He just couldn't afford to die. He was an anchor. Maybe, personally, now it's making more sense, my call for secondary MVP would be wise despite dying first.
Yeah, you're right. Because things would have ended so completely different. And if we take a look at the post-game stats here, right? Already you can see Owl, right? 2 of the categories for him. Who was FMVP? Like way back? Like who was the anchor, you would say, from Blacklist other than VWise, obviously?
Oh, you always look at Edward. But the
Edward?
way, yeah, of course, he's the Agent Zero. He's the MVP machine. But no, here's the thing. I may have just made that up now. Owl came in clutch towards the end of Season 11 regular season. And that's what made the difference. I'm glad to see that during the break, after the 4-0, Agents don't want to talk about that, he's back in shape. I'm loving it.
He's looking a lot better. I will agree. I mean, the early game, even though I thought that the nerves might get to him, especially when it's your debut and you're getting targeted this hard, every mistake just feels even worse. It's like, oh man, I should have positioned a little bit higher up in the brush so that I can get away with my flicker and not get caught by Maro. But instead, he gets caught, comes back in, gets attacked again, and with a dawning light from halfway across the world, it starts to get a bit frustrating.
For sure. And even then, he's still able to pull through. So coming to game number 2, right? If you had to choose what to repair, either from draft, gameplay for Occupy, right? Because Occupy, they really need this win.
Okay, maybe number 1, try to draft with better coverage, right? They got away somehow in the early to mid with the front-to-front, the hyper-aggressive, possibly even caught Blacklist off guard way of playing and lineup. Maybe play more fundamentally. Make sure that you don't have to scale up the Savior too much. Wait for Speedy to get on that marksman into the mid to late with more items. Cover up those bases, and then maybe you don't have to stumble too hard.
All right, what about you?
Personally, for me, I feel like I kind of agree with Leo, but I think that the way that they're handling the game, the decisions that are coming out from the side of Occupy Thrones is rather interesting because it's all about off-tempo plays and kind of straying away, understanding what the playbook is going to look like, the standardized playbook that everybody knows for MLBB, and taking it one step further by hyper-focusing on one side while still bouncing across whenever the adjustment is made to keep Blacklist on their toes. I think they do need to adjust their draft a little bit more.
Yeah, I can't wait. I just really can't wait to get to the drafts, and it is coming soon. But you know what else is coming soon?
Oh, what?
The 2023 Project Next update. It's starting from 06/27. I think that's the 27th of a certain month. What is 6?
June.
The revamped emblem system, eruditic story, brand new hero, generous events, and remarkable bonuses are about to meet you guys. So don't forget to log into the game if you want to know more about the new update. I wonder what's on the new update. I'm a bit
What I'm
curious.
most excited for is the Allure, the new Erudicio story. I want to know what's up.
I was looking at Leo, I was like, I know it's like, oh, emblem systems, that's going to completely change the meta.
No.
It's like, no, Erudicio, that's the story I want to hear.
I want to know what's up.
No, I think with that upcoming patch, keep your eyes for that day because there's going to be some scary stuff, and especially with the emblem changes, Mobile Legends might never be the same again.
Yeah, there's more to study for me.
I mean, you
like
have
this
the notebook.
book is gonna be like full just with the new update. So
She's gonna need another notebook.
I'm gonna need a new notebook.
Or two.
With that being said here, coming in towards game number 2, I'm hoping to see that Occupy Thrones keep to their unorthodox tactic. Well, not even unorthodox, just a hyper gank focus strategy.
Pick up the tempo.
Yeah.
This is what Occupy is known for when they won their MPL MENA season recently. They've been back-to-back champions and they've grown quite a bit, right? So I think I noted that they want to move first and move fast. We definitely saw them move first and move fast here, but what then? I think that's what we're looking for. Save for what we said earlier already, wherein Gideon partly agreed. I think they have to plan for the follow-up. They need to know what to do when they're ahead and make sure that they cover up the bases and they stop Wise from doing what he did here, where he bought back some level of control and allowed Blacklist to get the victory.
I find that ironic, right? Because you said that Occupy want to move fast, move first, but they didn't draft that way.
But they got away with it, right?
Like, it could have been better, maybe.
That's why. I guess that's where
at least mid-game power spike, you know?
I guess that's where the draft will come into play. Maybe they adjust for that, and then they do better. Is that the Hitman? That was a Hitman.
I think that might have been the Hitman.
Renegade.
Oh, why do you call him the Hitman?
That's his name.
That's
his name?
Yeah.
Renegade's name? Oh, his title. His nick?
Just don't say it 3 times in a row. He's going to come after you
I'm scared.
afterwards.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
And if he does come onto the stage, then you might not see me in the desk anymore, if you know what I'm saying.
We'll just be seeing Renegade in your blazer the whole time and casting for you, impersonation.
maybe.
I'm kind of scared now.
We might not even be able to tell the difference, to be honest with you. At this point of time, I do think that especially if you're in Occupy Throne's position, yeah, the scaling is great, but do you think that they're getting in their heads a little bit? Like, I wish Coach Zico was here once more so I can kind of walk me through that draft one more time. Because again, the ideas were there. We wanted to see, we want to see Blacklist play the Ube strat. We want to see the Minotaur go head-to-head against it and maybe a couple of counter draft picks. But what we saw from Occupy, especially when in terms of the bans, a lot of it just revolved around, hey, counter draft every single time. I expect you to play the Minotaur. I expect you to go for some hard engage.
Okay, Leo can cosplay.
What?
Coach Zico.
No.
You can't?
I can't. His mind is irreplaceable.
That's unfortunate.
I was going to say, where is he? Because again, yes, I agree. Despite there being picks or trades that were not called out, the beat for beat, right? The principle was there, and he helped us understand. And yeah, that's how we ended up with the banger that was game 1. So now going into game 2, I'm wondering if the same principles will come into play to maybe take us to game 3 for Occupy, or for Blacks to go for the sweep. Because again, despite it being a while since Zico last played with VYs or worked closely with Ola, he's on to something. He knows what they're up to.
Right. And that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the Blacklist, their set play ended in the first phase of the draft. Once we get into the second phase, that's when they started to realize, like, wait a minute. If we keep going the direction that we're going, we're going to get outscaled super fast. So let's pivot just ever so slightly to adjust what we've already set up to make sure that we can hurt Occupy when we start rotating in towards that. Well, honestly, I would like to say early game, but let's omit that. The mid game specifically.
Okay, so it looks like the mid game is where both Blacklist and Occupy want to live. That's the hill they die on. So I guess that's what's gonna make Eve all the more important.
I wouldn't just say the Eve though.
Smile's gotta pick it up. Ola has to hear him out. Coach, give me the Eve.
Put me in on Eve, Coach.
Now with that in mind, we'll see exactly, will it be the Eve? Will it be Valentina? Maybe this time before it gets banned. We'll see in just a few moments as we head into the drafting phase of game number 2. Remember, this is the last chance for Occupy to be able to win the series, or Blacklist will take it all.
I know Coach Zico was really nervous when he was here on the desk, but when the draft comes up, you could literally see the light in his eyes just expand. The pupils, not even dilated, just hyper-focused, ready.
That's right.
He loves this part of the game, and I love it too. Look, the Yves, the Joyan, as well as the Arla instantly banned out, and we see the response coming in from Blacklist International, taking out the Fanny and the Franco.
They also took out the Arlet here on the way back. Blacklist might even ban out the Kaja. Just call it a day from there. But no, Oh My Venus plays a Kaja. I'm guessing they're gonna want to keep that open for her. I double guessed myself. There it is.
Stick to your guts, you know?
See, here's the thing.
Kaja's gonna be the one banned, but there you go. That's what I wanted to mention. Novaria this time around is going to be left open. A similar kind of role, I would say, to the Xavier. And the difference is, Novaria just has so much utility in her kit. She has the damage, she's able to open up map, open up vision for the team as well. But I feel like Novaria is as weak as the Xavier.
Really?
Yes.
She's the love child of Xavier and Selena.
That
I mean, no, like not lore-wise. I would know.
Lore-wise.
Right? No, but I would know. But no, it's just technically speaking, right? Her kit. But now look at the clapback from Blacklist. Of course, a specialty for Wise. There's the Fredrin, and then wow, an early diggy.
I think this is one of those situations where Blacklist is making a hard read on Occupy, saying, "Yo, I know you want to play that Minotaur. We already banned out your Kaja. How deep is your hero pool, Maro? How far can you go?" Lancelot? Okay. I'm curious to see if Maro actually plays a solid Cho, too.
He plays a Cho, decent Cho. Maybe even a Masha, a Hilda, but that's not going to do much here. I take back my last statement, not Hilda.
Let's see. Minotaur, Mincy, both can be just denied because of the Diggy pick. And I wanted to say that because the 1-1 was left open, the Diggy pick also is able to prevent that 1-1 pick from happening, right? So they go for the Moskov instead here. And Speedy does play Moskov. It is one of his comfort heroes. But the question is it going to be good in this composition.
I like the Moskov. It does great against the Fredrin, and even catches a rogue Diggy just roaming around, just popping that egg. But here's a US special. In addition to the Eve, he's great on the Valentina. But how are you gonna get close though? That's my question as Valentina.
That's the thing. That's the thing that I'm trying to figure out. When I see this Moskov, the big question that comes into my head is, but why, right? There's no real reason other than just the Fredrin, and that can't be reason alone. My guess is that the Spear of Destruction is going to open up the map first, and even when you have Navarra, it's pretty much interchangeable. They're going to try and do that RSG snipe.
Okay.
Roy,
so
remember that?
Is it the Smile Speedy a la Oki Bray? Oki Roy, is that it?
It could be the specialty.
We'll see, we'll see. Going into the second phase now, there's the Uranus ban. Oh, they know that for this to work, there has to be a super dead XP lane.
Yes.
They know that Alpha has to be prepared to hunker down.
What does Alpha have in his kit, right? Yuzong is still an option.
I mean, glue is still around.
The glue, the laps.
Do we like glue here?
I like the laps a lot.
It was all right earlier.
The laps.
It wasn't much, but no, the laps is the lethal amount that you need. Like, it's able to, I don't know, man.
The good thing about Lapu Lapu, especially in this Moskov matchup, is the fact that he has anti-CC, right? It's annoying as Yuzong. Yes, basically you can catch out the Moskov, but there is that small potential of, if I Furious Dive, I'm going to get pushed away compared to Lapu Lapu, who just raging slashes all the way through.
So they're thinking twice. They're not only thinking for Alpha, but also what to take away from Edward. But now, who'da thunk, man? How is the 1-1 open up until this point? What?
Yeah. I was fearing that Blacklist was going to pick it up, right? Because with the Diggy pick up for themselves. But here, Blacklist in the second phase, what do they want to prioritize, right? They have the gold lane still left open.
The gold and the XP.
What's a viable pick here in the gold lane? Since Beatrix and Wawan's off the board. Can
Claude.
Brody work Claude?
I think Brody could work, but I think in the general sense of the word, he's going to be there for cleanup, and you got that engaged, but he has to close space, and I think that's the biggest problem, right? Varia is going to be poking off from way too far away outside that range. And there we go. The hard engager. Edward with the signature pick on that Benedetta. I love this Benedetta pick.
Edward Scissorhands.
Yes. Championships have been won off of this hero and player combination. Johnny Depp, but now how? How? What else? Esmeralda?
I don't know. No.
Interesting.
But confirm this is going to be an Esmeralda in the XP.
Yes. I mean, if it goes into the mid lane, I don't know what to tell you at that point. But
you have to have a conversation with Fireflux Impunity then.
Maybe they are the scrim partners, you know? Who knows? But I think at the end of the day, this is probably one of those matchups where it's like, I guess you want to steal the shields off of Diggy, but is that really going to be enough? Do you realistically see yourself like 20 minutes into this game having a full item? Oh! You know what?
That's a debut pick.
That's a debut pick.
Nice one, baby.
I take that back. Now we have a very interesting dynamic in the mid game.
What's the engage though from them? Well, they can't have an engage because they're going against a Diggy anyway.
It's guerrilla tactics. They don't want engage. They don't want to confirm anything. The fact that they can send you home and then keep going and do what they wanted to do anyways is enough. That seems to be the MO for Occupy.
I don't know. I kind of like it here. It's risky again. I like it because it's risky.
Might just be crazy enough to work.
Might just be crazy enough to work, and considering what they did in the early stages of the game. Now, this is the dynamic that I'm talking about, right? The two interactions that I want to bring up is the fact that at least with the hard guard, you can in the mid game technically super juice either the Moskov, and I would even argue the Esmeralda if she decides to change her itemization and the order of what she buys first.
I'll do you one better. Even the Lancelot, he's notorious for getting away with going deep. How about plus a Hearthguard to make sure? I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Man, game 2 is shaping up to be really interesting. We haven't seen too much of Esme. We've seen it once. It's happening again. But the Angela, right? In this meta, we haven't really seen it too much. No engage for the side of Occupy here.
Not even an ult. Not even a sure ult.
I guess like Falling Star Moon, right?
Yeah, sure.
Kinda.
Sure.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a Falling Star Moon used to engage.
FIMP on the top side again. I mean, I'm pulling at straws, to be honest. I think overall, this is going to be quite a tough game for Occupy, but let's see how those first 3 minutes go.
Yeah, let's see the first 3 minutes and how the results are gonna pan out. Because ladies and gentlemen, we are at match point. If Blacklist take another point, that's gonna be a 2-0, sending Occupy lower in the group.
All right. Things are going to start off slow, but I'm immediately just looking on what exactly do they want to do. Wait, look at the top side of the map. Yeah, this is finally a team is actually abusing this. We are seeing an early level 2 from both the mid laner and as well as the EXP, while Diggy achieves his level 2 off of the mid lane, allowing them to rotate early for this Lethal Wander to make it a little uncomfortable. But notice on the opposite side for at least Occupy, he decided, I'm going to start on orange first and then make my way to purple.
Yep, this is the rotation that Blacklist International made popular in the MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs, and here they're showing it off to great extent. I'm pretty sure these numbers aren't right. There you go. That's better. All right, closer to 50-50 in the cold lead at about a minute and change. Maro, though, gets spotted out. Look at the XP gain on Blacklist.
Yeah, there's nothing much you can really do about that, right? You're just going to have to wait it out. And I think, you know, the biggest impact is once you see the neutral objective show up. But notice that Blacklist International are making sure that they're hovering around the bottom side of the map. And even for Maro, right, going against Oh My Venus, it's just continuous. The auto alarm bombs and then the love taps coming back in from Maro, just going back and forth. The only problem is that Oh My Venus, if you look at his battle spell as well as, his emblems, you know that he wants to build damage. The Queen wants to build damage, and if he keeps on going this way, expect to see Maro just getting one shot out of nowhere.
Yeah, and that's annoying, right? Every time you want to go for something, you want to look for an NEH, you get kited first, but Alpha here?
He's in trouble.
He's dead.
That's it. Oh, Lord. You're just talking about the Queen, how she chose violence, draws first blood.
I mean, yeah, Diggy with that emblem, it's gonna hurt. It hurts in the late game, the way that you spam it, the way that the passive stacks as well. And wait a second here.
Hello, forcing out a flicker from Maro. Send that Angela home without a level 4. Without an ult.
Yeah, that's a little frustrating. This first turtle probably not going to go into the hands of Occupy for now unless Leo is able to clutch this out. But notice that Blacklist, they want to play hyper standard, right? Benedetta is going into the jungle.
Whoa, using that Electro final blow, taking down Maro. Yes, Leo does keep his purple, but at the cost of his roamer. Now down bottom, Speedy, so much pressure. Yue pops him. And Leo meets up with the Queen. And here's the Heart Guard finally. Do they pull the trigger? Yes, they do, but to no avail.
Yeah, a small win for Occupy there, being able to take V off the map, especially now that you can see that Blacklist are already rotating towards the next neutral objective, the turtle. But even with a man advantage, Occupy, they have decided not to go for it.
Yep, honestly, there's no point to actually try for it, right? Their item power spikes aren't there. Esmeralda is basically a non-factor in a majority of these fights until she starts getting her first two. No.
Look at this attempted sandwich play. Leo gonna get hit with the reverse time. Phantom Execution on out, survives.
Gets to walk away for free, but that bottom side, once again, we're not seeing Speedy get too much of a lead at the end of the day. Owl, he just has to play it a little slow, get calls in for reinforcements, and whenever that Wise is pathing down to the bottom side, he knows for a fact that he can get a little bit more aggressive to hopefully force a mistake from Occupy, bait them out into a fight that they probably won't win without some extra bodies.
Yeah, so far we don't really have much of an impact here coming in from the mid laners, right? They're still building those items, Elegant Gem both for them, but I feel like there's a lot more for the Novaria to play around with the way Blacklist are going about these skirmishes, right? These team fights. But unfortunately, because she hasn't been knocked up, hasn't been online just yet, there's not much of that going on. But meanwhile here...
Oh, that's a Heart Guard. Preemptive, possibly? Yeah, that's a clear sign. Blacklist will not want to fight.
They're just waiting it out. Yep, no reason to actually go any further than this. The next objective is 43 seconds away. They're going to play playing to their strengths, and now that it's gone, they might find an opportunity. Yue hasn't stolen any ults just yet. He might be wanting to utilize that slow.
Oh, Astral Echo. Eyes on Yue, eyes on V as well. They see everybody. And now Owl just chipping away at this tier 1 down bottom.
Wow, I like that this is a vision versus vision game, right? Because obviously Smile can do that, Maro a little bit speedy as well with his ultimate, but so can Venus, right? She can put in the time bombs around, open up the map as well, and you can see that starting to become a 1v1 type of vision situation.
Especially when they're coming down to the bottom side. Alpha, once again, getting punished.
Oh, the switch up. They take down the XP lane after the swap. Speedy now in the top lane. What's going on? Blacklist goes for the B line, and here's a hard guard under the Moskov. Edwards in trouble. Do they get the love taps? Oh, short of a basic attack, Edwards survives.
Oh, Speedy didn't want to go further than that. He didn't want to tank a couple of shots and then back out and then use the Spirit of Destruction. Fortunately, Wise is going to be the one taking away that turtle, but they traded for top tier 1. If they're able to convert this into something more.
There's a stun on Oh My Venus, but there's too much damage coming in from Blacklist. Maro gets popped. Not much of an answer from a stationary Angela. Now Leo wants to take down Yue. Is there enough damage? He gets knocked up, gets stunned, and hit with an Appraiser's Wrath.
Speedy ran. Okay, sure, you want to cover Speedy, right? You want to cover gold lane. Speedy goes back. Leo goes back in, but Speedy's not there to back him up. I don't know, miscommunication? What's going on here?
The pressure's starting to get to them. That's what it feels like, right? When you look at Blacklist, their chemistry seems to be going really, really well. They're feeling very comfortable now with a 3.1k lead against Occupy, but Occupy on the other hand, I don't want to say that it's negative synergy just yet, but I do think that there is a breakdown in communication.
3,400 gold lead already here in the 7th minute of the game. Blacklist once again with the fast rotations here to the bottom side. Speedy might be in trouble. Hardguard still able to save them, Leo?
Oh, there's a dash forward. They mean business. They want to find one. Puncture on through. Oh, they catch Yue and they take him down. That's a shutdown. Plus another one. Smile from downtown with a snipe. And that's 2 for free. Occupy back on the board.
That's what we wanted to see. At least Occupy able to redeem themselves there a little bit. That's going to give them some momentum. And now they're trying to farm as much as they can. But look at that top side.
Oh, top side, bottom side as well. Oh, heartstrings by Maro. Top lane defended, held down by Alpha. What's Sal doing? Clearing the waves? Oh, Speedy trying to take this little wanderer. Wise got his eyes on it.
Yeah, he's going to be able to achieve this no problem whatsoever.
Oh, Time's Journey coming in from the Queen with a flicker. Can Leo finish the job? I like the final blow coming in. And that's all she wrote. But traded up for Owl, 1 for 1.
So good, so good. I was going to say, hey, watch out for this upcoming turtle fight because Edward has that Petrify with Electro Final Blow. And we know how devastating that could be. Now not even a non-factor. The fact that Leo isn't around, they're basically going to secure this for free.
Here we go. Hearthguard coming in. Alpha gets him, but not until Wise gets a turtle first, so shields and extra damage on the side of Blacklist International. Alpha says that's a no-go.
Yeah, even without the resources, Blacklist still able to get that under the nose of Occupy. And looking at this, you can see that Speedy trying to get to that point as fast as he can. He's going in, rotating towards that top side, getting the farm that he so desperately needs at this stage because you know, his team needs him right now. They need him to come online before Blacklist start to snowball here in the 8th minute of the game.
Yeah, and if Blacklist could just take away more and more resources off the map, it's going to make it difficult for Occupy, right? So the fact that that bottom side, Tier 1 is already cracked open, and ideally, if they can get that mid-Tier 1, they're basically going to starve Occupy like they did in game number 1 all over again.
Dude, that's a golden staff for Owl already.
Oh no. See the damage from the basics. There's a reverse time on the Speedy. This is an engagement just waiting to happen. Look at the angle by Wise.
He's not going to be showing himself justice. He's going to go back to the farming, make sure that they have a little bit more control, and they know that Occupy is just forced to sacrifice this. Wait, mid lane.
Uh-oh. Leo looks for one. They got eyes on Edward, but they don't see Wise.
No, they're going to back up here. Once again, Wise, he doesn't mind walking up into this. He can take the damage. Oi.
There you go, Heartguard cancelled.
Yeah.
Instead, Alpha's left to his own devices. It's a 3v1. And now they catch Maro. Wise gets it.
Not the best of decisions, I would say, to do a Heartguard right in front of Wise. But here we go. Edward Wise, 2v1 situation. Can he get up?
BD! 2v1. This Moskov had no business being in this deep. That's all she wrote. Occupy have lost so much in the past minute.
Yeah, this is just devastating. Blacklist just making sure that every one of these movements, overextensions are punished. They are playing their standard game, and Occupy, they've got no footing whatsoever. If they want to go for more, maybe they can look for a punish onto Yue, but even then, still, Edward is quite the problem. They have nobody to really lock him down.
Oh, the vision is what I keep cringing at, right? From V. V already has a Divine Glaive as well, so not only vision, but already a lot of damage paired in with that Impure Rage.
To add to that, I think you can say vision is one thing, right? But what does Occupy do with it? Right now, there's not much. But for Blacklist, they have a fundamental lineup that they have coverage. And even if the Valentina steals the Astral Echo, it's worth it. And now Leo is in trouble. Oh no, there's not much he can do here. Maro can try to save him, but there's a reverse time. Puts him down under. Owl gets a kill.
Maro's too close. He can't even use the Heart Guard to buy him that extra bit of shield to protect it and maybe, hopefully, turn things around.
Now Alpha, it's his turn to get the Heart Guard treatment. Oh, just enough to help him survive. But what are they going to do against this level 1 Lord? Owl coming in with the Blazing Duet. Oh, my Venus very low. Owl goes down off of Maro's Love Waves. Oh, and there's a snipe coming in from Smile. But the turret still goes down.
All right, they still find this. Edward is going to try and take a 1v1 against Speedy. Is he going to check?
Edward spotted it.
Beautiful.
There's the eye for an eye. Speedy's not going to survive unless... Oh, that's a 3v1. Somebody stop him. Wise gets the kill.
And he just gets down to the ground there by the Fredrin there. All right, 4,500 gold lead here for Blacklist, but it looks like despite everything, Occupy is still putting up a fight. They were able to get a few objectives on the map in terms of Blacklist's towers, and as this goes through, if they can, stay disciplined, honestly, with the way that they're playing, I do feel like they might have a fighting chance. Let's take a look at what happened there.
Yeah, in this instant replay, you can almost immediately tell that Alpha gets chunked down really hard. But the overextension was unnecessary, right? We know for a fact that Owl didn't need to go for this Blazing Duet, and if he's going to go for anybody, might as well start looking towards your side, like Smile, for an example. Get his flicker, try to force something out of him, rather than walking up to the person who has the Heart Guard.
Talk about Smile, he's deathless. He's been using this range to maximum efficiency. Watch out for him. I think after a 4th or 5th core item, he should be able to snipe out Owl with just 2 major hits.
And not to mention that, Edward, he could basically win out this 1v1 against Speedy unless Speedy has that Inspire. Then it's a little dangerous. But other than that, right, Edward, he can greed out with his build. He has more than enough damage. He knows for a fact that Alpha isn't going to get to the position that he wants to unless this is 16 minutes into the game. And even then, Maro, that shield is starting to fall off, and it's falling off fast.
You're right here. I don't know about this. Seems like Blacklist, they want to take things a little bit slower than before. They're not going to go for a crazy engage just yet. Because 6 seconds left on the Lord.
I think it's fine to go slow.
Yeah.
There's not much Blacklist is losing. They have a okay scaling lineup, right? The more items that the Diggy gets, the more painful it goes.
But I don't know, scaling compared to a Moskov in the late game.
And the Novaria? And an Esmeralda, but I guess this is not taking it slow. Again, they're going for the Lord as quickly as they can.
I mean, they're situationally aware, right? As much as you want to see Blacklist kind of like just continuously developing this lead, 5K is more than enough. They're going to hit the item power spikes that they need. They're going to find the neutrals. Oh, Edward.
He has 1.
And here's the Heart Guard. Can Speedy capitalize? Look at Alpha. Here comes Wise. This is more an even fight, 2v2. Alpha spots out Owl. Can he finish the job? Speedy catches an angle. He still has the Heart Guard, and now Owl comes in, taking down the Moskov and pops Maro right out. Oh, that's a difficult engagement. Occupy should get out of here.
Why? I don't know. I think Alpha could have just kept on going. He had the sprint as well. He could have kept on trying to force something, maybe get a kill onto Owl's side, but they backed off, and the miscommunication ended up Speedy positioning himself for the Battle Mirror image and dying for it.
Watch out. This is peculiar because Blacklist don't have a wave. So I wonder what Occupy's call is. Take down the Lord, defend, keep our major objectives. US stole the Astral Echo. Wise deep behind enemy territory. A Echo final blow already used up by Edward. They take down the mid lane inhibitor.
That was so risky. That was such a risky play from Speedy. Not really sure if that was worth to take, honestly,
Optimal.
right? I mean, 1 inhibitor turret taken down. I mean, if a same mistake like that keeps on going, that's GG, honestly.
I think this game is slowly coming to, well, you know what? Let's look at the items real quick. Where's Esmeralda hat in her build? Currently, 3rd item already complete, looking to complete a 4th item, but what does she even go for? Because at the end of the day, no matter what she gets, she's still going to need at least something along the lines of maybe even an Ice Queen's wand to be somewhat relevant in chasing down the Claude. And even then, there's no guarantee.
Looking at what Alpha has, even he's not sure. Right?
He can't decide.
Yeah, the Ice Queen wand doesn't come from either the pants or the robe.
Yep.
So he's still waiting. I think the call is going to come from somewhere in OP. It's going to come from Speedy if he has enough damage. It's going to come from Smile if he feels like his snipes are getting better. So it's not all over just yet, but it's very hard for Occupy to claw back.
What was the item on Smile? Do you remember how far she's gone in her item?
He's currently on his 4th item as of just yet.
And it's all damage.
And it's all damage, right? That's all Smile realistically needs. If he can land it on the perfect targets, which in this case is either Oh My Venus to try and reduce those stacks all over again, or even Owl, which would be the most ideal, then maybe there's something to talk about. But at the end of the day, I don't see either one of these people getting hit without Wise or even Edward being in that front line.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a small sliver of opportunity, right? And because of the way that they compose their draft, Occupy should have a good time when it comes down to the defense.
Oh no.
What?
What's Alpha thinking? He goes down for free, but wait, Speedy does get the Heart Guard in, forcing out a blazing duet from Owl. Leo here from the back lines, and he's trying to take down Yue. Will he get it? And he does! Alongside Maro. Edward uses the Electro Final Blow. Oh no, he's still holding on to it. He already spent it. Down goes Oh My Venus. It's just Maro out. Will Edward punish? He's chasing. Gets the stun and the reverse time. Maro's still here. It's taking quite a while, and there's the Electro Final Blow. Down goes the Angela.
Yep, and all this while you see that Wise is cutting off reinforcements, Smile unable to rejoin or get in some kind of range to support with some kind of artillery fire from afar.
Dropping the BMI in that bush. They knew something was fishy. Phantom Execution on out. Owl using the tail end of that BMI, taking down Leo.
That's a 3-man advantage now for Blacklist. Uncontested Lord. Leo's still gone for about 30 seconds, which means they have to defend for 30 seconds without him.
Yep, they're going to be walking out once more, and the 10K lead is here. At least for Occupy, they have pushed it to the time limit where the heroes actually get relatively strong. Like Speedy, for an example, he is in a very good position to potentially 1v5 if Blacklist make that mistake again.
And now the defense down bottom. Not much Occupy can do, especially when they're not complete, not a 5-man unit, but they do clear the wave.
Oh, wait, Speedy, he's still on that top side, right? Edward, is he moving? No, it looks like they're just going to try and rush this at the end of the day. They don't have a wave to work with, I guess.
They need everybody. Look at how deep Wise is. Look at how close he is to Smile. And now Leo. Speedy, they're keeping Speedy there.
Yeah.
Lord's still up. And now Speedy's going to keep pushing. Down goes Alpha. Watch the base. Ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International wastes no time taking the series.
They're looking to just claim all the ground here. 2-0 clean sweep. Wow, I don't know about Occupy, honestly, with that game.
They got demoralized at the very end there. They saw the impeding Doom coming in. Even for Speedy, he's like, I gotta try something. Even if I were back in base, the goal lead is it's just too much to actually handle here. There's nothing much they could have really done realistically. Blacklist had covered everything, and even for Edward, he's like, I don't even need to go back with this. There's not enough time.
And just on a fundamental level, that draft, it was very abstract. There was so much they were trying to get, so much they were trying to do. And against the M3 champions, against Blacklist International, the window, the margin of error is just so small.
Exactly. And I mean, considering how that early to mid game went, man, Blacklist really punished those overextensions. You step a little bit out of the boundaries, sure, we'll take you out. But then Speedy goes even further.
And we were talking about this just before the game started, right? Keep up the tempo, but fix up the draft. They went the complete opposite.
And you know, it wasn't just once or twice, right? What we saw, there were multiple occasions where Occupy made decisions that either weren't communicated good enough to the other members of the team, or I don't know what happened there backstage. I wish we could hear the comms, honestly, because I want to know what went down there. Esmeralda going in alone. We saw Speedy. There was a moment with even Leo in the top side in the early stage of the game. See, you can't make these little mistakes against Blacklist of all teams. They're gonna capitalize over it, and they're gonna do it fast, well, and that's what you get. 2-0 clean sweep by Blacklist.
Demoralized and broken. That's what it feels like to play against Blacklist sometimes, where it feels like no matter what you do, there is no out, as they slowly, the agents claw and push you back into that corner. Even for Leo, you could see him trying in many different positions to try and catch people off guard. And unfortunately, this time, Blacklist, if they stuck to their standard, they play perfectly fine, and they continue to do so.
And that's where this all gets all the more upsetting for me personally, right? I'm a big fan of a majority of the players from Occupy. They've done so much in MPL MENA, and the fact that in Game 2 alone, maybe even parts of Game 1, a majority of Game 1, sure, Leo was doing the right thing for the most part, right? Leo was an anchor for Occupy, and he was doing what they should be doing. He was going fast, and he was moving first, but throughout different parts of the game, it's like the other members were planning for different things.
Yeah.
You were mentioning how Alpho was checking bushes the way he shouldn't have. You mentioned towards the last part, we were watching it as well, Speedy was split pushing. I don't know exactly what's going on. To be a fly in that room, well, on the stage, to understand their comms, I wish we could get an insight.
I have a question though, right, guys? With Todak winning 2-0, Blacklist 2-0.
Oh, that's sweet.
Oh my goodness!
Look at this.
They do the pole. They got the fan. How long?
That is a Kamei fan.
Wow.
And the queen.
That's super
This is a dream come true.
The fan art as well. Goodness gracious
Look at
me.
that. Look at that painting.
How many hours did they spend making that?
Super sweet.
We were saying.
Yeah. Coming back to that, right? Wait, so Todak won 2-0, right? Blacklist 2-0 already.
That's de
Does
facto.
that mean?
That's de facto, I think.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah? So that's it?
We're just waiting for the announcement, but I think that spells it out.
So this is the second team.
That we have to say goodbye to, unfortunately. And Occupy will not be able to make it to that very next stage. And it hurts my soul because, again, when they were playing against Todak, this wasn't the Occupy that we saw in M4. This was a completely new team, and they were a breath of fresh air, looking at them in a completely new light. But that's just not enough this time around.
Aw. Oh, I want a photo with V like that.
I'm sure that can be arranged, but isn't this a juxtaposition, a contradiction of emotions? Because for some, it's a dream come true. For, again, specifically Occupy here, the MENA champions, it's a heartbreaking day.
It's the bittersweet reality of these tournaments. We're always faced with these.
It's a competition.
It is.
It is the nature of competition.
Yeah, at the end, one goes on, one goes home. But of course, this is your MVP, Benedetta. Edward.
The MVP.
The MVP.
Yeah, this is Benedetta's Edward.
This is Benedetta's Edward.
Yep, I love Benedetta as a hero overall. The fact that Edward gets to play, and he gets to play it greedy, even better. He gets to be untouched, unstoppable. Nobody can really deal with him other than Speedy, and even then, he must have its Inspire to actually take him on in these 1v1s.
And this is what she wants to do. This is how you want to build Benedetta. Just to explain the 47% kill participation, that's less than half, is because Edward was busy making plays elsewhere. He wasn't joining as a majority of the team fights. He was buying time for Blacklist and just eating up the rest of what Occupy could call a part of their map.
Exactly, and every time he has his Petrify off of that cooldown, immediate punish. Leo, if he doesn't have his Thorn Rose or iframes to work with, he's going to die. Even when he tries to go for something like a Phantom Execution, the moment he's about to get it off, locks down, instantly dead. Speedy tries the same thing, instantly dies. Alpho tries to tank through it, through the Heart Guard. Guess what? Edward decided to build Hyper Greedy and has plenty of damage.
Yeah, there's nobody to lock down Edward either way, right? And I think that's why it was risky. I said that the draft from the side of Occupy was risky. They put all their eggs in one basket because maybe they were kind of, you know, just they didn't like the Diggy pick from the side of Blacklist. They didn't want to go for CC, but that's what you get when you don't have CC. And Edward picks up the Benedetta, no lockdown, no one to stop him.
All right, I think risky is putting it lightly. This is
understatement.
Yeah, exactly. It's high concept. It's exotic, right? I don't know exactly what Coach Ola and Occupy were looking to do with this lineup, because you can get away with it, yeah, but that's not even considering what your opponents are doing. It's so good if your opponents were just standing still.
Absolutely. I mean, when we're looking at the item list, like nothing really stands out in my mind here, nothing too crazy, but at the end of the day, it comes down to who do you want to supercharge when you are playing this Angela. That is the main idea. And there's only two people in mind, Speedy and Leo. Everybody else is just fodder.
Alpha, maybe?
I would even say Alpha, because it takes too long for him to see him. Maybe if this was like, I don't know, a 30-minute game even. You saw him, he was malnourished.
It's a tentpole build, right? And this is a 5v5 game. It's so hard to execute on tentpole builds in MLBB. So with that being said, Blacklist just drafted almost comfortably, right? Too comfortably. Those are all signature picks.
There's nothing more I can really say about this. The damage taken speaks for itself. Even the damage dealt. Occupy trying to fight back as much as they could, but the jungle was basically gone for Leo without having a dedicated support to open up these maps. And yes, he did have a Novaria, but still, Novaria is not going to be able to push maybe 2 or deter 3 people walking into his jungle.
Yeah, you can even see it on the stats, right? Monster gold stolen. Blacklist are being so oppressive even from that early game. And I gotta say that a lot of the times that it was facilitated by Queen V.
If anything, to give kudos to Occupy, I'd like to see more of Smile. We've known Maro, we've known Leo for quite a while. We're big fans of them, very good friends, but I think Smile has a future. I really like the way he plays that Novaria.
Does a pretty good job here overall. Hopefully, maybe when we do see another M Series and Occupy is able to win it all again, next level of maturity, hopefully.
For sure, for sure. You know, up until this point, we're already day 3 into MSC, group stage day 3. How are your predictions going? Because mine have been right, other than those ones with RSG. Going okay?
I'll say that is kind of like 70% has been okay. A couple of upsets for sure.
It's swingy.
Swingy?
Let's just call it that.
Now, I want to know, what about you guys at home watching, or maybe for those of you at the venue right now, what do you guys have going on for you? What are your predictions like, and what do you guys think of the casters' predictions so far? Or, you know, do you want to share your viewpoint with us as well? Because if so, don't hesitate to make your own guess in our MSC guest event. You can find the event in the esports channel in-game, because you can cheer for your team and you can get rewarded with 1,000 MSC coins. You can use the coins you have to redeem in the game for the MSC avatar border, the emotes, or even the most valuable reward, the new epic skin Atlas Rune Sentinel. So don't forget to do that right now.
I already have the Rune Sentinel, so I just want the little aesthetics. I just want the
border.
I want the border. Is there a recall? I want the recall too. I want the spawn. I get sentimental about those things.
It's good to have the entire collection here, but today has been great. The series before this, such upsets, and again, today's entire theme, just the shift in meta.
I love it. I love it. What did they say, MSC?
Meta shifting competition.
Meta shifting competition. That's what MSC stands for, guys. For those of you wondering, it's not Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup. No, it's not. It's MSC. All right. But yeah, towards the end of the day, we have one more day in the group stage, but already we do have an update of how things have gone for these teams. Like, we started with 12 teams, and it should be down to just a few teams now, because most of us, we already know what the standings are like. I think Blacklist has one more game tomorrow.
That's right.
I think there are a few pending tomorrow. There should be 3 matches again tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see here. But these are the standings for the 3rd day.
To kick things off, Group A, Echo sitting right on top. FIMP will have to face off against EVO to predetermine who's making it into that knockout round. But if you look at Group B, RSG, and I don't think anybody was expecting them to be sitting right on top, maybe qualifying for knockups, but dominating the groups overall, a big shock. And EVOS Legends sitting right under them. We have to say goodbye to Phoenix during day 2 itself. But man, what an upset that was.
Singapore is back on top, man. I love it. I've been waiting for so long for Singapore to come back to their M3 form, wherein they were third best in the world. And who's to say they're out to win it here at MSC? Looking at Group C, though, we see that confirmed ONIC is at the top of their group, but it's still a toss-up between Outplay and Burn X Flash. And as for Group D, though, we still don't know who's going to top it. Todak and Blacklist. And I think we have confirmed that Occupy will not be making it to the knockouts. But yeah, 50-50, Todak and Blacklist, because you're never sure when it's Todak.
You're never sure. Even I'm not sure. It's hard to back up a team that somehow, and as LaFell put it literally perfectly, sometimes they like to put on a show. It's time to throw a little here and there, but against a team like Blacklist that builds up that slow momentum until it's a tidal wave, it's just a clash of styles.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy to see how that goes tomorrow. But once again, we would like to remind you, right? It's not just who gets eliminated, but it's also important to know who's at first and who's at second, because there is going to be a group draw seeding happening for the knockouts in particular.
Yep, so basically to explain this real quickly, Seed 1 will be one pool, and then Seed 2 will be another. You can't be seeded with the same Seed 2 from the same group. So yeah, for example, Echo cannot draw Fireflux Impunity as their opponent. They will either play EVOS in this case, or whoever wins between OP and BXF. That's an example. For Group D, we still don't know for sure who's 1 or 2, but yeah, that's what explains our knockout stage drawing format.
Yeah.
So in this case, being first in that group allows you to technically select your best matchup. If you are a team that is, again, I'm going to bring up RPS all over again, absolutely love the simples of the game. A rock style team, you're looking for a scissors type team to absolutely beat and move further in the competition. As tomorrow's schedule, we are going to predetermine who is first and who is second in the seeds.
Yeah, finally the conclusion to the group stage. It's all going to unfold tomorrow. Your questions will be answered tomorrow in the 3 matches ahead. We have Fireflux Impunity, Evo, OP, Burnex, Flash, Todak, and last but not least against Blacklist. So eventful. We'll see and know more tomorrow. And wow, how do you feel about today here, Leo?
I'm still processing my emotions. Yeah.
Well, what are you thinking? Tell us.
I'm happy. I'm happy with how things have panned out. Again, we have some surprises. The rise of RSG once more. And I guess seeing that ONIC is up to shape. I'm sad that Occupy has to go home.
Yeah.
But I guess, again, that's just how things are. But that said, I think tomorrow, when we do show up again for day 4 of groups, I'll be ready. I'll be good.
Okay. You know, I had I really wanted to know personally more about Phoenix. For me, Phoenix was a huge hit.
Yeah, it was a huge hit. But, you know, I'm glad that our neighbors in Singapore are doing well. We'll see how Malaysia does tomorrow then.
We'll see. But that's it for us on the caster desk. Me, Eterna, Leo, as well as Gillian. We're signing out for today. Don't forget to catch us tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in.
So now we are done with the day 3 of MSC 2023, and we still have one last day tomorrow, guys. So who will make it to the top and who shall be eliminated? Yes អញ្ចឹងដូចអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានដឹងអញ្ចឹងថ្ងៃនេះគឺជាថ្ងៃ group stage ថ្ងៃទី3ហើយក៏នៅថ្ងៃស្អែកមួយថ្ងៃទៀតដូចគ្នាអញ្ចឹងសង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានឹងធ្វើការរងចាំតាមដានទស្សនាទាំងអស់គ្នាជាមួយនឹងថ្ងៃ group stage ថ្ងៃចុងក្រោយសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃស្អែកចង់ដឹងថាតើអ្នកណានឹងធ្វើការជំនួសចេញជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត MSC 2023ដូចគ្នា On behalf of Moonton, our sponsor and the production, I would like to thank all the fans came to the arena as well as those of you who watch it on the broadcast. Thank you so much. We hope that you will continue to tune in for the remaining day of the MSC សង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានៅតែបន្ត yes គ្រប់គ្រងជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត MSC ព្រោះដោយសារតែការប្រកួត MSC នៅមានជាមួយនឹងថ្ងៃស្អែកបន្តទៀតជាមួយនឹងវគ្គ group stage. Until then, this is Harada Miki. Thank you and see you tomorrow. Bye.
chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will start for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. It's not a fight, blessed with cheers and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set a fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Laid on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will start for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain.